You Okay. Welcome everyone to MetaFest. Today we're talking about there. I still hear an echo somewhere. Oh, there we go. Today we are talking all about refi. So we're going to be regenerating the world and helping the local communities through crypto. And we do that through giving back and creating sustainable impacts and using communities locally and abroad to think locally but act globally. Next up, we have one of my favorite projects, Luminal Village. Roberto, how you doing?
Hey there, all good. How are you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us.
I'm here with Jillian.
Hi
Hello,
there.
Jillian. How's it going? Welcome
Good.
to MetaFest.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm kind of new to this community. I've been involved with permaculture and eco villages for over 30 years, getting to be an oldie. And around me, we have our team. And you just saw Roberto and his wife partner here is Laura.
Laura?
And also Robert Hirschram from the Netherlands. We're at Liminal Village right now, and we're honored to be kicking off the Regenerative Day here in MetaFest. We've got a bodacious presentation prepared for you, which Roberto's going to start off. Then Robert's going to be speaking, and then myself and Laura, and back off to Roberto, because he's the one who's the most invested in this space, though I've been getting to know you a bit. But really, we're looking at how the eco community has been coming together with the Web3/refi communities, and there's a lot of potency, richness of patterns that we're exploring for co-creation and really ultimately regeneration. So we're happy to be moving into this presentation with you. So with that, I'll pass it over to Roberto.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Pleasure to meet you all. Okay, Roberto. So the floor is yours. You'll have 30 minutes. I believe you're sharing some slides. Yep, I can see them.
Yes, let me see. All right. So as Gillian said, we're really honored to actually start the ReGen Day. I think that regeneration is the most important aspect of our generation because, we know what they said is coming ahead, and it's better to leave a place better than how we found it. So I think that today what we're going to talk about is really a regenerative response. So as Bill Morrison, that is the co-founder of permaculture, says, is that we need to design sustainable human settlements that are able to preserve and understand the natural system, and that we need to do it as soon as possible. We need to do it today, and we cannot just leave it to government or corporates to actually do this. And one important aspect about what it says that is really in touch with the Web3 is that we need to have the fundamental freedom to choose the economic system in which we participate. And if we can't, then we don't have freedom at all. So one of the things that we're talking about here is regenerative. So in contrast to degenerative, so I see that as a spiral, one going downwards and one going upwards. So right now, our system, the system that we choose, the economic systems that we're born into, have been degenerative towards the planet. And what we need to do now is to find the right space and the right condition that is able to at least create that kind of upward spiral that is going to be able to regenerate the system. So we're not talking about sustainability anymore. We're talking about regeneration. So I think we are now at the big crossroads, and where indeed the degenerative system that is generating war and environmental destruction is on the left here in this configuration, and on the right there is this way of living that seems to be more aligned with nature. And mind you, it's not back to nature; it's forward to nature. So we need to go forward into it, bringing all the knowledge and the technology. And that's what's actually represented in the center of this piece, where you would see some some drawings on the wall. To me, that indicates the knowledge that is actually available from the indigenous community. But what we're here to discuss today is whether or not the Web3 is actually something that is written on the wall. So how can Web3 bring us from where we are to where we want to be? So if we zoom in, actually, I see some on the right, there is some community there. So my first questions, and it's a little bit of a provocation, is like, okay, if that's the future we want to see, where is crypto? So is it that these people that are over there are scanning some QR code and making some transaction and publishing this transaction through the entire planet so everybody can see that? Or was the crypto there so that this environment could be created, and then it has been dropped off because now we can actually live naturally in line with nature? So that's just a question that maybe we can answer, or we can always keep wondering during our efforts. So right now, what I'm seeing, or the biggest trend, is kind of like replacing the mining paradigm of maybe Bitcoin to it's like, okay, let's just make people do things. So let's mine this other, that the mining is not about putting down a piece of plant or buying a piece of forest. And then we walk away with the token that is pretty much what money was. And through this token, in different ways, we're going to be able to actually get what we need. So I wonder if now, with the advent of Web3 technologies, we can actually put an end to that concept that money doesn't grow on trees. And apparently with Web3, we can actually make money grow on trees. Or if we actually need to completely replace that, and that's part of the provocation, that trees don't really grow money neither. So when we're talking about regenerative financing and how to use Web3, and we're talking about tokens, we need to be very careful not to remind ourselves that actually trees grows on healthy ecosystems. And it's not crypto that is going to facilitate healthy ecosystems. It's actually the people on the ground. So, and coins could actually be a way to coordinate with each other. One thing that does work to regenerate and ecosystems is the technology of permaculture, which sees nature as a interconnected system and uses this interconnection to create that upward spiral that I was talking about. So this is one of the biggest example and the biggest scale example of the Luz Plateau, where in 14 years has been transformed from a desert to a thriving ecosystem, and using that functionality that is being added. So it's not about using fertilizers and pesticides and bringing in water with some airplane. This is as ecosystem that is being regenerated and is self-sustaining. So if we can do this regeneration, then you can imagine that the economic activity on a situation on the left side, on a desert, is really rough, while on the right, you will see the market that is full of veggies. So everything actually in the economy is regenerated just by regenerating the ecosystem. So that's real value. So when we actually look at sustainable development goals and we look at them like this, in this flat and kind of siloed way, we should actually reframe them into where is the priority? Because otherwise it's like, well, we're focusing on this, on that, on that. Let's actually put them in 3D. And we realize that there are only four that actually are really focusing on the biosphere. And only on top of that, we can actually have a society, because without biosphere, we cannot. And on top of the society, we can have the economy. So let's keep this in mind when we're designing our systems. And I want to add also another thing. In a regenerated piece of land, or a traditionally farmed, because we call it traditionally farmed, but actually that is very recent, the farming that has been completely dependent on the petrochemical industry, starting from the tractor to the pesticides to the fertilizer, it's all petrochemical. So what are we going to do if that goes away? So the fact that we have this crisis ahead, and regenerative land does capture the CO2, while traditional farming, again, it actually releases it into the atmosphere. I'm actually really wondering, why is it that the government is not actually sponsoring and financing regenerative permaculture? So that's a big question, and I believe and trust in governments, because we are the ones that vote for them, and we are the ones that actually need to ask for what we need. But while we wait, what we need to do is really take the issue in our hand and hope for the future in the next 5 years at least, that there's going to be an action also from the top down. So here's the idea of a regenerative network came. And I'm going to just pass the mic to Robert, that is going to talk about pockets of sustainability.
Yeah, exactly. So what are we still waiting for, right? We can do so much, and we can take action with support of Web3 technology. So hi guys, great to be here. My name is Robert Schramm, and I'm a transition engineer at several transition platforms. And I'm here at Liminal Village to be active on a local level, to see how we can organize local networks, but also, of course, how we can create global networks. And I'm here to support the regenerative groups and projects on global levels. You can see here a map, for instance, like Global Eco Village. There are many maps and networks out there already, must be 1,000 probably. And we want to give you just a brief overview or an idea about what's going on. Here you can see, for example, the Transition Network, Numundo, Akosha. It's really, there are so many. We want to map the mappers to firstly give us an idea what is out there to make this visible. And so that's one of the first phases that we're into now, that we're really making visible how many groups are there, active groups, all kinds of villages that are purpose-driven or specifically not. And the next phase is that we want to connect all this data on the back end, because it's nice that everything is visible, but we need to connect this data so we can create feedback loops, and we can organize much more effectively and efficiently. And basically this shows the principle about if you want to scale it up. It's like, for instance, like a weather station. We just have measure point sensors, and we can measure, for instance, what kind of predictions we can expect with changing weather. So what we want to do is scale this up and sort of transition from a static model to a dynamic system with, of course, the Web3 community. And and we're weaving all these networks together, and I'm going to pass the torch over to Jillian.
Thanks, Robert. So essentially, we're focusing on co-creating a global network of interdependent projects, individuals and communities focused on integral regeneration. And notice that word integral. We'll get to that more in a little bit. This is a diagram that my colleague Naomi Joy Smith from New Zealand developed for the Permaculture Co-Laboratory, or the Permaculture Co-Lab that we both work in. And I came in and she'd already been mapping the co-lab in the center, but you can see that it's connected with many other organizations, groups, people all over. And really this is an international global community response that we're in. And a lot of what we're doing is starting to learn how to map these ecosystems. So this slide is taking that ecosystem that we showed in the previous slide and mapping it onto, say, a grassland ecosystem, and what might be the different roles or functions that different people or organizations are playing. So biomimicry is at the essence of permaculture design. And how can we mimic and understand nature so that we can bring it to how we understand, work with, grow, create organizations, etc. And when I teach permaculture, I talk a lot about this web work of interconnections. And really, permaculture is about that, is catalyzing and using nature as a model to develop this web work of interconnections. Because when we have that, we have a lot of resilience in our systems, which we don't necessarily have in the modern conventional mechanistic approach to developing the infrastructure. They provide a lot of our needs, but there's a lot of brittleness and also a lot of away that waste and other things go to that we haven't accounted for. So permaculture, I don't always use the term because a lot of people think it's just about agriculture and gardening. Excuse me. And well, permaculture really is and has at its core that it's about permanent agriculture. We can also understand permaculture as permanent culture, permaculture. And that permaculture has an ethics where earth care has been the focus, And when I draw this, when I'm teaching in this Venn diagram, I make a really large circle for the earth care, with people care and fair share being much smaller circles, because we have traditionally focused in permaculture on the earth care. And there's a lot of great stuff there. But as socioculturally we're changing, we're evolving, we're beginning to understand more that we need to lift up the other two ethics. They've been mentioned and the intention has been there from the beginning, but the practice around it wasn't as strong. These days, we're also coming to social permaculture, which some of you may have heard about. This is another representation by Matt Powers of those three interconnecting circles of earth care, people care, and fair share. And you can see permaculture is really at the center of those three circles. You'll again see the three ethics in the middle on this slide, but around it are the 12 modern day principles developed by David Holmgren, who put them out in 2002. He's one of the co-founders of permaculture with Bill Mollison that we've met at the very top of the slideshow, some quotes from him. He's recently passed on. David Holmgren was one of his students, and they worked on permaculture together. This is another take on permaculture, looking at the tree. Again, we use nature as a model. And on the right, you can see one of my favorite forms is the spiral. And we're really looking at developing and helping to catalyze regenerative spirals that lift up and help to digest a lot of the harm that we've done and help to turn systems around to being more regenerative. One of our permaculture elders, Toby Hemingway, who's also passed away, gives us this quote. He says that permaculture gives us a toolkit for moving from a culture of fear and scarcity to one of love and abundance. And that's essentially what we're trying to get at with the essence of permaculture design. And with this toolkit, we'll be showing you a couple of the tools today. And one of the first ones here is looking at the quintessential permaculture chicken. People who've done permaculture education all around the world have looked at this diagram and looking at, you can see on the left, what does a chicken need and what does it yield? What are its products and behaviors and its intrinsic characteristics? And you'll see the magnifying glass as we focused on that element in a system. And here we're putting the chicken, the element in the system, in context with other elements such as a house, a pond, an orchard, yard, pasture, greenhouse, forest, or garden. And then we begin to see the relationships of how the needs of one can be met by other elements in the systems, and the yields of certain of every element in the system can also provide for the needs of other elements in the system. But as well as chickens and ponds and houses, we can also be applying that same permaculture lens to people with our needs and yields, projects with their needs and yields, and places, needs and yields. Really, you could apply it to anything. And when I teach permaculture, social permaculture, that is, one of the core foundational exercises is to apply the permaculture lens to human beings, ultimately ourselves, looking at our needs, our yields, and our behaviors and characteristics. And trust me, this gets pretty chewy. So here's one representation of, you may have heard of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Max Neef did some work and looked at this circular diagram rather than the triangle, which we'll see in a minute, of basic human needs, these fundamental human needs. And Laura was pointing out the other day, somewhat to surprise, that idleness is one of the basic human needs, which we need a little bit more of here. So on the left, we're seeing Maslow's hierarchy of needs in the triangle that some of you may be familiar with the basic physiological needs, followed by in green, the safety needs, and then belonging and love needs, esteem, and self-actualization. So that's one lens that we can use to understand basic human needs, because humans are the basic drivers in the system. And a lot of the systems that we've set up are trying to meet human needs, but not necessarily in very healthy or regenerative ways. And we can also look at this in relationships where the needs and yields of one are tied well into the needs and yields of another person in the system. Another frame that you may have had some exposure to is ikigai, which is the intersection of, in the yellow here, of what you love. Over in the east, we have what the world needs in pink. In the south, in the light blue, we have what you can be paid for. And over in the west, we have what you're good at. So the passion, the mission, the vocation, and the profession all come together in that heart center of Ikigai. And that's what we're developing literacy around and trying to support within ourselves and each other. And it's not an individual sport. If you look at the assemblage of each of these as being an individual person or even a project, how can we create the connectivity of Ikigai, or the collective supporting the growth and evolution and healing of each of us towards being able to stand and live more in our Ikigai? And the Maslow's hierarchy of needs is, again, a way that we can keep track of those needs at different levels. That triangle of Maslow is here being intertwined with, or a way of representing, spiral dynamics, which some of you may have heard of. And you'll recognize at the bottom in brown, we have the survival instincts in the brown or beige, and then that goes up through the collective colors of purple to the individual of the red and power, and the blue of truth and order, the orange drive of strategic enterprise, and then to the green of humanistic egalitarianism, and then the yellow of integral ecological approaches, and ultimately going up to the apex of this triangle of being global holistic, which is what we're working towards. In the traditional spiral view of this, we can see those stages broken down, ultimately going up towards the holistic, universal, and the global vision. But spirals draw from the good aspects of the previous iterations of humans' evolution up through the spiral. It doesn't just leave them behind. It also offers opportunity for us to grow and heal. Because ultimately, what we're going towards, if you can see in the top part of this diagram on the right, the first part of the diagram up to the green represents what is called the first tier of spiral dynamics. And then we're in this transition to individuals in the yellow feeling their way to something beyond the green meme of everybody being the same and equal. And while that's important, some of us have been feeling there's something beyond that. And some of us are swimming towards each other, coming together to find new and creative ways, also using old and good ways to be in mutually supportive, regenerative relationship. Mm-hmm. Now I'm passing it to my colleague, Laura.
Now my task is to go after this eloquent speaker. So I'm Laura, and spiral dynamics is one of my favorite models to kind of see the bigger picture. And I think that we as humans are not so good at seeing the bigger picture, so we are desperately in need of more models. And these models can help us in understanding what kind of DNA we want to design for our network, our regenerative hubs, and for our lives in general. And so we can put our actions and our values and our needs and our goals into this DNA. And how we can see it is that there's this kind of genetic pool of DNA into the network, and then each hub can kind of tap in and select its own DNA and decide how to express their values and needs. And I made a little diagram with these little bees, and I see them as the pollinators of the hub. And the pollinators are very important because they go from hub to hub, and they kind of spread the information throughout the network, and they are helping to accelerate succession and evolution. Another tool we can use is the integral model with the 4 quadrants. Most of us have seen it. Every time we apply it into a different system, it kind of changes, and it can really help us to see this more holistic view of our of this regenerative renaissance that we want to design. And another tool that I found recently is bentoism, which is a model of multidimensional self-interest that tries to escape the limiting short term of individualism. And so, the bento is basically, you know it from this bento box, from the really nice Japanese food. It's also an acronym for Beyond Near-Term Orientation. And it looks like this. It's basically a wider view of our self-interest, and we usually tend to be in the me space, the now me, which is this kind of this kind of place that craves safety and pleasure and autonomy. And if we only operate from there, we won't get really far. And so this model helps us to go to the future me on the right, which is the more older and wiser version of ourselves, and then to go to the now us, which is the people we rely on, the people around us, and even the future us, which is the next generation, our children. And this model helps us to going from this kind of gratifying me now place, this short-termism, to gratifying us in the future. And this really cool lady, Elinor Ostrom, also made a model that can help us in designing this DNA. And she focused more on cooperative cooperation in the system, in groups of people. She was an American political economist, and she did a lot of research on governance of the commons. She mainly focused on the common natural resources, but also on information. And she showed that within communities, there are efficient rules that can emerge to ensure cooperation and sustainable and shared resource management. And these are the 8 core principles. The first 6 principles are describing what happens within the group. So it can be within a hub, or I put here a cell because I have a medical background. So it always helps me to put it into that context. And the first is about creating a clear group identity, where you basically say, okay, this is our DNA, this is our sense of purpose, this is our values, our needs, and you make it clear. If you join this group, this is who we are. It needs to be clear. The second principle is about fair distribution of costs and benefits. So if you enter this group, how is the energy that you put in, how is it going to come back to you? How are your needs and yields, are they fairly distributed within the system? And the third one is inclusive decision making. So if we get into the group, does our voice count? Are we recognized for what we are saying in the group? And then the next 3 are about feedback loops. And so the first one is about monitoring towards goals. And that helps us to see if things are going right, if we're going in the right direction, if we are really going towards our North Star. And if that doesn't happen, then we have some tools in the 5th principle where we can apply feedback and use tools to kind of, for example, incentives or appreciation, these kind of things. And then if it's still something goes wrong, then there's the 3rd step in the feedback loop where we have conflict resolution, which is one of the most challenging aspects in communities. And so the last 2 are about more the interaction with the outside world, so from the hub or the cell or the group of people in the outside. And the 7th is about being recognized by the outside world. Do we have, as a group, do we have a voice within the outside of the system? And then the last one is about all the different levels. How do they organize? So does every cell have its own autonomy, and how is it related to the other cells? There needs to be this coherence, otherwise everything falls apart. So now I'm going to give the voice back to Roberto.
Thank you, Laura. So we talked about a lot of theories, and so the question is, like, how do we bring all of that back into practice? What does it look like and feels like in practice? So this is a little bit what kickstarted us to do our project, which is the liminal village. And the definition of liminal has to do with the threshold. So anything that is in transition, and this the moment of transition in practice. So these 2 circles kind of graphically represent this concept, where then the intersection of them in between the transition could be representing anything that was before and everything that we will have next, everything that has to come. And this is a very important meme for the way that we look at things, because we always want to look at the best of both worlds and not only focusing on one aspect or the other. So Liminal Village is a proto game B place where we actually are experimenting with all of the techniques and frameworks that we talked before, and we also experiment with Web3 technology and see whether, if it's needed, and where it's needed. So this is an overview of the village, and so what we do is we have enough space to host 12 people, sometimes even more, and we create these temporary communities where we teach and experience ourselves on what these frameworks are, and we try to ask the people what it is that you want, what future would you like to create, and bring it forward by actually co-creating it together on the spot. And we do that on a monthly basis or a monthly basis. In fact, we do use the moon as our timer or a progress bar in the sky, which tells us basically where we are into the phases. And since the moon is really, the moon phase is everywhere, we can use the same kind of meme to sync up our effort with anybody else around the world that would like to use the same meme. What's the advantage of syncing up like this? We will know at which stage is each group into the co-creation, onto the global co-creation, and we will have a good timing to actually exchange people, the pollinators, as Lara was saying. So the integral human is actually a way to boil down that integral theory into something that is easily graspable. So what we ask the people to do when they come here is to say, okay, do you have a project for your personal development or some target for your physical plane, something that you can give to the local community, or some workshop or some where can you help? How can you make the place become better? How can you regenerate the place? And can you do something? Do you have a project that is valid for everybody else? So a completely altruistic project. And of course, it's very difficult to balance these three aspects, but it's an ask. We're asking, at least you can realize if you can balance and if you are closer to becoming an integral human. So the people come and they bring their gifts. So if you know how to do something, you can teach another. If you always wish that you could become something, that's the moment in which you can make the transformation. So it's really the space where you can make the transition also on the personal level, the personal regeneration. And in terms of coordination tool, we did try to use some tokens, Web3, but actually we realized that maybe it was a little bit of an overkill for a community that is of human and are localized. So actually something as simple as a board, and in this case a Miro board, would be enough to actually coordinate at the local level. Now, Gillian was explaining some of the permaculture tools, and one of the tools that is very dear to me is the zoning tool, where you basically look at the space depending on how often do you visit it. So in our case, Liminal Village would be zone 0, so the house where you live, and then the zone 1 on the permaculture would be like just where you go to pick up your herbs, something you can go in your bathrobe, you can say, because you can visit daily, and then it just expands outward to something you visit less and less and less, back to zone 5, where you have natural environment and you can go to observe and learn. If we actually look at our project, we also can apply the same zoning diagram to see, okay, what is in our zone 1? Because we are one of the many regenerative projects, but our insight is like maybe we can create a localized network that is very tightly close, linked to each other, is interdependent, and see that is new economic models and activities can actually raise. So this is our zone 1 that we created together with other families. There are for bringing 24 kids into and raise them together. So we have created a kindergarten where we crowdfunded the yurt as a common space. And to understand what I'm talking about is that that is zone 1, is that we visited, every family visited twice a day to bring the kid and to pick up the kid. So that's one function, but what other function can it have? Well, if anybody of the family, anyone of the family has a need and somebody else can answer that need, then this becomes the place of exchange. You bring your kids and you bring your eggs, and you bring your kids and you pick up the eggs, and then you bring your eggs to your parents that you see in the afternoon. So you see, by looking at regenerative and regeneration and zone network, you can actually create new economic systems directly next to your house. So actually an invitation for you to understand and think in zones and see where the biggest influence or the biggest potential it is for your own network. Anyway, the kindergarten has become a center for learning, also not just for the kids, but also for the parents. So there is more function that gets stuck when you actually try to raise a community, to build a community. And mind you, this is not a real community. This is diffuse communities. Everybody's going to his own place. You don't actually have to live with each other, but you can actually satisfy each other's needs together. At Zone 2, which is with Visit Weekly, we just recently purchased a brick factory from the 1900s. And with that, we actually have a huge opportunity because we have about 6,000 cubic meters of building permit. And now what we want to do is to create a bigger node within the network that is going to be the main center of production of the technologies that are going to be required to generate new nodes again. And we're also very proud to have been accepted into the ReGen Civics Alliance, which is a group of 13 eco-villages around the globe that together are investigating ways to use Web3 technologies to track and fund and help the co-creation of eco-villages. So right now I'd like to talk about one of the concepts that we have, which is, sure, we can link all the existing eco-villages. This is pockets of sustainability that are now there, and they need to be connected. But if you're all sparse around the globe, it's very difficult to create a viable economic activity across them. So we suggest that what we need to do is that each of the villages, each of the existing knowledge center, they would start to create small cluster or satellites around them to satisfy specific needs that they have. And that's why we're talking about the Regenerative Hub Toolkit, or a blueprint for a Regenerative Hub. And for being regenerative, we are using the toolkit of permaculture to actually look and design it. But we're going to do an extra step. We need to make this as simple and as cheap as possible to allow anybody with a need for a community or a sense of the need for the community to actually quickly kickstart one in their area. And we do this using automation. So as I said, it's not back to nature, it's forward to nature. So here we have our new Zone 0, which is actually 3D printed with locally sourced material. So what you're seeing here is a house that is 3D printed with clay, and it has this. This is the printer that just goes around and prints it, and it also prints these pockets. These are air pockets, and these are pockets where you can put additional waste material from the rice production to completely insulate the house. So you can get a house like this built up in a week, and is with the maximum energy efficiency, with no use of material. So if the network owns this machine, we can actually keep replicating and move around. And you're not living in a box, you're living in something that looks pretty cool and futuristic. On the Zone 1, that's where you're going to take your old veggies. And of course, having to guard a field like this and to maintain it and to have the knowledge on how to do that, that scares a lot of people away. And yet again, we can actually train people by using machinery. So here's a FarmBot, is an open source project, and we are using it to also demonstrate how machines can actually help nature. And we can learn, for the people that know nothing, what the different vegetables are, what the different pattern they are, what kind of pests they like it, and so on. So there is a lot of education that come, but for the time being, the machine is taking care for your garden. And once you learn and once it's established, maybe you can move on to the next location. And again, another open source project is the Global Village Construction Set, which is basically consisting of a lot of open source machines that if you do have the right machine, you can build yourself with a fraction of the costs that it would actually take if you would go buy it, and they won't have that planned obsolescence embedded into it. So you would actually keep it for much, much longer time. And with this machine, actually, we're researching a fully integrated planting system that goes from the bedding to the installation of the irrigation and the mulching, to the cropping, and even to the distribution to the market. So you have 4 machines that are actually controlled, can be actually operated by 3 humans. So we don't even need to use the fossil fuel to actually have the maximum available throughput of vegetable with the minimum amount of effort. And that's what we're looking for, right? And we can also use the machines for doing more traditional agriculture, enhanced by the knowledge that is acquired by the permaculture and the other kind of regenerative agriculture patterns, and ultimately have a food forest where you could where you don't have to do anything, you can just walk in and pick up the fruits, having an entire system that sustains itself without use of pesticide, without use of fertilizer, as forests do. And of course, the Zone 5 is where you see what nature does, what's going on out there. Is there anything changing? Do we have to sound an alarm? And how is nature regenerating itself? That's the wisdom of the highest of the technology, which is nature. To the permaculture zoning, we're actually adding also Zone 6. Zone 6, the metaverse. So that's the place where you can, the information, where in the regenerative hub, you can actually put on your VR goggles and enter that information space and see what kind of issues there are around the world, see what's needed in the nearby hubs, so where you can actually travel as a pollinator, and where all the knowledge of all the hubs is being collected and shared across the whole hubs and the entire human civilization. So I see actually Web3 as having a killer application as a human information system. That's where we store and we can see what's going on and where we can intervene. And sure, of course, if, for instance, we are tracking the needs, we can actually incentivize people from around the world to submit solution or help out, and by sharing the knowledge or sharing the tools that are that required to actually satisfy their need. And the regenerative hubs network would be one of such network that we can track the needs and the offers, so that we can actually use that for communication. And the idea is that for every hub that is already there and is already existing, that they actually, by joining the network, they focus on the self-replication. They focus on creating new hubs around them, so that then they can have a much easier interaction that actually won't even require the technology at some point to be able to perform the exchange, because you have the trust, which is one of the highest human technologies. But so when we're talking about such a digital system, then we need to start talking about a system. So this is one of our proposal, is the Holonic Earth operating system that is indeed instructing who and how much is regenerating, and giving access to the people, to most of what the network is able to produce, to the people that have shown highest performance in regeneration. Why Holonic? Because in the end, it starts from ourselves, and it's all about establishing relationship with others. And so if we see this as a concentric circle of a cell of a higher and higher order social organism, that maybe in your congregation, everybody's focusing on a specific task, while the rest of the congregation is able to provide for everything you need while you do so. And each of these hollands we can have zones also attached to them. And the zones are like lenses that you can put. So who am I close to in terms of distance, or who am I close to in terms of appreciation, or time that was spent on a project, or trust or commitment. So you can see the world through these different lenses, and you would see different spaces and different networks kind of arising. Ultimately, it is all about human coordination. The tokens that we use is the most decentralized, in a way, human coordination system, but right now is not really doing what we wish. It has got us so far, but I think it is time that we really change the paradigm. And Web3 technology is able to bring us from old paradigm to a paradigm that looks and feels much more like an ecology, a team of teams in a way, where all the relationship between the people actually represents the organism or the organizational structure within the community. And that brings us to globalization, that is networks that are localized, but also globalized. And whatever it's possible to share, the cosmolocalism, information is shared across the entire globe, while hard things is shared very, very locally. So what kind of information, what kind of tools we can use in this sort of society? We came up with something very simple that we can explain, which is the regenerative business model. So, business models, with money, you can just purchase your products. That's our current economic system. Well, we can use Web3 to do other things. So, for instance, here is some money to get some apples. If we now use blockchain, we can actually still purchase that apple, but we can make sure that that action of purchasing adds to that purchase a regenerative step, which is planting a new tree and giving you a share of the tree, so that in 20 years' time, where the tree is abundant, just by buying an apple today, in 20 years' time, you might actually not have to pay for apples anymore, because that's what the tree that you own is giving. So you can see that such simple modification to our ways of operating, to our monetary system, to our social economic system, might create regenerative loops that basically create this kind of like regenerative machine, or perpetual motion regenerative machine, that is creating itself, creating more places for more people working on regeneration, which creates more places and creates more abundance that is shared with everybody that is focused on regeneration. So ultimately, if you're really not sold about this, maybe this sign might help you take the decision. If you're focusing on abundance rather than scarcity, if you're focusing on sharing rather than hoarding, we might actually have a promise for a early retirement plan, where all the effort you're putting right now into regeneration is through Web3 technology, is gonna come back to you later on. And you will actually be able to retire, as in the system is going to be able to give you everything you need so that you can really focus on what you truly believe that is important. So that's a call for action for everyone. If you are willing to start a regenerative hub, or you already have a regenerative hub and you're stewarding it, or you would like to actually come and be the steward of one of the hub, you're a digital nomad and you're very interested in coming and learning some things, and then bring the knowledge and information to the next one and keep exchanging this information at the human level. If you're a game A investor, and that's including the fiat, but also the crypto, which is the tokens that we now have replicated the previous system into a completely new technology. If you have that capacity and you want to regeneration, then we're looking for you. But also if you're a game investor, an investor that can put its own time, its own resources, its own unused land or assets, knowledge, machine, everything you can give access to, that's also a valid investment that is going to work towards that early retirement I was talking about. So if you're interested in any of these, please go to regenerativa.io. You can see a very nice video we put together as a sign up for the ReGen Civics Alliance. And have a look. It really shows our visions for 2030, how it's going to be and feel like. And maybe, we'll get back in touch. And what can happen is that you become the mayor of the regeneration in your own municipality. You could be the first mover to actually say regeneration is what we need, and it's the biggest task of our time. So for now, that's a dream that I would just leave you with this picture, which kind of represent a little bit of this shared dream and shared vision, where every vision matters as long as we are connecting with each other, regenerating ourselves, our human system, and the entire planet with it. Thank you very much. This is the link again, and you are gonna say something?
Yeah, thanks, Roberto. We have a Robert and a Roberto here. If you can put us back over onto to seeing us, hosts. Yeah, just a couple of quick words. We'll maybe have time for a question or two, but I just really want to acknowledge the intergenerational relationships that we've got going on here. And it's one of the reasons that I'm here. This is kind of like my home away from home, Zone Zero. Indeed, I've worked all around the world, but all of us are here investing in liminal, but not just in liminal, but as a space that's going to become more spaces. And what is the pattern language here around regeneration, biomimicry, using permaculture, and other things as tools. And it's really an honor to work with Laura and Roberto. They've invested their life savings creating this location and really investing in their lives in this journey. And that's what it's going to take for us to do this. So pass it back over to the host and see if there's any questions from the audience.
Great. Thanks so much, Jillian, Roberto, Robert, and Laura. This is an amazing presentation. I think one of the things that really stuck out, like the meme that stuck out to me, is that money doesn't grow on, or trees don't grow on money. I think that really like puts it like just money is usually not enough. It needs to be like backed and have like the forward thinking to like be progressive. So I also really like that it was always looking forward. One of the things that really stood out to me were the organic structures, both in what was being built with the open source housing and everything else. As we build, and like even spiral dynamics, a lot of the stuff is very like organic in the structure. With the fields, is that like intentional that everything kind of like follows the cell shape? Is it just kind of like the nature that has been arising from connection, or how like circles are very different from like what we see in the standard world, right? Everything's in a box and very hard ridges, but all of even the fields and the design are in circles. Is there intention behind the circular design?
Oh, we didn't even get to the part of the presentation that's about hold-ons, but I'll let Roberto answer that. Yeah, we're a lot about circles, and but other aspects of sacred geometry as well.
Yeah, there's a biomimicry. It's very fundamental because, I mean, this, as I said, nature is the highest of technologies. I mean, if you look at it with a technological lens, it's insane what it can actually do. The adaptation capabilities there. And there is so much knowledge embedded in the DNA that we need to be able to master the understanding of how nature works, and then try to create human systems that are actually aligned with nature rather than just against it, just take it all out because it's handy for us, right? So we need to focus on ecosystem approach, biomimicry, And that's really, if it's not aligned with nature, then we need to really reconsider if we're doing the right thing, because nature got us here. So can we do better than that? Really?
Yeah, thank you so much. Also, you guys have a Gitcoin grant, is that right? Is that way that people can help support Liminal Village?
We didn't do a grant yet, but we will at some point. I think there is a Liminal DAO that is actually doing that. We are aligned with the way of thinking, but yeah, we haven't yet. I just saw the presentation yesterday, and it's pretty cool. Actually, it's a bit scary how much aligned we are. So, but it's that's pretty much magical nature, I guess, as well. So, or this is the force of an idea. The time has come as well.
Yeah. And with the ReGen Civics Alliance, we're one of the 13 teams that were chosen. And we are organizing to do a fundraising, and that we're working with Seeds and Haifa. And it's a good exercise for us to look at the ecology of those programs. A lot of people have invested a lot there because we're in a path of perpetual education of how do we bring ourselves as whole people. We're doing also our personal growth work as we go along. At how do we learn to be increasingly more capable to be in generative relationship with each other. I'll just add a thing in about the circles is, that's one of the, I guess you would say if you were going to put a symbol for the green meme of spiral dynamic, it's everybody being in a circle with equal voice. But it does lend itself to holons, but also being in holocratic relationship with each other. And so we're really looking at having a diversity of types of projects that are able to be in generative relationship with each other across various boundaries and membranes. So it's an ecology that we're growing over time and living in now. It's not just later.
Yeah, I think even as you say, like the geometry, there was like the hierarchy of needs and Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and then you brought it back to the more organic man-filled max circles as well. So I think you do a great job of saying that a group is very organic as well. So I think teach, build, empower, and like growing these different communities is a very powerful message. And also it's not just one village, right? There's 13 villages currently, is that right?
Yeah, and that's just that's with the ReGen Civics Alliance. Here in the Italian landscape, there's a number of communities in the various zones that we're working with, but indeed Robert works with various projects and organizations all around the world. I just want to be clear, that's one articulation is through the ReGen Civics Alliance, and there's a tremendous amount of information there on the internet if people want to take a look and see what they're doing. And I also will say, like, what we're going to go into right now is a debrief from this, and the work that putting together this really helped and pushed us to continue to articulate and refine our vision and how we articulate and communicate it. And so we're going immediately into feedback loop around this. So thanks for the opportunity and holding it down here for the ReGen Day.
Thank you so much, Jillian. Yeah, speaking of what's going on in Italy, Matteo Tambusi is up next talking about Spaghetti ETH Nation. I believe it's all about regenerative communities in Italy. Are you there, Matteo?
Perfect.
I am, and I'm also from this is actually a place that I wanted to connect to Roberto at a certain. Ciao, Roberto. Nice to see you. And I'm also honored to speak after you. This is Stonoven House. It's an art residency in the Italian Alps between Piedmont and France. And it's check it out at stonovenhouse.com. It's a very, very interesting place to spend some time at.
Great. Yeah, great. Look forward to connecting more. We'll stay here for your presentation. Great link.
Thank you.
Okay, Matteo, can you please introduce yourself for people that might not know who you are, and please tell us a little bit more about the Spaghetti ETH Nation.
Right. So my name is Matteo Tambussi. I tumbled down the rabbit hole in 2018 with LivePeer. With Chris Hobcroft, we launched the first community channel of LivePeer in Berlin near Cottbussertor, and we did that for almost a year. And then I started basically covering live streams for the Ethereum Foundation, DevCon, DAppCon, and some meetups that happen in Berlin within the Ethereum Magicians, Ethereum Foundation ecosystem. I organized ETH Turin in 2020. I worked with Remix on an educational program called Ethereum 4, which addressed vertical audiences, meaning audiences of same professional coming from the same industry, like all label managers, lawyers, healthcare administrators. And we are still doing that. We have a grant on Gitcoin. Maybe I'll show you later the link. And I've organized Spaghetti. Spaghetti was a way to get the Italian community down in one place and start to talk among each other and to each other on building stuff together, not just having DeFi-oriented meetups, stuff like that. The whole thing started at ETHCC Paris last year, and me and Maria Maganes, who's the co-organizer of the event, we were basically addressed by Stephen Gilbert from the Ethereum Foundation, who was asking, there are Italians working everywhere in the ecosystem, but there's no such thing as an Italian community yet, or just a framework, operative framework, executive framework, not just blogs or stuff like that. So we decided to put together an event. And disclaimer: if you never organized an event, it's very serious job. So don't take it too easily. It can be very stressful and leading to burnout. But we did it, and it was a lot of fun. It was great to see so many speakers from all over the world joining us. And also the size of the event was a bit smaller. We just came from DevConnect Amsterdam, where you would meet, like, I don't know how many people there was, like maybe 10,000, 15,000 could be. And you would bump into each other for a few seconds and never had the chance to deepen the conversations over a few days. We did something more homey, and I think that was appreciated as an alternative to what, of course, runs very smoothly in these bigger conferences. So I'll start by sharing a presentation that I have for these. And also thanks MetaFest for having me again. I really love to be doing stuff with you all the times. Can you see it? Can you give me a confirmation?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay, perfect. So, Spaghetti Nation. First of all, I would love to catch back from my last talk here at MetaFest. Last time we talked about ETH Local, which is another project that I've been carrying on with Fanny Lakubai. But the premises are and the concept is mostly the same. Think ethereally, but try to act locally. And in last talk, what I've shown was like a way to address public goods on a sort of synergic level. We try to talk about things that are good for everyone, but there are public goods that can be addressed on a global scale, like open source technology and incentives related to it. But also when we talk about other public goods, we have to address them locally, because cities might have similar agendas in terms of what's needed the most, in terms of if they are polluted cities, so they need maybe more clean air, or if they have very industrial heritage, they might need ways to reevaluate the abandoned buildings, things like that. So basically, what's Spaghetti? Spaghetti, first of all, it's an early conference and hackathon that we run on we will run every year, starting this year. We might have some smaller happenings midterm that maybe tackle more university students and therefore have more of an educational call to them. Spaghetti is also aiming to create framework to do quadratic funding of Italian public goods, which are powered by Web3. There will be a map of the projects running in Italy, and of course, we will try to put up educational contents for to have, broader adoption. It doesn't necessarily have to be Web3 or crypto, but behind that there's a mindset. And also we like when you're talking Web3 to someone who never heard of it, and maybe they come up with some parallel thinking. You stimulate people to think in a different way. Decentralization is not just online; can be also in real life, and that's a good practice to always keep working. So a few snapshots from Spaghetti. We were very lucky because we had a very nice location, which is a hostel. So basically we squatted the hostel. Of course, we paid, so it wasn't a proper squatting, but we just rented the whole thing. We let developers, builders to book the rooms and be there for 72 hours. Actually, we don't have a picture of the main stage, which was very, very nice with all these solar punk hedera ivies and plants. This was the workshop room. It was really fun. So why Spaghetti? Well, everyone started to ask, why didn't you do if Milan? Why didn't you do if Italy or something like that? Why Spaghetti? Why Spaghetti? Why Spaghetti? So Spaghetti is actually, spaghetti are a common trait of our culture. Me and Maria, we thought, first of all, let's try to find a less pretentious name, because me and Maria share this this love for comedy and just not taking things so seriously. But deep inside, spaghetti actually is a declination of culture. Spaghetti, in Italy, we have different recipes that are declined to regional ways of doing them, and regional sauces, open sauces somehow. And also this allows us to migrate spaghetti basically everywhere in Italy without having to rebranding it. We did it in Milan this year. Next year might be Bologna, or might be Turin, might be Bari in Puglia, might be in Calabria, might be in Sicily, in Sardinia, who knows, or in Rome, I don't know. We will decide in a couple of months, but this is the concept that we want to do, like it's itinerating crypto circus, rioting very, very nice places, and having people meeting and building over 3 days of conference and hackathon. Also, spaghetti are our best scarcity reminder. Italian culture is 60-70% built on a history of scarcity and coping with scarcity. Most of Italian recipes come from leftovers, or just the empty fridge rules that gives you constraints. Whenever you have scarcity, that means that you have a few selected paths that you can work with, and you have to put you're not spoiled with solutions, so you have to make with what you have. This is I like to work with scarcity. As a musician, I also love to record, and with tape machines, because they have limited options, and also they need me to do a good take. I cannot digitally edit what I've been recording. And also this improves me as a performer, so I think that in general general constraints are guidelines for solutions. So also spaghetti is a reminder, is a claim that is from the coding world, which is usually addressed to as undocumented, unstructured, illogical coding, usually not using procedural and functional codes and written in like one big blurb. So something that, sorry, I have flies all over my... So this is the big blurb that we were referring about. Another way of thinking of spaghetti code is code which is tangling different concerns. So this is exactly what we were inspired by when calling our Hackfest Spaghetti. So Spaghetti was all about public goods. We tried to give these meeting this public good agenda for several reasons. First of all, as I said, we have public goods which are globally defined, like open source and retroactive public goods for repositories and projects and contributors, etc. And also in the scientific world, peer reviewing, for example. And there are public goods that are locally defined. An example is Germany and Italy. Germany has a more solid welfare state than Italy has. So, cultural associations, NGOs, Verein of different sorts can somehow count on the help of the state for their programs. This is something that happens a little bit less in Italy. And this is the reason why we have such a big volunteering movement. We have so many activists and volunteers, associations, things like that in Italy that try to replay the absence of the state in certain fields. And volunteering is a field that I think Web3 could explore more, just keeping helping this system to be more performative, to have incentives, and also to keep track of what everyone contributes in terms of time and resources. Also, most of the projects joining conferences, most of the builders have their own verticals. Everyone is interested into, some people are interested into DeFi, some people are interested into play to earn, some people are interested into ReGen and or other tokenomics, etc. And sometimes interoperability happens, so you might actually, make your dApp interoperable with other dApps, contracts, etc. But this is not quite what public goods are about. Public goods are actually sort of soft layers that everyone in the ecosystem can benefit from online or offline, because maybe by having that public good implemented, you can possibly create calls to actions on a local basis, for example. Quoting Audrey Tang, Minister of Digital Innovation in Taiwan, Spaghetti was our Genesis community printed in this system, and wanted to be a coordination framework for a specific sustainability development goal, which is the one that Audrey Tang often pings people about, which is the number 17, which is partnerships for objectives. So our vision as a post-hackathon, post-event, is to promote local Ethereum groups and communities and dev shops, for what is worth. We would like to see probably less meetups and more dev shops, like gatherings of hackers and builders and innovators and business analysts from the same city who have an understanding of, in real life, same problems, who can also decide to, go out, hang out for some leisure time, for a beer, something like that. So we want to promote these groups. We want also to incentivize these groups to sort of get out of the bubble and establish connections with other projects that have an impact on the territory. I'm thinking about these regenerative programs that are popping out in many cities, also in terms of urban gardening. And of course, maybe start some R&D paths and maybe education formats. What we want to do also is to create and run a proper format in Italian, which can be for education and coordination of developers for public goods in Italy. And also something that we're looking into is to create funding mechanisms for these groups and their projects. It's a common house that we want to build where we can coordinate different communities. As today, we have ETH Turin, Web3 Milan, Urbe.it, which is Rome. I know there is ETH Venice coming out. I know that there are other dev shops and communities around Italy, maybe not yet. They haven't poked us yet, but I'm sure they will in time, or we will actively look for them. Something that we want to make clear is that this framework has no intention to be a top-down policymaker, or everyone for what concerns us, everyone in Italy is free to work on their own verticals, on their own stack, even in whatever blockchain, sidechain, L2 rollup they feel like working on. We don't address people anywhere. What we do is considering projects that have respect certain criteria when, for example, we run funding rounds. Also, something that we want to provide is support with organizing events, promoting them, and also networking organizers to dApps and other projects in the Ethereum ecosystem at global level. And again, of course, making sure that these groups receive adequate funding for their expenses. Right. We will also be working on implementing our website in a series of ways. First of all, we will create a map, of an interactive map of communities where you can basically hover around Italy, and you will see each area lighting up and showing you which group is active in that area and what mission they have. And I'm talking about the community page here. So, their blogs, their project list, their calendars, if they have events going on, and also their group, their chats, Telegram, Discord, whatever. We aim at putting out a newsletter on a fortnightly, maybe monthly basis, something like week in Ethereum thing, of course, less relevant content, but still, I think it's good to send the news of what we are doing at this local level. And also something that we are looking into is to create a podcast, which will run on a monthly basis. And every episode will feature one of the different local projects and their vertical, their lead. And maybe we will try to get in some mentors who can maybe debunk, troll them, or maybe give them the right way to address certain criticalities. The governance, yeah, we will have a governance system at Spaghetti level because there has to be a little bit of direction. We are thinking of creating our own version of POAP. POAP is a POAP, which is proof of attendance protocol, is a great tool, in my opinion. It helps so many events to, have a way to keep track of their attendance, either virtual or physical. It's also somehow not centralized, but it's permissioned. Most POP contracts are very permissioned, so you cannot really play around with them so much. So what we wanted to do is to try create a non-transferable proof of attendance token, and maybe explore the soulbond tokens, and having each group having a soulbond tokens faucet to their communities to be able to sort of green list them into the wider Spaghetti framework. Yeah, the granting part. I don't know if you heard this thing, but in Prague, something very interesting happened, run by, I think, Althea, Monet, and Fini from the Ethereum Foundation. They had a very nice desk where they basically ran quadratic funding for ETH Prague, which was all about local projects. It was a very interesting way of exploring quadratic funding because everything had a local impact, either in Prague or in Czech Republic. And I'm really happy they sort of troubleshoot that, so that maybe next time we can do it with a little bit of user feedback from this experience. I would suggest everyone to have a look at this awesome DApp at quadraticfunding.ethprague.com. Yeah, so we will hunt for matching pools at a certain point, maybe from the EF, from Gitcoins, or we'll maybe look for enlightened sponsors who want to support a public good cause. And of course, only Spaghetti Nation anti-Pope members will be able to create grants, meaning people of local groups. And we will likely implement that at subdomain quadraticfunding.spaghetti.com. Right. So that is everything from me. Something that I can maybe, I forgot to ping people on, is that this is the Ethereum 4 workshop grant. This is a project that I still do about vertical education. It's been really interesting because we managed to work with Amnesty International, Médecins Sans Frontières, Warner Music, and Music Tech Deutschland, Legal Hackers, Radical Exchange France, and other NGOs from Canada and France. We want to keep that going. And also somehow these intersects with Spaghetti because the format that we established here in this Ethereum 4 project will be possibly run for Spaghetti at a certain point. That was my contribution. I can maybe stop sharing, and if there are any questions, I'm very happy to take them.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Matteo. I think that I really like the build out for individual communities where the communities have their pages that kind of spawn up, and it's kind of controlled through these non-transferable popes. I think the POAP system, as you mentioned, is really great because it's like a record of where you've done. Having them transferable is a little bit funny because it's like there's someone else there. So I think using that as kind of like membership is a good way to protect against civil resistance and like proof of personhood. You also mentioned ETH Prague, which their theme was solar punk this year, so very forward, regenerative thinking. I love what you're doing too with Spaghetti Nation and the vertical education. Can you talk a little bit more about what vertical education means? Is that like direct education to people, or what does that mean?
Okay, so it's a format. So Remix IDE had this thing in their bucket list for some time, which was called already Ethereum 4. In 2021, I was called up by the Milan Digital Week, and they wanted to have a workshop on Web3. So I knew that Jan, Rob, and the people from Remix had this thing. So I said, why don't we do it together? And basically, that was the first of many workshops that we gave to many traditional organizations, either profit or non-profit. So the way it works is like this. We scrap tech communities, which can be healthcare and technology, which can be activism and technology. We kind of look into those communities to see if there are so-called ambassadors, people from that community, maybe a doctor who's quite skilled into peer-to-peer, or into trans-hospital communications, things like that. And with this person, with this professional, we build the workshop. And we build this workshop around a use case. For example, the one that we did for healthcare administrators was all around patient-centric data. So the fact that when you go into a hospital and they do stuff to you, etc., and they take your samples, blah, 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 etc., sometimes they use this data for what is called clinical trials. So lab documentation, maybe some pharmaceutical companies are also tampering this data. So you as a patient, you don't have an income from those data. Those are data that you give for free to some extent. So the concept of patient-centric medicine is not something that comes from decentralization. It's something that comes from the medical world. Mm-hmm. And so that was one vertical that we wanted to address. So we created a sort of medical registries where you can organize in consortia of patients, and you can allow certain doctors to see your history, and you can also allow third parties to see your exams by paying a little fee to you. And also another vertical that connected to that was the fact that during the pandemic, I don't know if you heard, there were some ransomware attacks happening in some German hospitals, I think. Basically, just ransomwares being sent through an email, someone's open it, and that encrypts the whole hospital database, making the data unreadable. So you don't know who has what, who has to go, which surgery. So that actually caused some people death in the end. And so by connecting that one and that one, we also showed what IPFS, decentralized storage, is about, how to create gateways on IPFS. That could be a healthcare gateway on IPFS to connect like a smaller group of hospitals that maybe live in the same region and operate in the same region. So this is the way we go. We have an ambassador coming in. We work with this person over a few weeks, try to make a workshop that has sense. So we don't just shield NFTs or tokenomics or tokens for free. We guide these administrative people from that field through a use case and a demo. And by the end, these people who just heard about NFTs and crypto, they have actually installed MetaMask, sent Ether, signed transactions, voted on a DAO, stuff like that. So it's very exciting to see. Usually at the end of the workshop, these people like being, wow.
A medical device for bioinformatics, so genetic testing for cancer. Basically, I wrote some of the first stuff to tell you post-cancer follow-up for leukemia and lymphoma, for AML and ALL. And yeah, so definitely, I know exactly what you're talking about, and the difficulty of like trying to get data and trying to get enough people for clinical trials is a really challenging feat, and it's challenging both for patients because they have to go through this system while they're already kind of suffering, and also for people trying to help and build the data and make fixes because there's always a lag between when the resources come available and when people are able to use them. So having that education that helps educate people faster and promote better networks is amazing. Thank you so much for all your work, Matteo. Wonderful to see you again.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you for having me.
I love the memes too. Great job. Why spaghetti?
Yeah. I think we have to take it lightly because otherwise you get too serious about the bear market, right?
Yeah.
You have a laugh. Okay, thanks for having me, MetaFest. It's always a pleasure. It's always nice to hook up with you at conferences, especially when finally we can grab a beer or have a coffee together. I'll see you in Paris, maybe, or if Berlin, or hopefully Bogota.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I'll let you know when I'm on that side of the world. Ciao.
Bye. Ciao.
Next up, we have A-Kigs. Aaron Kigler. Go on, my friend.
Hey, thanks for having me here, MetaFest. Very excited.
So we're talking about carbon blocks. Is that right?
We are talking about carbon blocks. That is correct. Should I hop into it?
Please introduce yourself. Let people know a little bit about who you are, and then, feel free to jump into it. And if you want, I'll be here for any questions or follow-up conversation.
Perfect. Thanks, Penguin. Hey guys, my name is Aaron Kegler. I'm here from Carbon Blocks. This project started about like 4 months ago when my friend Tommy came to me, and he's trying to build Revesture, and they're trying to offset carbon by creating carbon NFT marketplace. And we were kind of talking, and we realized that there really isn't strong carbon on chain. And so I started doing a bunch of research and seeing that just the flaws in the carbon market in general, the non-transparency, there's a whole host of things that need to kind of come together, and that Web3 offers that other systems don't technically offer. And a lot of that has to do, again, with the non-transparency, but also just the inability to actually access these markets, and people not to understand that all this different carbon has different value. It's a different system. Different people are working on different projects, which are worth different amounts. And so we looked at the current methods, which were based on batching, like the toucan system, where you're taking all these different years of carbon and you're throwing them together, and taking all these different projects and throwing them together. And we were wondering how that creates this kind of transparency that we're looking for in the carbon markets, when in reality, like it's creating more of a diluted market that just ultimately bundles everything together and hides everything behind the financial component. So through this discussions and through meeting a few people in the space, we came out with the idea of carbon blocks, and I'll share my screen here. I'm not sure. Penguin, can people see this website?
Yes.
Great. So the idea is to create an on-chain Web3 carbon economy, that people can create different tools to access carbon and build on top of. But the ultimate goal is that you're trying to create as transparent a market as possible. Right now we're we're not focused on bundling. We're actually focusing on like unbundling and like low liquidity ranges for carbon. We are in talks with a company called Patch, and we are helping to create a bridge for their system that will ultimately bring this carbon on chain. And we have a protocol design here that has an order flow. An order would come in, you would ping a Chainlink API to bring the data on. If it failed, you would return the funds. If there was a success, you would create an IPFS data link that attaches to the certificate. And you would mint an ERC20 token that was representative of the tons of carbon that this piece of data represent, like, yeah, the carbon that was represented here from this certificate. That's kind of our regular order flow. And then we have an offset system that we're designing. And the offset system continues from the ERC20 token. You would remove that token, of course. You would create a pending offset NFT, and then there would be a mint claim. And the reason why there's a separation between the pending offset and the mint claim is that you have to verify the work that's actually done. A lot of the work for these biochar systems or for kelp or just different projects that are trying to remove carbon, it doesn't happen in real time like a lot of software tech. And in order to meet the compliance of offsetting in the correct manner, we decided to go with a two-step method. And we're working on developing this right now. Kind of there's a bunch of different things that we're focusing on, and we're also interested in natural asset capital. We think that just like having nature in general is extremely important, and that there's no reason we shouldn't get the funds to the right people. This isn't just about carbon. There's this whole ecosystem out there that is really starting to collapse, and the root of the issue is carbon, and that's what we chose to focus on as our first goal. But ultimately, the entire I come from a bioengineering background, and I spent a long time in plants and studying botany, and just seeing these large corporations just kind of wreck our ecosystems just to get a little bit more money and produce a little bit more of a petroleum product. And that really scares me. And a lot of it has to do with this monetary inflow to the systems that need the money. So there's no reason that we can't design a new system, especially with like using Web3, which is becoming becoming ingrained into our ecosystem of the internet and everything, to provide these products to people and get people who need the funds to do a forest regeneration project or to do just anything that essentially doesn't release carbon, because that's really the fear here, which is causing ocean acidification and a bunch of host of issues, just to get them the funds they need. So this is our first step into the space, and we're very excited to be here. And yeah, that's kind of the general overview of the project. If anyone has any questions, or Penguin.
Yeah, so I had a question about the two-step process, removing carbon and the verification process, and kind of the regulation and how that's all checked. I'm sure is definitely a mystery to a lot of people. Can you tell us a little bit more about like what goes into removing the carbon after someone's burned the token?
Yes. So currently we're working with Patch to build a bridge, and they have to fulfill their certificates to verify that the carbon actually got offset. And the big thing here is that we're interested in future vintages. We're not interested in carbon that happened in 2012 that people removed in 2009. So if someone were to buy one of these tokens that was, let's say in 2025, you wouldn't be able to offset that immediately because that didn't happen yet. So we want to allow people the ability to claim offsetting in the future before the fulfillment of the action is actually performed. And that's why, because it shows that you're committed to offsetting. But the actual fulfillment of the action hasn't occurred. So because we're interested in that, and other players in the field are more interested in carbon that has already been offset in the past. Like Flow Carbon's developing something that's like 2017 to 2022, and that works because the carbon has already been removed. But the stuff that's already happened, like we're just interested in future vintages, and that's why we designed it that way. And if that needs more clarification, please let me know.
Yeah. So how is there more carbon that's removed this way because we're incentivizing people to remove it rather than kind of already having the carbon that we currently have? Or what's kind of the ratio of carbon offsets by going forward rather than backwards? Are they about the same?
I don't know the exact numbers on something like that. And it's really hard to clarify just because the science and the money are so disconnected right now. And that's really the transparency that I'm ultimately trying to work on. Is actually solving that question, like how much of this funds will actually affect a future system or a past system. But I don't have specific numbers currently. I just see that there are projects that are popping up like that. This problem's happening now, and these projects are popping up, and they're making promises in the future because they can't make claims now because they're just coming about, and they need funding. And those are kind of the projects that I'm personally interested in. I mean, I'm interested in all projects that remove carbon, but I think that there's going to be some innovative tech that comes along that needs funding, and like there needs to be money thrown at them, and they're not able to capture carbon today, but they're able to capture carbon in the future. And that's really the focus is on this innovation field. I hope that helped answer that.
Is that carbon is removed, especially through like innovation?
What was that question? I missed the beginning of it.
A little bit about how carbon is removed, or some of the new ways that people are coming up with to remove carbon and help offset environmental impact.
For sure. Yeah. So one of the projects we're interested in is like this project that sequesters carbon by embedding it into concrete. And so we think that concrete really just solidifies and gets stronger over time. So that's like a technological innovation rather than a natural innovation that would solve this. We're more focused on negative emission technologies. We think that those are more important at this point because they just already assume the kind of like mitigation factor. But so stuff like that. There's a couple companies that are trying to like remove carbon from the air by using like your regular HVAC system, like that are already pulling air in. And I'm not necessarily talking to those companies. Those are just, you asked about the general technology in the field. So I think that those are super cool. Of course, there's direct air capture, which is really just a unique situation because it requires so much energy, which means that you want to use energy to fund it, which means ultimately like a lot of these energy systems run on natural gas and petroleum. But they're kind of the mindset of like, okay, we can capture 90% of the energy, the carbon produced through the energy. And then we could capture a certain amount through the DAC system, depending on how it's the direct air capture system, depending on how it's built. And between that, there would be a negative emissions. But at Carbon Blocks, we're a little skeptical of things that ultimately would just fund more petroleum companies. Like there's no reason to throw money at these petroleum companies. There's all these different tech innovations that are popping up, but you have to look at the legitimacy of their claims, and like it's like they might be removing carbon, but like if you're giving money to these petroleum companies who are doing a tremendous amount of greenwashing, and just I think you understand what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah. I was actually going to be my next question, so I'm glad that you brought it up, because as you mentioned, it is an innovation, right? Instead of them just burning off the methane that they're producing, they're trying to actually use it to mine cryptocurrencies and Bitcoin and
Right.
and stuff like that. But as you say, like the oil company that is making billions of dollars doesn't need the direct funding or the support from us. They're pretty much just trying to capitalize and help themselves make a little bit more money already. So they're not the people that need grants and the support from communities. They definitely don't have the same ethics that we're talking about in DAO life. So yeah, I definitely am more in favor of people that are thinking locally. So I'm definitely glad that you brought that up, and 100% on that. For someone that might be wondering about like carbon impacts, can you talk a little bit about some of the effects of the carbon in our atmosphere and greenhouse gases and how they're impacting our lives and why it's important to take them seriously?
Sure. Yeah, there's I mean, it's like I just saw a news headline yesterday about like hottest recorded temperature. Like we're having heat waves all across the planet, which are ultimately caused by greenhouse gases. And the discussion when people in the field kind of use the term carbon, it's a host of different molecules that are causing these effects. They're not just specific to CO2. It's methane. Yeah, as you said, methane before, and there's other CFCs like these fluorohydrocarbons, just different molecules that have we've synthesized or we've somehow figured out how to release into the atmosphere. And those molecules are first, as a human, like we immediately just see heating as an issue, and it's kind of fundamentally a negative feedback cycle, where these you get hotter, so you use more air conditioning, and then you use more air conditioning, which relies on the system that makes the planet hotter. So right there, you have an issue. But you're asking specifically about the effects. My biggest worry is like ocean acidification, which is causing just a complete collapse of our ocean ecosystems. And that has to do with the fact that the ocean is the largest carbon sink, and absorbed a tremendous amount of anthropomorphic carbon, just carbon that's been emitted by humans. So ocean acidification is causing a breakdown of our ocean ecosystems. The heat in our atmosphere is causing forest fires to happen. I saw that yesterday. Yellowstone in the U.S. just got devastated by just a host of, I don't know what to call it, sludging of some sort, but weather impacts. And a lot of that has to do with the heating, which is causing the glacier to kind of run off too quickly, melt too quickly, that creates this deluge that's just coming down these mountains, and the ground can't soak it up enough. And it's devastating. Just like I've been to Yellowstone. It's just like one of the most beautiful things I've seen in my life. So we're seeing it there. Of course, there's like rising ocean tides, which is causing like cities to disappear like inch by inch off the coastal line. And yeah, there's just a host of major things, and like, but there's a lot we can do here. You were asking before about the innovative technologies. It was something that just kind of came across my desk that I thought was really cool a couple months ago. This project called Running Tide, which I'm not sure about the ultimate sequestration of, or the permanence is the term of seaweed, but it's interesting. A lot of these natural solutions might not absorb as much carbon or as quickly, but they provide a ecosystem effect that is also extremely important here. And what running tide does is they just grow kelp out in the ocean and they sink it down to the bottom, and it creates these beautiful kelp forests. I was interested in that again because I think the ocean is just a great place to start for all this. But yeah, so that would allow for regeneration and carbon removal. So you'd have the carbon removal effect and you'd have ecosystem regeneration. And I think people don't understand that, like specifically with the ecosystem collapse, that their food systems are gonna be in trouble, and the bean belt, like the central equator of this planet, is just gonna become uninhabitable at some point, and I fear it might be too soon, and I don't want to get drastic or any. I've seen charts from crazy people, I've seen charts from smart people. It's just kind of like how you take it. But it's definitely a pressing issue, and I'm seeing a lot of people interested in the idea of carbon removal and ecosystem regeneration, and it's actually it's nice that my generation is kind of coming around to these things.
Yeah, I myself live in California, so we've definitely seen a tremendous amount of fires, and it's due to 15 years of drought and lack of rains, and even though we're right by the ocean, it's still very hot, so
Yeah.
things burn easily. We also, I noticed that we've taken steps that separate our trash. So at least at certain points of California, we're no longer putting food waste in, and we're separating out that so that all of our food waste can be composted.
Yeah, I lived out there, and yeah, I California is very forward, and now I'm back on the East Coast, and it's just completely it just everyone just throws everything out. But yeah, it's I loved California, and I was discussing even moving back out there. That's a side note. Yeah, it's great what California is up to, just like leading the way on all these systems that need to be developed. Definitely.
So, what is there a way that we can start using crypto to start lobbying and supporting local economies and local CO2 and local regenerative communities?
Yeah, there are, and I mean refi, and that's probably the big discussion today is regen and refi. Yeah, there's a lot of these DAOs popping up that I don't have specific names, but they're popping up now that are really coming together and trying to maybe it's agroforestry DAO. I saw it in the refi hackathon. I think that might be the name of it. They were trying to create like a local gardening, kind of just everyone works together and using DAO infrastructure to just to help community gardens, which I thought was really interesting. I think that's the name of it. But yeah, there are a host of methods popping up, but the overall architecture, if you're interested in stuff like that, is just hop into the refi Discord and look around, because someone will immediately be like, yeah, I want to play around, I want to do that, I here's a project that'll help you. And then there's just ReGen Network, which is, these are larger things at that point. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Can you just remind people a little bit more about Carbon Blocks, where to find you, where to hop in and continue the conversation?
Yeah, sure. So we haven't opened up our Discord yet. We want everything kind of planned out before we do so. And hold on, I'm getting so yeah, they people want to reach out to us. They could be carbonblocks.co. We chose CO mainly because we thought it was cute because of the carbon monoxide idea, but it was, yeah, it is so carbonblocks.co. If you want to learn more about the tools that we're building, this is kind of our first unveiling. And that has a lot to do with our relationship with Revesture and Tommy. So feel free to go to, we created a Twitter, and feel free to follow along. It's carbonblocks.co. And yeah, that's kind of where
Great.
you guys
So
find us.
it was a pleasure to meet you.
Me
Touch a little
too.
more and chat about carbon offsets. Yeah, I think it's a really important topic as we discussed. So thanks so much.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thanks for having me, and I hope you have a great weekend.
Thank you. You too. Happy Friday.
Yeah, have a good day.
Okay. So next up we have Hereward from Refi Spring. I believe he's backstage, so he should be here any minute. So yeah, I think he'll be joining us soon. So right now, I'd like to remind everyone that Gitcoin round 14 is going on until the 23rd. So please reach out to some of these organizations that speak to you, help support them with quadratic funding. The matching funds are amplified based on the number of people that donate to an organization. With proof of personship and amplified matching, a little bit goes a long way. So please make sure to get some donations in. Gas is rather low these days, but a little bit still goes a long way. Please make sure that you consider some of the wonderful organizations like Metagame, the Lumina DAO, a lot of other organizations that we've seen present the platform. So there's a lot of groups that have Gitcoin grants that you can support. So today we're talking all about refi. We had the Lumina Village DAO talking to us earlier about spiral dynamics. We just spoke with Egg Kigs. Talked to us about removing carbon offsets with carbon blocks. Later on, we have Climate DAO. We have a ReGen panel. We have Revesture coming up with Tommy later. We have Lao Labs. So we've got an amazing day scheduled for you. Coming up all about refinance. I believe NFT NYC and NFT DAO are also coming up some of these days. On the 23rd and 22nd is NFT NYC. I believe DAO Days is right about that time. So to all our friends in New York, have a safe trip. Have an amazing time out there. And yeah, let me see where Hubert is. 1 second. Okay. Wonderful. So he's joining me now. Hello, Hubert. How's it going?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. Thank you. Did I say your name correctly?
Yeah, more or less. It'll do.
So today we're going to be talking about
Refi Spring.
Respring, right? Refi
Sorry?
Spring?
Refi Spring, that's the one, yeah.
Okay, excellent. Could you please introduce yourself and tell people a little bit more about Refi Spring?
Sure. Shall I share my slides?
Yes, that'd be wonderful. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay. Just let me know when you can see everything, and I'll start. Okay. Oh, sorry. All good?
Yes.
All right. I'll introduce myself. So my name is Hereward. I am relatively new to this crypto space. I've been aware of DeFi for the last couple of years, but only really got into refi the last 6 months. My background is in social movement, kind of design, coordination and fundraising, and I am the program lead for ReFi Spring. I'm going to take you through a journey about what we're doing and why I'm so excited about it. So ReFi Spring exists to foster ReFi communities around the world. Before I start, just a huge thanks to our sponsors. So far, ReGen Network, Gitcoin, CeeLo, and Climate Collective have supported us through this journey and will continue to support us. And we are incredibly grateful for the work they do in the ecosystem broadly and the vision that they are helping to build. It's really inspiring, and I am very grateful to them. So just before we start anything, why are we here? Why am I talking about ReFi? Well, these are just today's headlines I grabbed half an hour ago. Like, we are in a lot of trouble. When you really take a step back and reflect on what's going down right now, it can be very grief-inducing, and there seems to be no way out. So we know that something profound has to change, and I think it might be ReFi. So what is ReFi? It's been defined in many different ways. It's still a very new term. I think it needs kind of curation in some respects. It hasn't been fully understood. There are various definitions. There's the mission-driven communities, which are empowered by blockchain technology, which have the potential to address climate change, biodiversity loss, and the underlying social structures. It could be said to be embedding DeFi mechanisms together with verifiable claims about the state of the world, which enables cyber-physical adaptive feedback loops, which is super powerful. Or it might be a social movement to align our economic growth with the thriving of ecosystems and psychosocial spiritual well-being. One definition that I like is aligning money with value. And what is valuable, like right now, as we face like existential threat, climate breakdown? I mean, nature is valuable. Our life support system is valuable. We have to find a way of aligning the most powerful force, arguably in human history, like more powerful than religion, more powerful than politics, than arguably weapons. Like money, has the potential to protect and restore our most important possessions, our home. This is where we all live. And we need to mobilize people from all walks of life. What does that right now? Money. Yeah, so this is what ReFi is to me. I'm still learning, so it's an experience. So what is ReFi Spring? It's a journey. We started this back in October 2021. A few kind of curious organizers came together after a kind of a call for an unconference by the Crypto Commons Association. We wanted to organize events around the world, kind of exploring this kind of quite wide and diverse ecosystem. We managed to support two events, the ReFi conference in Austria and the ReFi Portugal event, which happened about a month ago. We've learned a lot along the way. It's called ReFi Spring because it was meant to be happening in spring, but we learned that it's still niche, still small networks. There still lacks a lot of kind of educational content and like onboarding information into the space, and it lacks local communities to actually really build this movement from the ground up. And so that's what ReFi Spring are aiming to do. So our mission is to accelerate this regenerative finance movement in all the ways that it's emerging. Just a little bit about the team. So there's two different parts. The delivery team, which is myself, Marcelo, Caitlin, and Tiago, who are responsible for delivering all the kind of the gifts that I'll talk about in a second. And then we have an incredible volunteer committee behind us who support us with kind of strategic oversight and also supporting us in various parts of the delivery. So what we are trying to do is support place-based communities of practice to emerge through a series of gifts, of services, which allow local organizers or community kind of builders to run a ReFi Spring event of varying size as they'd like. So we're offering initial grants to teams. We are designing a whole host of kind of outcome-oriented event frameworks, basically like programs or half-day programs to help people kind of introduce or expand on their existing knowledge about ReFi within their local context. This includes workshops and also supporting them with facilitation online. We're also developing two different kind of online audiovisual learning journeys to take people through from maybe a climate-aware, maybe crypto-skeptical perspective. So what is Web3? What is blockchain? Kind of bringing them towards potentially attending refi events. The other is kind of the more the Web3 community that already exists, that has a lot of talent, a lot of gifts, but they might not be completely aware of the climate emergency or familiar with the broader kind of the refi ecosystem as it's emerging. We're also helping with a platform. You can advertise events, sell your tickets, and interestingly, actually coordinate your event as well. So we imagine that some of these events will be very much co-created, allowing for kind of local people to kind of bring what they already have. They're running local regenerative projects, or they have a specific protocol they would like to talk about. We're also offering events local marketing support to help them build their audience, potential local stakeholders, and also potential local sponsors. We also recognize that organizing an event is very tricky. It's often very, very challenging and time costly for organizers. We're going to help them with an event toolkit, which supports them through all the knowledge that we've had over the last, or from my experience and the rest of the team's experience organizing events at a low cost as well. We're also part of Refi DAO, and we have kind of a large, I'd say, enabling network of speakers, possible sponsors, and people that would want to attend events that we hope to allow to allow this this spring to fruit. So our goal is to make it easier possible for organizers on the ground to run events. It's as simple as that. We are currently talking to 20 different organizing teams around the world. Super excited. Well, I mean, we're probably hit 30 by the end of next week, and we're still looking for more. I mean, the different types of conversations we're having are really interesting, like really varying conversations. We're talking to people organizing events in schools in the favelas of Rio de Janeiro, others running kind of quite long retreat spaces in southern France, one organizing a kind of talent and finance matching event in Mumbai. There's just so many things happening. It's really interesting and inspiring as well. To be very clear, one of our aims throughout this process is to enable marginalized communities to have access to this. So we're really seeking to support groups in the Global South. So if you're watching this and would like to, that you think that you're part of a network or a movement, or you have a bunch of friends that would like to organize a small refi gathering or potentially a larger event, please get in touch. We're supporting them through, we designed kind of event funding criteria, which is very much weighted towards supporting people that are actually really engaging, educating, and supporting marginalized communities, as well as actually doing active outreach and engagement. Yeah. Our timeline, so we started this on May the 8th, like 5 weeks ago. We brought a whole team on board. We're right in the middle of kind of creating the content, developing the marketing strategy, having those organizer calls, and we're aiming to, I'd say, launch in mid-July. We haven't got a firm date yet. And at that point, event organizers can start to receive all the services that we have. We hope that in September, October, events will start to happen after a wonderful refi summer. Lots of smaller events and educational materials coming out. Yeah, how do you want to get involved? Just search Refi Spring on Telegram. You can email us at marcelosilva@refispring.com, or find me on Discord at herwoodhash3225. Thank you so much. I hope that was interesting. And I'll stop sharing now. Hello?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, was that okay?
Yeah, so that was great. Yeah, I was talking to Tommy, who wanted to hop up and ask you some questions. So Refi Spring is all about this chance that we have now to kind of change things around. Is that right?
We always have a chance to turn things around. There are lots of different initiatives and approaches that are happening. I think Refi Alternative Finance offers a really interesting coordination mechanism to improve a lot of kind of approaches that are currently happening.
Awesome. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention too much to ask.
That's okay. That's okay. It's late on a Friday. No worries. Are we live now? I don't really know.
We are live right now.
Okay. Sorry. I'm really unsure of where I'm at.
Yeah. So, can you tell me a little bit more about where Refi Spring, the name came from?
It's as simple as that. We came together in October, started to really think about more. We learned a lot through that process. I'm hoping to run more in September, October time, which isn't really spring, so we might have a change of name. But at the same time, it's not necessarily just the season; it's also late into the activity. Yeah.
Tommy, did you join us? Yes.
So what was your name? Sorry, I can't see your name.
My name is Penguin.
Okay, hey.
So I'm a developer, builder, kind of Taoist, and yeah, I've been the host of MetaFest, so I'm kind of introducing the guest, making sure that people get on and off. Yeah, I'm out in California right now.
Whereabouts?
So I'm over in Orange County.
Okay. I studied in Santa Cruz for a year, so I feel kind of slightly connected to that area.
Nice. Where are you guys now? October usually would not be spring for people.
Well, it depends. I mean, if we're global, I mean, it is spring for people in
On the south
Australia.
side.
Yeah. I mean, it's more like spring, summer, but yeah, not in the northern hemisphere for sure.
Okay, yeah, that was one of the things that threw me off. Sorry for being so centric.
No, don't worry. It's an obvious one. You need to probably think about that.
So with Refi, one of the ways that we kind of build is by thinking on our local communities and building from our local communities. Are there other local communities that you're building on and supporting?
So yes and no. So at the moment, it's very much in the kind of ideation phase with a few different possible partners. Generally, it's been individuals who are part of smaller, like unnamed networks that have kind of come towards us. In terms of the Web3 space, we haven't, apart from Refi DAO, we're not working with any other Web3 entity as such. Yeah, this is very much trying to form new place-based communities, not necessarily digital networks. Really to get to build kind of actually physical relationships between people and kind of local hubs of activity.
Awesome. Thank you so much. How many people do you usually have in a hub, and do you find any difficulty kind of growing to the next stage, or is it important to stay kind of small?
No, well, there aren't any hubs at the moment. I mean, there are, but they're not necessarily maybe understood by the broader community. I know that. Yeah, I am relatively new. I'm not new to this space, but I thought there's so much information in the space. I'm not familiar with all the different potential hubs. I know that in Denver, in Berlin, in Madrid, there are kind of strong communities of people that are working for blockchain for good. Probably very familiar with Refi broadly. So there are communities, and we wanted to establish this far more broadly and far more kind of equitably as well. Really ensure that people that don't have access to the kind of information or maybe the ecosystem that we currently inhabit can start to engage with it.
Great. What are some of the communities that you're on? Can people find you on Discord?
So we are on Telegram. We were on Discord, but we've actually moved off that. We're just on Telegram. If you search Refi Spring on Telegram, you can find us there. That's our main channel. And there are lots of smaller kind of channels that are popping up related to events, but we're not really privy to all of those.
Okay. And how long have you been in crypto? What's kind of that origin story?
So I did a course, Introduction to kind of Web3 Crypto with Stephen Reed, I think a couple of years ago. A 4-week, like 2 hours a week course, which was really interesting. Put some money in when Ethereum was like 100. So I kind of experienced that sudden like, what on earth? Which kept me kind of interested, but I didn't have the time or capacity to really dive particularly deep, in all honesty. And then, yeah, back in September time, I think maybe August, September, I follow Vinay Gupta, Materium. I think he's an really inspiring, if interesting character. And through that, discovered ReGen Network. And then I think maybe Bloom Network and a few other kind of people that have been in this game for a long time. And ReFi DAO, although ReFi DAO and ReFi Spring kind of came at the same time and emerged from these series of conversations that happened early in October 2021. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, I've worked a lot with Vinay and Materium,
Wow.
and
Great.
yeah, I definitely know Bloom Network. Bloom Network is doing amazing things and supporting communities all over the world. Can you talk a little bit about kind of the journey through the different organizations and how you found a fit? It sounds like you definitely went through a few of these before you found kind of your crew.
So I guess I come from I guess climate background rather than Web3 or tech, and specifically social movements, specifically quite kind of direct social movements. And I was, I guess, seeking alternative ways of thinking about how we can push for systemic change. And yeah, I wanted to run an event because I thought it was interesting in Italy where I live. And over the course of the months we were together, I realized there wasn't really any broader coordination thinking. And so I helped to write a kind of a grant which brought together a team and started to deliver what I presented to you before. And that's what I'm now leading, and that's what I've done before in various other guises, normally within traditional social movements. Still working digitally most of the time, but this is kind of a different kind of, what do you call it, different ecosystem. Yeah, but I really want to enable like more climate activists to at least approach this space, because I find myself still quite isolated, maybe, and I don't have many people that I can speak to about this. But that's probably because I haven't met the right people. I'm sure there's lots of people here.
Yeah, I definitely recommend that you watch the rest of the day and find some of the people that are here. We've got a lot of people that are dedicated to climate change, and very proactive in the space, removing carbon, as well as building and thinking locally, acting globally.
Yeah, so I'm actually familiar with a lot of them. It's more just they're coming from a kind of climate activist space. Not that they're not climate activists, but maybe there's a more Web3 focus than I'd ever had before. And there is a big language and cultural barrier. Like it might not be obvious, but there's so much in-speak and different ways of different people that actually exist in the space, different personalities. It is quite a distinction, I'd say.
So one of the questions that I asked the previous speakers was about climate change and the impact that people can see around them in their daily life. Can you tell people a little bit about some of the reasons that you're passionate about climate activism and like how people can observe the impact that not having taken some changes is impacting their lives today?
My journey on this started very young. It's really, I read a book by an author called Mark Linus, which was called 6 Degrees, I think it was 5 Degrees, which is all about kind of the theory of hothouse Earth, which outlined runaway climate change. And that to me seemed like a really big issue at that age, and sort of had left me with a very deep impression. And I've got a love for nature and I guess the earth, maybe a spiritual connection to it, if you want to say. And I've always felt this very strongly, especially the kind of the juxtaposition of not seeing it spoken about in my family, my social background, even the news. And in terms of how I feel about what I do, like I would recommend, I think one of the most important parts of this kind of climate awakening, or like a realization, is to go through some grief. and recognize the damage that has already been done and what is to come, and the number of people, animals, and kind of everything on there that's been destroyed. We've really made a mess of things. And if you actually allow that in, it's very painful and it's often very difficult. But once you kind of go through that grieving process and you take action based on that, the actual like the kind of chemical process that happens when you go through that grief, it's really wonderful and heartwarming. But I also recognize that that's not actually what everyone needs. Like, there are different types of people. Some people do it because they need to have security and livelihood for their family. There's nothing wrong with that. But we're all in it together, and we've got a really big issue. Like, there's no getting apart from it. I don't know about you guys, but you can, if you're hot right now, it's like everyone's hot.
Yeah, I think one of the things that you say is kind of about until you like actually make some change or like understand the pain, that it's harder to have the full experience. Like, one of the changes that California made is that they made it so that people aren't allowed to use plastic bags, or if you do use plastic bags, they have to charge you 10 cents. And for the everyday consumer, it's sad that rather than adapt, they just paid 10 cents. Right? I made it a point to never get a bag. So in the past 2 years that California has had this law, I never paid 10 cents for the bag. I would just have boxes in my car, right? The small thing of taking something out of my car and putting it into the box and then just carrying the box in my house means that I've saved 2 years worth of plastic bags because of change, rather than just kind of following through with people, what people were doing anyways. And I think it's kind of like that model, like people, it might be a different shift, but it's not like painful, right? It's not painful for me to put groceries from my cart into a box. It's pretty much the same thing, but people are resistant to change. And what are some of the ways that we can break people out of their habits and make better changes that don't actually like cause pain in their life, but are hugely like impactful to the way that we all kind of like need to live?
In terms of personal change, I tend to approach my frame towards people of it's not personal responsibility. There is some of that, but we need to push for much broader systemic change, looking at the drivers of our society, and that's the political, financial system that we operate under. And if we don't change that, we can all, save plastic bags and eat less meat and the rest of it, but we won't actually change the driving mechanisms. But in terms of I think one. Sorry, go ahead.
From some yesterday, we were talking about DAOs and the decision-making power, and as you say, like the power here and to actually affect change. Like, we might have personal autonomy and sovereignty to make and want change, but the actual power to make decision that is impactful change, like the systemic, system-wide change, isn't in the individual people. It's in people that have a vested interest in maintaining their power and authority.
Rather than individuals, I'd almost say like patterns or systems or corporations. I think it's a complicated kind of miasma of different strategies at play, right? There are certain like key players in the game that are obvious targets, and I really think that for me personally, I didn't talk about this in ReFi Spring, but like I feel like DAOs are social movements in disguise, and there isn't even a name for what they're going to become. They're going to really change the way that people push for social and environmental change. I really like the thinker called Ollie Tianen, who wrote an article about decentralized impact organizations, DIOs, really powerful about how we can potentially create new incentive mechanisms through something called social policy bonds to basically push for or incentivize quite radical systemic change, which I thought was just really fascinating. And it's kind of interesting application of DeFi kind of tooling to real world impact, which challenges the kind of status quo. I don't think it's been done yet. It's more of a theoretical concept, but there are ideas around the space which I'm like, this is interesting. Let's carry on, talking and people experimenting with this stuff.
I love that DIO impact organization.
I might be wrong on that, but yeah, I can send you, if I give you a link, I can send it to you.
Sweet, thank you. Yeah, rather than being autonomous and just kind of doing whatever it wants, it's focused on change. And yeah, I think especially if we look at infrastructure failures and like Flint, Michigan's lead poisoning of their water, and all the oil spills, right? The energy right now is weaponized and destroying our world. So I think creating these organizations that are focused on affecting change and impact sounds like the best way that we have to make real change and reach kind of like the lobbying stage. Do you see that that's kind of where this goes? Is that
there's already Climate DAO are, I'd say, the first kind of, I don't know what you call them, but they're a sort of how do you describe it? So they basically put pressure on corporations to change their climate policies through actively engaging in their shareholder like participation process, and like putting internal pressure on the organization to change its policies. And they're doing that. That's been done before by organizations, but they're doing it through the Web3 model. But they're really interesting. And yeah, it does come down to changing policy and politics at the end of it. Yeah.
Great. Do you think you could remind people again about how they can get involved in your contact information?
Sure. So we are at refispring.com. Search Refi Spring on Telegram. Email us at marcelosilva@refispring.com, or find me on Discord, which is Herwood #3225. But refispring.com is probably the best place to go, or Telegram.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your talk today and for our discussion afterwards.
Thank you so much. Pleasure.
It's wonderful to have you on here and for having you think about impacting change across the world. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. Cheers.
Cheers. So let's see. Next up, we have Joe from Orgo. Before Joe's up here, I want to remind everyone that the Meta Game Gitcoin grant goes to support all kinds of people, like our speakers, our promoters, our community members, our builders, our guild, and all the people that help make metagame and metagame possible and support kind of the Web3 ecosystem. We're completely funded by donations. We are building out in public, but we're supported by public funding such as Gitcoin grants. So Gitcoin round 14 is live until the 23rd. So you have still 6 more days to go and support. Quadratic funding means that a little bit as $1 goes a long way with matching funds. So please go to gitcoin.co and check out grants and support some organizations. We've seen a few different organizations today focused on refi and regenerative economy, regenerative support for our environment. And that's our focus for today. How's it going, Joe? Thank you for joining me.
Hey, good. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing wonderful. Thanks. Do you think you could tell me a little bit more about Orgo and introduce yourselves?
Yeah, absolutely. So my name is Joe Nisbet, and I am by profession, before getting involved with all this stuff, I'm a landscape architect and a city planner, and I focus on designing sustainable sites and building resilient communities with a lot of permaculture design and stuff like that. And so in the late 2021, we formed Orgo, which used to be called the Public Land Protocol. And since then, we've placed in a few hackathons, and we continue to build the idea from there. And I have a little bit of a presentation to share and a demo of the Orgo app that we're building. Did you have anything else for me, or should I go ahead and hop into that?
I know that's great. Yeah, please feel free to hop into your presentation.
Okay, great. And I just want to check if there's any chat or questions. Would I be able to see them in the chat here on Let's Meet?
No, I will be able to ask them if there are any questions.
Perfect. Okay, that's it. Sounds good. All right. And I'm going to begin the screen share here. Okay, great. So we are Orgo, and our tagline is Earth has an app. Orgo stands for Organize, Restore, Govern, Outlast. So we started Orgo with the mission with the vision that individuals around the world will take the actions necessary to support our planet and prioritize land regeneration. So the key issues that we see stopping this right now are what humans want versus what nature needs, like the economic system, what we call the planetary bystander effect, where people know the sky is falling, some people say, and choose to do nothing. And then the people who do choose to do something have a lack of resources available to them in their capacity, and they may not know what to do that will be the most impactful. So our mission to address this is to gamify land stewardship of these regenerative tasks and impacts and enable decentralized governance using the latest blockchain tools, DAO tools, and other Web3 tokens, eco-credits, to be able to gamify these tasks and make a bigger impact. So the problem that our business is trying to solve, we're trying to build a business model around building a solution to this, is that Earth is running out of time and the economic system doesn't currently value regeneration. You could make the argument that maybe it values carbon to some degree, but the broader range of what are called co-benefits, such as habitat restoration and reforestation and, undoing desertification, all these different things, there's not quite an economic model for those. So these are left to volunteers and nonprofit organizations and NGOs in order to kind of make up the slack for that global economic system. So these nonprofits and NGOs, they have a high cost of managing the volunteers and verifying the impacts that they're creating. And the base of years that they're using for these impacts are overworked and out of time. It seems like there's so many things that you could be doing as if you are a volunteer that's helped in a local community group. They just always need more people. And then finally, the environmental data like necessary for tokenizing carbon or tokenizing some other impact, that first person, what we're calling at Orgo, the human sensor in the landscape, is very difficult and expensive to obtain. A lot of times there's a professional needed to go out and survey or do something like this. And what this leads to is most projects that are having some sort of impact have to rely on free or very cheap data sources like satellite or even large scale, like LiDAR, things like this. But really the best source of data could be, if it was cheaper, this first person view. So what we're proposing is an app. It's the Orgo app. It's currently a web app in your browser on your mobile device. So this mobile app is to gamify the regenerative tasks that you can take as an individual and rewarding the communities for the impacts that they're making. So with this mobile device app, we can use the sensors on your phone and create evidence of your activities to make an impact. So we have evidence-based verification. And with that evidence, we will issue the individual blockchain credentials, and then you're able to receive other rewards on the blockchain, such as the credits that you're helping to create, that they go back to the individuals that create them, removing middlemen, and allowing like a direct end-to-end storytelling of this person being involved with this impact, receiving this donation to support their work. And then finally, the local volunteers in your community are able to be directed to the most high priority tasks to make this impact or to collect data and record that this impact is getting created. So it's a vision for your ability to open up this app and see what's the most impactful thing I could do in my community right now. So the way that it works is, as I said, it's in your browser on your mobile device, in the field on site at one of these communities. This is a picture of our pilot project, De Kovel, which is an eco-village in Amsterdam. So it's a former industrial site that has heavy metals in the soil, and they use plants such as sunflowers to remove those heavy metals out of the ground and make the soil more habitable to life and less dangerous to humans. And then there's a team of volunteers that they use to do all of these different tasks. So they need a volunteer workforce to go out and plant these plants as well as other things that they're doing on site to make a difference. And with the Orgo app, you can use the mobile device camera and take a picture of you helping to make an impact. And so another piece to what we're solving is this gamification aspect. So I think that if you're not familiar with the golem, we presented this and won second place at the ReFi DAO NFT hackathon last month for Earth Day. The myth of the golem is that you can take a clump of dirt and bring it to life, give it a task to go perform. And so this is our mascot at Orgo, because we're flipping that around and we're saying, what tasks does Earth need humans to do? So this is our little game avatar. And as you are completing these tasks, you're helping to plant sunflowers and you get this information approved. This evidence is approved and you receive a credential. You get points for your restoration impacts and you level up on the leaderboard, and your avatar of the golem can participate in this. So we're currently building more aspects of this. We do have a release of the app that I can share with you in a bit. And one thing that we're really excited about is this idea that over time that the Earth points that you've accumulated, your impact starts to shrink. So there's this urgency that we need to act now to protect the planet, that it's going away. And if you stop doing these tasks in your local community, then your Orgo Earth Golem actually begins to shrink and your points begin to shrink. So what we're trying to do with this app is tie together all the different parts of ReFi, these other groups that are trying to make an impact, and make this data available and easily composable into other people's apps and dApps. So the primary user is a person who is a subscriber to Orgo to use the Orgo app for their community. And we have a freemium model where it'll always be free for individual users and for small communities. And we'd like to charge a monthly subscription to really, really large organizations who need thousands of volunteers and dozens of admins on the account. And this will be their chance to manage their volunteer workforce, post volunteer opportunities. We'd like to white label our app using their logo, and they can have it for themselves. And then the volunteers themselves can create these credentials. They have this ability to export those credentials to other social media sites and use in other blockchain projects if they wish. And then on the data collector side, we're building now a task builder sort of things where you could create a methodology for what you need and how mobile device inputs could be used to create the data that you need. You can create a spec for that task, and then these communities can copy your method into their community, and your bounty or your rewards for collecting that data will be issued to those as they're approved in that community. And then finally, we have sponsors, which is like the governments and large corporations who have a huge negative environmental impact, who are spending money to say they're carbon neutral or to help reforest a location or whatever they're trying to do. We want to issue these impact statements by verified credentials and sell them to these corporations and governments who are trying to make a difference. So just a quick timeline of where we're at and where we're at now is basically, as I said earlier, we've placed in 3 different hackathons and at least second place or runner up, and we're currently building the next steps of the app. I think, let me check. It might be a good time to go into a demo of the app. So I did want to shout out before I get into that. This is our website, orgo.earth. You can scan the QR code and play around with the web app now today. We have an alpha release, so there's still some bugs, and you can please make us available, make us known of what your bugs are, tweet us at Twitter and stuff. Here's my email so you could reach me, but I would love to support our grant on Gitcoin. So if you go to gitcoin.co and search for the Orgo app, which I'm about to show you, you can support our development of this and the next few features that we're building. So I'm going to stop sharing now, and I'm going to pull up an actual view of the app. So if you wanted to drop any chat from the any questions from the chat, I can take those while I'm switching over to another view. And I'm having trouble getting the phone screen to share. I'm going to show the desktop version of it right now. So here we are. This is the page when you come to, I'll make it look more like a mobile screen because that's what it actually looks like. This is a React app on the mobile web, and we're currently building the desktop responsive side of things, but this will be used on your mobile device from inside the field. This is just our landing page, and when you come into the app, you click start the app, and you can go through our get started sequence, or I'm going to go ahead and say I already have an account. So it went ahead and skipped me through the login because my account is logged in here, but this is the view as a volunteer when you first log into the account. So this is the volunteer dashboard, and from here you can select the community that's local to you. So I'm going to select again our De Kovel community that's in Amsterdam, where we recently had an on-site visit to demonstrate this with people there. And so you can see a list of tasks and their priorities for what De Kovel would like volunteers to do on site. So here's one, document the phytoremediation process. That's similar to what I was sharing earlier with the sunflower plants. And documenting this process is going to benefit De Kovel's ability to get additional funding and continue their lease with the city for the property and continue to clean it up. So as I'm in the app on my phone, you'll get a notification to please allow your location services, and you can read a little bit more about the submission requirements here. When you go ahead and click start, it will ask you here for your location, and then if you enable the camera, it'll ask you to enable your camera. So this is another view from my camera here on desktop, and I would like to take a picture of what this is asking me for, just to show you an example of what you can do with this. You can grab a picture and you can add some text, text into this, and you can tag other volunteers who are logged into the system and put the rewards with them. So I'll tag our Chief Operating Officer, Jolly, and say that she helped me with this. And as you can see, we have 750 Orgo Earth points available with this task. And actually clicking that brought me out of the submission page. I'm going to grab that photo again and type in some test text, and I'll go ahead and submit. So when this gets submitted, this is a live demonstration of this working app. It's failed to submit. I've already submitted on this evidence. So if I go to my submissions, I can see I've already tried to submit for this task before, and it's already under review. So I would need to get approved or denied before I can submit for this task again. But when you have a test task like this, you can come in here and you can see exactly what you've done. And this then goes to the community, which in this case is the Decoval community, and they can log in on their side and approve that this evidence was submitted, which will then begin to issue the approved credential to your Orgo account. So this is all Web 2, and we're building the integration to the blockchain now. And it looks like it'll be something like the soulbound NFTs, if you've heard of Vitalik or anyone else talking about those, that will issue a soulbound NFT to your wallet address, and that you have this thing that you cannot transfer, but this shows this evidence that you've done. Last thing I wanted to show you was we have the explore page where you can see the other communities in your area and find another community that you want to start working for. And then you can also, clicking on community profiles, you can also go into volunteer profiles. So you can click on someone else's, and we're building out the ability to, go to their Facebook page and stuff like that. So we're going to have these Orgo credentials that you're able to use the data for and your other NFT projects. If you have an NFT that's making a claim about what data what impact you're making, then you could use Orgo credentials and sponsor the tasks needed to collect the data and make those impacts, and then use the data from those credentials to give to your NFT purchasers to verify the impact that they're sponsoring. And we want to have the individuals be able to export these credentials to LinkedIn, other places like that. So anyways, I'll stop sharing the screen on that. And that was basically the end of what I was preparing to share today. So I'd love to just turn into a conversation and get your feedback on what we're building and see what else we could collab on.
Yeah, thank you. I really like the Golem UI and just the concept of that. It's a concept developers might also be very familiar with, because describing code a lot to other people, I'll use the Golem analogy. It's like, what is a program? It's a golem that I tell to do a specific thing. So I love that analogy for this this impact creation. It also sounds like there's different kind of levels to the golem. Can you talk a little bit more about the gamification that kind of went into the process? I see that there's also like a big social side to it.
Yeah, absolutely. We're super inspired by the refi community, and I think it's so cool what is able to be done at I think the best explanation for how we're thinking about the Golem is on our YouTube channel. It's in our link tree. You can probably dig around on our website and find it, or just YouTube search for Orgo NFT or something like that. It'll probably show up. But we made a pitch for the NFT hackathon at the Refi DAO, as I said earlier, and part of that was this game of Orgo. So what we're imagining is we have this Orgo app. This is like a mobile first experience to capture this data, and you create this account using your email. You'll link it up to your wallets. You'll start getting all these points and rewards and credentials in your wallet from the mobile app. What we want to build is another experience, possibly a desktop web experience that is like a metaverse game, like a 3D game where your golem changes based off of the impacts you're making in the real world. So it's like if you played RuneScape, or I know World of Warcraft, like lots of these MMORPG games that had like exclusive events, and you get the party hat or you get the Easter bunny because you're at this one-time event in the virtual game. We want to do that with in real life events, with in real life impact and volunteer activities. So if you were there the day that we planted the 300 trees at Central Park in New York or whatever, you now have this super exclusive item that you can equip to your golem and run around and show that you have this item, or potentially sell it for money or something like that, and creating like an in-game economy for these. You're changing your character based off of real world impact and showing that you are part of making an impact somewhere as part of who you are and what your identity is. So we want to have the golem be your avatar, your main character, and that these skins and items can kind of swap out dynamically. And as we said, the concept is the points and like maybe the size or the ranking of the golem unlike other RPG games, can actually decrease over time if you stop working to show this urgency that you've got to get out there and we've got to do stuff like soon. We apparently we're already at irreversible damage, or we're almost there, or everyone's talking about 2030, trying to get carbon neutral by 2030, 2050, like different numbers, but there's this huge urgency that we've got to act soon. So we're currently just in the concept phase of this game, a metaverse game. It's linked to your wallet based off the credentials from the mobile app. And we're just in the concept stage and thinking through it. So if there are any developers out there, especially game developers, because this is a whole new branch for our team, from what we're doing is just web, just more simple web stuff right now. But yeah, we'd love your feedback to build it and make it as interoperable as possible with, what other games out there you think it makes sense to have your Gollum avatar go explore.
So I have a question. So it sounds like with soulbound kind of badges and tokens that these golems are receiving, are there any? Is it all positive rewards, or are there like negatives that golems can receive that kind of build up to this like villain golem, so to speak? Like, right? It's like, don't be like whichever bad company makes a crazy golem.
Insert random oil and gas company here. Yeah. Absolutely. That's actually like the cutting edge of our discussions at Orgo. Is I've been looking into the economic theories behind public goods. What we're really trying to talk about are these positive externalities. So when the market doesn't account for the increased benefit of what you're doing, like my background in permaculture design, if you create this amazing habitat or you do this extra thing, you're creating a socially optimal benefit that you're not getting rewarded for, that's actually super expensive in time and labor and resources to produce this extra habitat and do things the right way and not have all this waste and pollution and other things that, typical capitalist models try to externalize as much of those costs as possible to be profitable. And that's what, that's the heart of what Orgo is trying to solve, and a fun, user-friendly kind of a game and like interactive, like this sort of grassroots action kind of a thing that you can do. But the evil bosses is like such a cool concept. I was trying to think of it because I think the future of these soulbound tokens are that I'm sure you all already have in your wallets this junk, airdrops that people are trying to send you, these things that you can't sell unless you give them $1,000 up front or whatever scam they're trying to pull on you. There's already junk getting in people's wallets. I think that's going to continue as blockchain identities become more important. What's in your wallet is going to be more important. So if we had, like, I almost think of it like a dart. Like if you could like throw a dart, if you knew, whatever Exxon, the company, owned this Ethereum wallet, and you knew they owned that, and they were trying to attempt to use Exxon.eth or whatever, and you could toss, an Orgo dart and attach to them and lock onto them. Hey, you like really fucked up when you did this thing or whatever you did. I don't even know. I'm not up to date on the news of the worst things people are doing, but some huge oil spill, BP. I'm from Florida, so the BP oil spill was huge. Can we tack that on and have you at like some huge negative balance, and then show you, hey, this is the cost that you've made to society, and here's all these other Orgo credentials that you could sponsor, and even other impacts outside of the Orgo ecosystem, other things that you could do to start to ameliorate this dart. So yeah, that's a super fascinating concept, and I think it's going to rely on blockchain identity being something that really matters to people, and that there's a social pressure, and like almost the cancel culture can evolve from Web 2 to Web 3. And what I started thinking is that even a good idea? Do we need blockchain cancel culture? But unfortunately, we might be at a place on the planet where we do need this social pressure that it doesn't currently exist within the market structures, that our governments aren't able to work at the speed that we need them to get these things done. And we need, some huge influx of energy. If it comes from people, having a cancel culture moment to say, that that's wrong and that's unacceptable, and we're going to do XYZ action to hit your bottom line until you fix this. I think that's a really fascinating direction to go. And I would love for Orgo to remain kind of chain agnostic to which identity is really going to be the one that this sort of evolves around, where we could have these soulbound tokens on any chain and kind of follow Exxon wherever they go. Sorry for picking on you, Exxon, if you ever end up hearing this. But yeah, like following your identity, even if you try to change wallets or something like that, I think that'd be a really fascinating place to go.
So I've got two questions, one from YouTube, one from the Discord. One of them is about value distribution and how everything is kind of funded and how that value is retained by contributions and kind of respective of the eco habitats.
I think this is like the big question. This is like the fatal flaw of all these other things, is how do you value regenerative impacts, right? I think that's what it really gets down to. For us, what we're trying to create is a marketplace where the market can decide to sponsor some certain type of activity or impact. The same kind of how it goes now. If you want to make an NFT that's going to remove plastic, or if you're going to do an NFT that's going to feed the homeless, like whatever it is that you're doing, there's some sort of market involved with funding that. And the philanthropy market is probably broken, but there is a market for, you know, which impacts people are willing to fund and stuff like that. So what we have sort of thought about is Orgo is in the position to create the infrastructure to verify this, to enable the data to get collected and create the marketplace where that market operation could happen. But that we are not assigning value to what that impact is, other than the Orgo Earth points. So the Orgo Earth points are intended to be non-monetary points, and it's just for the gamification aspect. And I don't know if this is, it's still yet to be determined. We don't have the solid answer. What the first sort of stab at it is, maybe it's just like labor, like if it took longer to do or something like that, like you get a higher reward. But we do want to kind of bring it back to what, you know, real impact that you're making. So basically these credentials and this impact verification is, you know, composable to whatever value system you want to put on top of that. So if you can raise funds for your impact, you can assign it to the actual people who made that impact using Orgo, but that we're not necessarily determining that.
Sweet.
Great question.
Also, so that was from Tommy. Also asks a little bit more about the game. Do you have a team that's kind of working on the game right now, or what's kind of the status of that part of the project?
That is not now. We have a team of 4 that is like we have like our Orgo team. There's 7 of us that are working part-time on this. There's 2 of us that are full-time, and then we have independent contractor developers who are building this mobile device app first, this mobile web app. And the game is a little bit lower on the priority list at this moment because it needs the Orgo credentials to be working smoothly first. So yeah, please just come to gitcoin.co, search for Orgo, and, you know, help us raise some funding to get things moving on it. But I think we would love to, you know, even partnering or figuring out how else we could solve this in a more collaborative way. But it looks like it'll come up in the timeline perhaps in the next few months.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing. As I said before, I really like the golem imagery. Do you think you could show, you had one other image in your slide real quick before you go that I thought was really powerful. And it especially with the context of some of our other speakers, it was the one that had the lobbyists and kind of like where everyone kind of fit in.
Sure. Let me share this and then try to go back. Is it not? Oh, it's going.
This
one. This one? Okay, cool.
Is it
this one? Grab a screenshot.
Yeah, so this one, like the DAOs and NFTs being able to capture a lot of the data, you know, being able, like this mapping of the market and like how we can impact people. I think there was even one that had lobbyists, right? Oh yeah, the community management and government municipality. Yeah, that was the one.
Okay.
It's awesome. Thank you so much, Joe. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, MetaFest. This is awesome. Looking forward to hearing from other speakers, and I'll be on the forum later, or the panel.
Excellent. Well, we'll see you later then.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks so much. So next up,
All
we
right.
have
See you.
with here. I'll see you later. Next up, we have Marcus with Cohere. I believe he's backstage, so he should be joining us any moment now. So, yeah, there we are. Hello. How's it going? Welcome.
Hey, good to see you here.
Good to see you too. Thanks for joining us here at MetaFest. How are we doing today?
Doing great, doing great. I'm joined here by Dakota. So actually, let me just update this. Marcus and Dakota. Boom.
Welcome, Dakota.
Hey, man. Yeah, awesome, cool. So I'm Marcus, Dakota, and we are both working on Cohere. Happy to give you the rundown, and I don't know to what extent this will be sort of a back and forth, but welcome any and all sort of questions. So I will let Dakota hit things off, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, good to be here with everybody today. Yeah, in short, Cohere is just a community of people coming together to build out through collaboration, a series of innovation hubs around the world, and through that process, creating an asset-backed token. And one of the things that we're really seeing today is like with the radical state of changes, the impetus behind Cohere is like, how do we bring together leaders to build these innovation hubs around the world, to create a lifestyle that's in right relations with nature, to empower local communities, and then over time create an economic model where we all collectively share ownership of a commons, and a commons that is regenerative and backed by a compliant token that allows us all to reap the rewards of our contributions into the DAO and into building out the ever-growing pool of assets.
Yeah, so I think really like the problem set that we see at Cohere is just like at the macro level. So, and especially now with sort of the state of things from a macroeconomic perspective, but one at the very meta level is like climate change, right? And like the existential sort of crisis that we're literally heading straight towards. And then the next, and the fact that, our governments and sort of the institutions that we've put in charge of addressing these issues have been completely incompetent in addressing them. So at the one hand, there's been that challenge. Then obviously there's also, all these like weird social dynamics that we're living in today's world with pandemic-induced isolation, people living in these tiny boxes in Stockholm, New York, London, paying thousands of dollars for rent, and also steep inequality that we're seeing in the world. We're currently here in Guatemala, which is where I was born and raised, and Guatemala is one of those countries that is mired by inequality. So we have, at one point, we were the country with the most numbers of helicopters per capita, whilst also being the country with the highest malnutrition rates, the highest illiteracy rates, and the highest inequality rates. So it just speaks to how when we have these unbalanced, unequal systems, like social and political fallout ensue, as is sort of beginning to happen more and more throughout the world. And then obviously more recently, all of the sort of monetary policies that are now being bestowed upon us by these larger institutions. I mean, to what extent did any of us have a say in should the Fed increase its interest rates, right? Like, is that something that has these huge consequences? Like, why are we still behest to these systems? Why are we still behest to and tied into the wider macro play? So essentially, really, the way we're looking at this with Cohere is saying, how do we create self-resilient communities that are completely autonomous, and not only that, allow people to accrue stake, as Dakota was mentioning, in a pool of assets that is regeneratively owned. So really, the sort of innovative play that we're bringing to the space is we're bridging, Web3 and blockchain infrastructure and fractalization and decentralization of real assets that a lot of different initiatives are attempting to do, none successfully because of all the regulatory hurdles that are in standing between that actually happening and your end user. And what we've done is we've spent the last year and a half polishing out the sort of regulatory infrastructure to make a fully SEC compliant token that is accessible by anyone. And that's how we're rolling this out at this point, basically. And the idea, as Dakota was saying, is like, let's bring the change makers together. I mean, MetaFest is incredible, and how cool is it that we can all tap in and connect and discuss virtually, but there's nothing like connecting IRL. We just hosted a month-long collab where we brought down together like leaders and experts across Web3, experience design, governance design, tokenomics, legal infrastructure, down to Guatemala. And we there were 25 of us, and we spent an entire month like building out the Cohere DAO. That was amazing. We were living in this beautiful home, surrounded by amazing community, moving our bodies every day, being intellectually stimulated, artistically stimulated, tons of jam sessions at night. And also just like really in-depth, sort of conversations around incentive structures and governance structures. And so we're sort of ensuring that people, as the world gets to places, as these systems continue to break down, right? We're creating sort of these spaces for people to come together, live in right relations with the earth, and more than that, not just like in a very insular way, but create the innovation hubs where we can then sort of propagate this outwardly into the communities that we're in. So that's a bit more. I don't know if you want to add anything in that.
I guess the only thing I'd add really is that like our long-term goal in this is how do we help in the most practical way go create regenerative infrastructure in as many places in the world as possible. And that's one of the pieces, like there's like what Marcus is speaking to is where we're at and where like our short-term piece around building these hubs. And then ultimately it's how do we reinvent ownership entirely? Like how do we move from the tragedy of the commons into we all literally have a share in the commons. And so we actually all really have a stake in stewarding the land and coming together as a community and supporting our communities, others locally or globally. And that's like a fundamental shift that we're after in the ethos around we're in it together, because we are all, of course, on one spaceship Earth. And like we're in this time, I think, where we're all seeing like, holy crap, we got to work together. We have to collaborate, or else it's going to be really, really hard to thrive in all the things that are occurring. So a big impetus behind this with the connecting Web3 infrastructure in IRL is that it's like how do you build an entire micro village ultimately? Well, you got to first have a really strong culture. Well, how the heck do you build a culture? Well, you have to have a really rock solid community. Well, how do you have community? Well, you have to have trust. And what's one way of building trust is breaking bread. Breaking bread together with in the collab with 25 brilliant minds. It's like at the end of that, we're family and we're in this together. And what's so exciting with the Cohere ecosystem is that everyone who came and brought their genius to the picture, they are now direct owners in Cohere. They actually have security tokens inside of this whole. So then as we build out the community in the DAO, and as we finance and build more assets, we all actually have ownership in something that is very, very tangible and real and just essential for us to move from individuals into community and then come together in these innovation hubs, which ultimately the goal of how do we create this an entire decentralized federation of these communities, and how do we do that practically?
Yeah, I think I think there's been a lot that's sort of come up around. I think largely, I'm just reading the comments here. By the way, I'm on the main stage chat, so if anyone wants to sort of like ask questions or commentary, we're super open to have like a didactic conversation here. But I mean, I think there is this whole idea of like the new nation state. Like, what is the new nation state? I think for so long we take the nation state as being this very persistent, sort of permanent, unchanging, unwavering thing. But in reality, if you go back and you look at the history of the nation state, it's a relatively recent history in the last few hundred years. Since the Treaty of Westphalia, right? That's really when we started to see like new nation states are being formed and all that. So I think with Cohere, and a lot of these other sort of building projects, one of the things that we've really been exploring is what is the next iteration of this look like? And what is the next iteration that responds to the kind of matters of our time, the issues of our time? Because any constrained environment generally will create like a system of abundance, of creativity, of generation. But the way we're thinking about it is like, all right, so we're entering into these constrained environments with climate change, with inequality, with social isolation, with all these other facets. So how can we create a system whereby we're essentially enabling the new nation state to arise? So it's pretty amazing. Tommy just asked, how many Marcuses do I know? Thanks for the question. I know less than a handful. There's not a lot of Marcuses out in the world. But yeah, thanks for the question. Appreciate it. And Web3 cracks me up. Most blame religion and yet take their models wholeheartedly. That's a really interesting point, right? I mean, I think what you're trying to say is like, are we seeing this as like the end all be all sort of like model? And certainly not. I think Cohere is like one piece of the infrastructure in the wider ecosystem, right? A lot of people have been trying to figure out, how are we going to bring land on chain? What does that look like? There's a lot of issues with securities that come into play here. Again, we've created fully SEC compliant tokens, and that's really the sort of like infrastructure and the innovation that we're bringing into play here. We're not necessarily like seeing this as, this is it, this is the end all be all play. It's like, this is what enables us to really sort of like leverage the real asset piece there.
For real. And I think the piece is like not to have hubris and to really like be like have the humility to know that we don't know shit, but we have like the opportunity to bring together leaders from around the world and from every local place we're in to bring the minds together to actually like take the next baby step. And like, I think that's like, to me, the thrust of Cohere is like, we're just here to help provide whatever framework we can for more people to collaborate. But ideally, like the depth, certainly not in a vacuum, and certainly not with like, oh, we got the end all be all. No. What we want to contribute is like, let's bring together the leaders who are doing epic work, so then we can amp each other.
Yeah. At the end of the day, is like, are we like the issues that we're trying to address? It's not like I have the solution, Dakota does. No one individual ever will have the solution. In fact, like in pluralism is where we find the most diversity and solutions sort of arising, right? And the more input, the more feedback, the more we can put our ideas out there, the more valuable that'll be. So I think just that speaks to all we're really like attempting to do with Cohere is to bring people who want to live in a new world together, who want to be able to like really shift the power dynamics that exist today and leverage, cryptographic technology and information to start thinking, what does like a truly decentralized society look like? How can we sort of create the fundamental bearings for that to materialize? So that's the crux of it. I see we've got a few questions. Let's see. Are you doing another meetup in Central America? Will you be in Colombia for DevCon? Yeah. So we just held our collab in May, so last month. We're going to be doing another one in September, November, still to be figured out. But you can follow us at Cohere Network, and you'll sort of be able to keep up with all the latest information. Would love to invite you guys to join us whenever that's appropriate. So, and then speaking of gatherings, I'm also helping to put together ETH Barcelona. And if anybody wants to attend, feel free to reach out to me on Discord, Marcus6697. Would love to connect with you guys in Barcelona as well. All about IRL gatherings. We got another question here. How does establishing a framework within the team? Do you do tests and vote whether it's solid, etc., before going forward? Yeah. You want to speak to like the philosophy around sort of structure and flow?
Yeah, frankly, it's always evolving as we're learning. But one of the things that we've been really holding in like, okay, how do we make the most effective DApp? And our hypothesis is balancing structure and flow. And so one of my co-founders, he is brilliant in graphic design and branding. And so like my opinion, has to me far less weight than his opinion because he's just amazing at it. And so one of the things that we're really looking at is how do we weight decision-making based on each person's expertise? Like, so for my background is architecture. I trained at the Frank Lloyd Wright School of Architecture. I moved my practice from doing billionaire homes into impact architecture. And I've been training since I'm 12. That's a skill set that I hold. So how So, but I have less insight in other things. So we're in our DAO right now. We're really working on how do we establish that the weighted wisdom that we're holding. How the heck do we even establish that? And then how do we balance flow and flexibility such that we have enough of a roadmap so we know where we're going, but then it's informed by all the co-creators who are coming together, who are motivated to build the thing out. So
yeah, I think just to like add on to that, I mean, I've been a part, and I'm sure many of you here have been a part of DAOs that are, especially when we're trying to like achieve these huge goals, it can be really hard to work within a DAO like framework, because what happens when you're trying to, you know, put together an event or build a, you know, physical infrastructure? How do we do that? You know, how do we do that in a very material way, whilst also like allowing the community to be sort of like input holders in that process as well? So, you know, we've just brought on a governance design lead that's going to be developing out the Cohere DAO, who's developed, you know, design governance frameworks for 30,000 different stakeholders, you know, all at once. So we're super excited about having her come on board, because she's thinking about sort of like the foundational principles is, one, creating like a pluralist vision where a multitude of perspectives are taken into account. You know, that's obviously a given in this space, but also thinking about a meritocratic system and society as far as like, how are we, you know, just because you've bought an NFT on OpenSea doesn't necessarily mean that you should now get to decide on like these really big decisions, right? So rather what we want to do is establish the sort of the rails through which the community will essentially say, okay, because you've done XYZ, we now believe you're a valuable like contributor, and your input in, you know, social impact is really valuable. So we want to like give you that sort of like role. Because and I think there's, you know, there's been so many discussions around moving away from one token, one vote, et cetera, et cetera. We're really thinking about like, how do we establish meritocratic systems that value you for your unique genius, right? And say, okay, your input is super valuable because you've proven that to the community, and we can track that all on chain. And there's a whole sort of conversation here around decentralized identities and verified credentials, and, you know, now most recently sold on tokens. So, but that is 100% what we're thinking about for sure. And yeah, as far as DevCon, ideally I would like to go, but we'll see how everything unfolds. Yeah. Like I said, super happy to take any further questions from you guys. Perhaps as those trickle in, like I can speak to a little bit of like other projects in the space that are bridging. You know, I think there's, especially now as we're entering this bear market, right? Like amazing time to build. The space gets really quiet. All the really valuable stuff is ultimately going to be what sort of perseveres and comes up to the top in the next run. I think for us, really,
Oh, I think we might have lost. I think we might have a connection issue with our guest. I cannot hear you yet. Almost. You're definitely frozen. Yeah, I believe they are trying to resolve their issue. It looks like connection. One of the things that they mentioned was sharing in the comments and building a connection to IRL micro villages. So that was one of the things that really stuck with me, is that they traced the connections and building connections such as breaking bread to trust and building trust in a community, and then having that community forum that helps build culture. So that kind of journey of how trust moves to build the larger hub and share and the growth really stuck with me. Do you think you can talk a little bit more about how we can use that culture and like that, the seed from the connection and how to carry that through all those kind of layers? Sorry, you're muted right now.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I feel like one of the things that occurs for me is trust and human connection ultimately. And I think that that's the common thread. And it's like when we really like, I don't mean to be too esoteric, but it's like I feel like one of the major issues of like depression right now in the world is like there's all these crazy things happening, and it's hard to feel empowered to be cause in the matter, to like actually be able to shift from the game A to the game B. And I think when we have clarity around the superordinate goal, that's like, okay, we're in this shitty situation and we have this vision over here, and we actually know that we can if together, that to me then becomes like this really powerful bond between people where we all start to really get each other's back because we know what we're doing together, we know where we're headed together. And that, like a community of people who've got each other's back to then build out the most important things that we need to thrive, food, water, and community. Like to me, that to us, I would say that is the gold. That is the gold of the area. Give the biggest portfolio you want, give it actual physical gold, but if you don't have food, water, and community, it's really hard to have a quality life. And so it's like, if we see that by improve to ourselves through action, that by coming together, we actually have a pathway to building that, then it grows a family, and it grows these deep connections that bring us through every stage of the evolution towards that end.
Yeah, and how do we propagate that further? You know, I think like culture is sort of this symptom of relationships and trust over periods of time that are celebrated. And so I think that's really the idea is we're creating a culture here, you know, even having like a certain sort of arrangement of pixels on as your PFP is super valuable and like sort of speaks to something. But like, how are we gonna? So now we're sort of getting this point of how are we gonna transcend that culture and how are we gonna gather physically? That's why all these gatherings like, you know, DevCon, ECC, ETH, you know, are super valuable because they're ultimately saying to us like, hey, human connection at the end of the day is the most important thing. And so that's like scalability wise, I think is like gatherings and sharing and creation of common culture is super, super important. And I think at like the fundamental level within that is saying, what's the North Star? You know, what is the guiding North Star for the culture which we're creating? And like, what are the values upon which we're building? Because without that, you don't really have the foundation to create that culture, to create the trust. And it might be that like increasing the number of dollars in your bank account are your values. Like maybe that's what's important to you. But is that ultimately what's going to be like, does that give you long-term satisfaction? Like that's for you to decide. And that's for you to sort of like come up with an equation for us, like the values that we're setting, and they may not resonate with everyone. Is like, as Dakota was saying, is like, we really want to ensure people feel that there is a space where they can create, where they can innovate, where they can build a better world. Not only that, accrue long-term value. So that sort of speaks to that point a little bit. And just like on a bit of a tangent, total tangent, but along the line of values and valuations, like with these, you know, with the falling markets now, I've been thinking about like, isn't the entire idea of what we're building to no longer like be tied to this war-backed, debt-backed, exploitation-backed like token, the dollar? Isn't the idea to move away from that? Like why is everyone, you know, sort of losing their minds over this? And it's like, well, because you still got to buy your groceries with dollars. You still got to do this with dollars. Like our system is far too dependent on the dollar. And so we're essentially creating that off-ramp for you to say like, oh, cool, I have everything I need. And it's also not, you know, explicitly tied to this US dollar token. So I think that's like sort of the key piece that we're trying to bring into the space here. Yeah, and yeah, that's kind of the thought there. Yeah. So we've got about 5 minutes left. Would love to, yeah, if there's any other further questions, yeah, Hacker House, convention villages, we need our own physical infrastructure and communities, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, and like and a big piece of it too with the collapsing of the mainstream market is how many people now have a lot of free time in like, you know, all the layoffs just in the Web3 space. And now there's all these people with incredible skills who have a lot of debt in often cases are in shitty, like overpriced cities. So how do we actually bring people together and bring your genius together in the Web3, but then in the physical as well? Like, how do we actually like create that space to come together and like
come out here and build with us physically and build these things out and actually have a stake of ownership there through. And that's the piece around like a big missing in our opinion since the 60s with community development is that someone can come and be a farmer, bring some of the most important skills, but never get actual stake of ownership or any liquidity. And so with the Cohere ecosystem, when someone contributes to building out the system, you get a long-term stake. And that we feel that's such a critical piece. And it's not a speculative token. It's actually like we've tokenized the shares of Cohere directly. So you actually have a share of the value of the real asset pool. And that becomes like, what's more valuable than bringing in and co-creating a new way of living and then having that contribution codified in ownership that then has liquidity and the transferability. And then you help build out a global decentralized network of regenerative villages. We're not trying to sustain anything, we're just building a new world. And then let's do that and like do it in a really practical step by step. And that's what Cohere is really attempting to do is really lay out a roadmap so that we can bring ourselves together from builders to developers and actually create these things in a timely manner.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, the one reflection I was going to share before our internet kind of got a bit spotty is I had a friend who he lives in this huge metropolitan city, pays thousands of dollars in rent, and pays like, he told me he paid $20 for a bagel the other day. And I was like, dude, that's insane. Like $20 for a bagel. And so it's like, why don't we sort of shift away from like living in these super extractive cities, right? That are literally the sort of turning points of the extractive societies. Like there's just like go to work, earn your money, go shop, go spend, and then don't, accrue any long-term value because you're paying all your money towards your rent. So we're just trying to shift the sort of energy systems here in order to flow them towards what we believe to be like really fundamental sort of aspects within sort of the new system that we're creating. I just went ahead and shared in the guest shill links chat the Gitcoin, the Gitcoin link as well as Cohere's Twitter. Roadmap wise, an update on our end, what we're up to. So we raised capital through a crowdfunding campaign, which went really well. We raised some pre-seed capital. We just got into a really exciting accelerator. I can't share yet which one that is, but yeah, some exciting announcements coming there soon. So make sure you're following us to sort of stay up to date there. And then we are going to be, we're building out a site down here in Guatemala. We're currently leasing this property now. That's sort of 5 homes around the courtyard pool. And we're going to go check out some more land today, which is sort of a beautiful mound set avocado farm, 14 acres, really epic. So if you're interested in living, in community and doing great, meaningful things with your lives, regenerating the earth, really would encourage you to, follow us on Twitter, hop in the Discord, and looking forward to building alongside you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. That's super cool. So I know avocado farms are usually built on hills. Is that true for this place as well?
It's got both like a hilly section and some flat areas, and it's got already like 10 cabins built out. And
dude, it's sweet.
Yeah,
it's super sweet. And like, yeah, and there's some really Marcus here has a construction company in Guatemala that they just developed this technology through a couple of great accelerators called Laminapol. And it's a really cost-effective way that we can build affordable homes for the local community, and they have been. And we're also going to be employing that building technology in our sites here. And so that's another really sweet sister organization.
Awesome. Yeah, I know it's specifically avocado farms too. Like a lot of the work is done naturally, right? So the avocados will fall off and kind of roll down the hill, and that's one of the ways that you can save a lot of energy collecting them. So that's why they do that. Super supportive of these hubs that you guys are setting up, and the villages. Definitely people should dedicate parts of their lives to supporting and giving back to communities. I love that, building trust and carrying it through. So thanks so much for all the work you guys are doing, both locally for your communities and abroad generally. So supporting ETH Barcelona and all over the world. So, that's part of education and building up responsible people around the world is educating them. So thank you so much for teaching people and building these spaces for them.
Thank you guys for setting the space. Super excited to connect and collaborate further. So appreciate the time.
Excellent.
So have a good one, guys. Cool. Take care, everyone.
Take care.
Watch out.
So next up, we have Chaz. Chaz is stepping in right now. How's it going, Chaz?
Hey.
So today we're going to be talking about climate DAO. Is that right? I'm sorry, you're muted.
How's that? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Yeah, how's it going? I've been watching a few of the sessions today. It's going pretty good.
Awesome, thank you. Yeah, would you mind introducing yourself a little bit? Tell people a little bit about your background and climate DAO, and feel free to go into your presentation after that.
Sure, yeah. My name is Chad Schmidt. I've been in the Ethereum community since like 2016. I originally got into the community just through being a user and tried to make my voice heard in the early years, and then eventually worked at DeFi Pulse, and then I was one of the people who wrote almost all the content at DeFi Pulse. So I was there witnessing the history of DeFi unfold, and then last year I moved on to KlimaDAO shortly before launch, and now I work as I'm co-founder and core team member at KlimaDAO. I work mostly in the community department, but kind of, you know, how things go in Web3, you kind of do a little bit of everything sometimes. KlimaDAO, for anybody unfamiliar, is a carbon cryptocurrency. If you're familiar with the Olympus DAO model, instead of DAI, it has carbon credits, or 1 ton of CO2 backed per Klima token. Sorry, I'm getting a little off track. But yeah, my name's Chad Schmidt. I'm from KlimaDAO, and I'd like to kind of start a little bit further back to kind of explain why KlimaDAO came into existence, or like how it established. Let me just start from the beginning. It's easier that way. So as I was talking about, I've been involved in the community for a long time. One of the coolest parts about having been around for so long is you get to watch the innovation kind of compound over the years. I think for people who came later to DeFi and Ethereum, everything that was already there, like stable coins and dexes and lending, felt kind of like it inherently made sense. Sorry. Felt like it inherently made sense in the sense that people were already familiar with certain functions of the financial system. So having seen those functions be emulated and innovated on the blockchain felt like something that was kind of a logical place from a programmable cryptocurrency and like smart contract logic. And then what was interesting was seeing how that those money Legos kept compounding, and the layers of innovation, like ERC 20s and then ERC 721s, like those standards help solidify how you build technology and help the next developer pick it up even faster and faster. So innovation in a way became permissionless as well as the networks we were using. And so DeFi was the first logical place because we were coming from a place of cryptocurrency, coming from a heritage of Bitcoin. And then there was an interesting wave of seeing NFTs become popular, where NFTs were one of the first areas where people saw something outside of like a financial asset, like art and those kind of things, flourish on the blockchain. And I think it was opened a lot of people's eyes for how the blockchain can be used for so many different things. And as you saw that innovation compound over the years, what was evident to most was that DeFi was largely limited to the digital space, because the truth of the matter is trustlessness, and trustlessness is more about minimizing trust with smart contracts. And a lot of these technologies there were typically points at which there was trust required, but it was trying to be minimized. So for example, something like USDC, many users make the trade-off of they are willing to trust Center or Coinbase to manage the USD deposits responsibly. And so that's not necessarily an example of the most decentralized. A more decentralized example would be like MakerDAO, and the governance being able to responsibly handle the peg and everything. So trust minimization, when you start to enter into real world assets or something like commodities markets, like carbon markets, you need boots on the ground or somebody to be able to verify the data that is off chain and verify that the information being fed into these DAOs or smart contract systems is valid. And that's where carbon markets were an interesting like hotbed for innovation in a sense. They were almost primed to be innovated with on-chain markets, because voluntary carbon markets already had the boots on the ground with carbon registries and people going out to verify using methodologies that carbon was being sequestered or mitigated. So what's really interesting is that once you connect these two innovative fields of carbon markets and blockchain, they were almost made for each other in a sense, because one of the problems, like several of the problems that plagued the voluntary carbon markets, were double counting and opaque markets, lack of liquidity, the type of thing where you'd have to make deals over faxes and phone numbers. You're calling people. So one of the things that made KlimaDAO very interesting is that KlimaDAO brought millions of tons of voluntary carbon market from the voluntary carbon market on chain, and provided liquidity pools and the incentives to encourage people to build with carbon markets on, like carbon, and facilitate more innovation in the carbon markets on chain. What's super interesting about that is it went from a market where, like I said, you'd call up other brokers and it was hard to find the exact pricing of certain types of credits, to now we have a transparent on-chain market where you can grab real-time information and it's readily scalable on the blockchain itself. And yeah, I think that leads up to basically, so KlimaDAO at its launch brought millions of tons on chain, and then used the Olympus model to basically facilitate growing ecosystem of carbon credits with our partners at Toucan Protocol, and then later Moss and C3. So now we're building out, not only are we working with the people bridging credits on chain, we're also working with parties to allow them to retire their carbon on chain as well. Through our programs like Klima Infinity, we're allowing people to make carbon pledges, retire carbon credits using our Klima retirement aggregator tool. I actually kind of wanted to show you guys like a live demo of retiring some carbon on chain, if you don't mind.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Let me share my screen real quick. You guys can see that. Okay, cool. Yeah, so we're gonna retire 25 tons of BCT credits using the KlimaDAO retirement aggregator tool. So for the name, we're gonna put MetaCartel. Just gonna leave the address blank. It'll default to my address, which is connected right now. We're just gonna do MetaFest2, and then click through these. And then, of course, we'll be waiting for the transaction to go through. But I think it's really cool to show people that, like, retiring something like that, bringing, now the voluntary markets are on chain, the permissionless innovation that was enjoyed by DeFi is something that can happen with carbon markets. So like right there, we just saw that, I didn't read that window, but then once people retire, those retirement messages are collected on our love letters page, which is one of my favorite things we've built personally, where you get to see everybody's personal messages, and you can see the different tons they've retired, and gives you a nice image you can share on social media. One of the other things that I think is super useful, I was talking earlier about how the data, the real-time data being available for on-chain markets is very interesting compared to off-chain markets. Like, this is a dashboard that we've built at KlimaDAO, where you can look at all the credits on chain from the different bridges. You can also compare to off-chain metrics like credits tokenized versus credits issued. If anybody's interested in comparing the off-chain to on-chain markets, this is an awesome resource, carbon.climadao.finance. Also kind of wanted to reveal a little bit of alpha while I was here with you guys. I don't think we've announced this super hard, so the engineers might be a little miffed at me for showing this preview, but we've now built out retirement pages so you can check out an overview of all the retirements that an account has made. So this is like my address. And I don't know if it's picked up the most recent one if I refresh it. Might not be. This is still in build. This is in beta. Forgive me for leaking this. But yeah, and then you can check out like the individual ones, like don't let your memes see dreams. I'm not sure why I said that, but that's one of our retirement pages. Sorry if my style is a bit rambly. Did you guys have any questions? I think I went over ClimaDAO pretty well. Hello?
Yeah, sorry, I'm here. Yeah, no immediate questions. I think.
Oh yeah, see, there's our retirement just popped up on our page, MetaFest2. You can see the beneficiary. So we just retired 25 tons of carbon in this session right now for the MetaFest2.
Super cool. Thank you. And that's helping offset carbon emissions. Where does that offset come from? And so it's pre-allocated carbon offsets, obviously, right?
Yeah. So this with the retirement tool, it will grab you the most like cost-effective ones if you don't do a selective retirement. So for example, this one grabbed looks like tons from a hydro project. So if you click here, it'll actually take you directly to the Vera registry page of the original carbon. Before it was from the registry itself, so you can read more information about the project and see that it was verified by Vera.
That's awesome. And obviously, there's probably countless projects that Vera validates and uses. Or how many projects would you say are available for carbon offset?
Yeah, actually, going back to our carbon dashboard tool, you can look through the different types of projects like agriculture and forestry or like energy industries, and you can actually click on these and like go down into them. Like this one, for example, like the other category, like waste handling, that sort of thing. So if people are interested in looking through like the different Vera projects that have been brought on chain, this will show you the different like the actual VCUs themselves, and then you can look up the different methodologies using Vera's. Like right here, you can see the methodology used on the page, and then they have pages which describe each of the methodology.
So obviously, all carbon offset is amazing. Is there like a method that you see that is making a larger impact as we like look at the data? Is there like one of them that's kind of making the largest overall impact?
Well, I would say I'm definitely not I would preface this with I'm not the carbon expert on our team, but in general, from my understanding of it, like old forest and grasslands are some of the best carbon capturing tools. I mean, ironically, nature built the best carbon capturing device in the world, which is trees. Because if you think about it, all a tree is literally made up of massive carbon. So, so from what my understanding of it, it's protecting like the rainforest, protecting the oldest growth forests. Restoration. So higher quality credits like your NBO, NCT that are on chain, MOS credits. Those are in a similar rank of all being methodologies which are focused on preserving forest and versus like the alternative would be something like renewable, like supporting renewable projects and like mitigation, that sort of thing.
Super cool. I really love like the integration of the DeFi Legos that people are familiar with for supporting these kind of goods. Are there like staking mechanics as well that people can do?
Absolutely. So I would recommend for anybody interested to go to, sorry, let me get a drink, to go to climadao.finance. And we have an awesome, when you go to land on the webpage, you can go to, this will help you get it, this will help you stake it, and then you can look through other resources. Ton of different information on our blog as well. if people are interested about carbon markets and the refi scene, there's a lot of good summaries on our Twitter as well, on This Week in Refi, as well as our YouTube page. Honestly, the marketing team crushes it when it comes to content. It's amazing how much we've gone from, in the early days, people would be like, when marketing, to now, like I have to sit down and make time in my day to keep up with all of the different things happening in refi. It's awesome.
That's great to hear, and yeah, that's definitely one of the hard kind of barriers for developers. Is a lot of times we're so heads down working and focused on building things that we're not communicating what we're doing properly. So
Yeah.
I think half of the battle is communicating it effectively. So I really love these pages that also these receipts that that tell the story of the carbon offsets that you've done. I think that goes a long way to showing that like a purpose. It's pretty much like a POAP or something like that that shows that you donated. Just like if you go out and you get your sticker on the wall, right, for donating to the Children's Hospital. I love that.
Also, with the last couple of minutes, I want to show you a pet project that I've been building in my free time. So I built a couple different NFTs that all incorporate different aspects of like klima, retirements on chain, and that sort of thing. So this is what I like to call the rings of retirement. So there's a ring for each carbon asset. So the person who's retired the most of each one is able to claim it from the person if they've retired more than the current holder. So for example, like I could claim this ring right now by going over to this page and claiming the ring, and then I would have this NFT. I haven't gotten, this is placeholder art right now. I'm going to get a better picture for it. Another thing I made a little while ago was called the Druid's Cap, where if you have more Wrap Safe Klima or BCT than the current holder, you can grab it and then you can generate this random ERC20 token that I made. I was building this as like a proof of concept to show other people how the voluntary carbon markets are here on chain. They're the money Legos that existed for DeFi. Now we have carbon Legos. I'm excited we're going to roll out here soon developer docs to help people start integrating. We've also gone over and we're having conversations with like Gitcoin and SushiSwap and some other DeFi protocols to start incorporating hopefully retirements on like a native level, so we can make especially once we move over to proof of stake. Then if everybody's already retiring baked in, then we're like climate positive is the expression we like to use. Carbon negative, some other people would use, but I like the positive spin on it.
Yeah, yeah, definitely carbon conscious.
For sure.
I know that I've been offsetting my NFTs that I mint as well, both by donations to charity as well as carbon offsets, and I definitely recommend other people too as well. I love that integration with this project, and I think that's part of making a project that is considerate. And like I was spoken earlier today about baking it in from the start and having consideration for regeneration and for culture basically from the start, because you can't go backwards. It's a one-way street. So yeah, having people that are aligned and thinking about offset when they create these projects means that we'll be positive, making positive impact. So I like that.
I would have the caveat though, is that we still need to be open to change, because you want to obviously bake things in from the start because it's hard to reverse, but everybody can always change. Because if we didn't believe that, then we probably couldn't fight climate change, because we have to convince the biggest polluters to stop being polluters or force them out of it through economics. So
yeah, earlier I asked about the evil golem that built up energy for negative climate actions that we could potentially fight against.
Yeah, definitely.
Do you see any kind of friction, or what's been the biggest hurdle or villain in your path towards carbon?
It's probably a cliched response, but definitely time is the biggest enemy of anybody trying to fight climate change. I mean, it's anything that costs you needless expenses of time is what I would argue. Like, luckily, one of the things we've been able to, we can't claim all the credit, obviously, but the the entire community built around refi, like that was gaining momentum through the launch of KlimaDAO. We've been able to accelerate the timeline of carbon markets. Like that alone, having Vera and other registries and government bodies having conversations about tokenized carbon, that wasn't a conversation that was happening a year ago. So the faster we can get these conversations and these like points of inflection, the faster we can meet those points of inflection, the faster we can address the real problem. And I think that's basically it. It's like people need to be laser focused on why we're here and what we're doing.
Yeah, I think that's the other thing that we heard from Lumina DAO too, Luminal Village, is that instead of being retrospective and blaming people, we really need to be forward thinking and say this is where we are now. Yeah. As you say, time is the enemy. How do we effectively mobilize and change now rather than waste a whole bunch of time arguing amongst ourselves?
Yeah, and honestly, especially when in most cases we're mostly aligned, I would argue. Like especially if you're already having these conversations, that means you're probably more aligned with the other participant in the conversation than you think. Because to truly fight climate change, the people who are hardest to convince will eventually come around if you can convince the people who are closest to you. You don't necessarily have to all agree on the exact solution, but as long as you're working in ways that aren't inhibiting the other person's like in like path, then that's like, for example, like direct carbon capture is something that I think is like an awesome thing that people are researching. The unfortunate part about it is it does cost so much right now. The caveat being that it costs so much because there isn't a ton of money flowing, because there needs to be more money flowing into carbon credits and making the result of the end of the research more viable on the market. So like the R&D cost would be more justifiable if you were able to get more valuable carbon credits at the end of it with the direct carbon capture. So I think it's one of those deals where we should be attacking it from all angles, honestly. I feel like people who, sometimes people will talk down to one type of carbon credit over another when it's like, I think that as long as we can prove that, and this is what registries like Vera do, as long as you can prove that there was tangible effects, there was actual, I'm blanking on the word for it, but as long as you were actually able to realize the mitigation or sequestration of carbon, that's all that really matters, as long as we're moving toward that goal together. Because demand is demand, honestly. We can improve the quality with demand, is what I would argue to some people who talk down to one type of credit over the other, is that if you can increase the demand as well as increasing the supply, then that's all the better, because that means we're capturing more carbon at a faster rate and there's more uptake of that supply.
Yeah, I think I might have mentioned California before earlier, but the fires are a very like cyclical kind of pattern, right? We're in a drought, therefore fires happen. Therefore, we have to dump a whole bunch of chemicals on them to stop fires from burning people's livelihoods.
That might be a uniquely American problem, but maybe I'm not sure.
But I think the effects are global. Everywhere's got kind of their own problem, and some places it's extreme heat, some places it's extreme flooding, some places it's freezing and power outages. I think
like zooming out from the carbon markets, it's like you have to think about it systematically. Sorry to cut you off.
No.
Well, yeah, you have to think about it systematically. Like, for example, in my town, I live in a town in Ohio, and it's all driving. Everywhere in Ohio is just driving. It's all road centric. I mean, because we're so close to Detroit, I think every city that was in so many miles of Detroit ended up being a super car centric city. And what that ends up doing is it's the worst possible environment for like somebody who's trying to reduce their footprint, because like between me and a store that's 2 or 3 minutes away, there's a giant highway. So it's dangerous for me to walk over to the store. So I think thinking about things systematically, like I know I like to tell people that like I too get stuck in that loop where you're staring at a piece of plastic and you're like, is this too much food on here? Does this still get recycled? And the reality of it is you should still probably try and recycle as much as you can, but you could spend that time and anxiety and that effort toward like pushing politicians to hold companies accountable or something like that. Like there's more systematic ways that you could probably use your individual energy to address the problem, because I mean, the stat a lot of doomers like to throw around, and I don't know the exact stat off the top of my head, is that like, you know, X amount of companies do X amount of the emissions. And it's, of course, like, I think we all know that's the problem, but like the next question should be, what are we going to do about it?
I think even if we compare like in-person events, right, in America or in a lot of metropolitan areas, you know, I end up taking something like Lyft or Uber all around to get me to places. But a lot of times when I'm in Europe, the system is built up to really support walking or public transportation. So as you say, like having systems that support positive interactions with the environment and don't promote large amounts of waste or even littering. Littering is a huge.
It kind of goes back to what you're saying about baking in regeneration from the start. It's like an economy built around cars generally was meant to be disposable tires, disposable spark plugs, rebuild the engine, buy a new car, like rebuild the roads. It's meant to be disposable, get there faster. It doesn't really matter how we get the rubber, how we get the things. So it's funny because it goes back to thinking about the regenerative economics of how you build cities, how you build your life, because even if you think about a little off topic, but strong towns, if nobody's ever heard of that, what we're talking about is Google the word strong towns, you'll find a ton of cool videos that explain this stuff better than I do. But essentially, like if you think about how much it costs to house a bunch of people in the dead center of a city, and then you stretch it out to its max, you're going to be paying more for roads, pipes, electrical lines, all that stuff. And that's exactly what suburbia is. It's just not very sustainable. And that's the noticeable difference that I at least experience in my daily life compared to my girlfriend and I will literally watch a ton of those kind of videos and lament that like, I need to move to a bike centric city or like move to Europe or something. I don't know, but can't pick up the whole family and go at once.
I also am from Ohio, so
so you know.
From BF Goodrich blimp site, you know, some old Firestone Park, that area.
Dude, so you know all about it.
And I mean that's the thing is like if we talk about like the impact that we have versus the trucking industry, people might not know this, but like a retread tire, people pretty much take a used tire and then they burn rubber and they remelt it on the tire, right, until it patches up all the holes. And okay, now the truckers have a tire that's half the price, but it's going to fall apart. That's why there's so many crazy tire. It's all over the road. I know you've probably seen them too, but you know,
got to swerve out of the lane.
It's so much waste that's built into the system, where you know a rail system doesn't have a tire that anyone needs to do. And how do we use the tools that we have? Obviously, we've got carbon offset. But how do we start building these new systems?
Yeah, it kind of goes back to sometimes the simplest answer is the best answer. Like trees. I mean, trees are capturing the carbon. It's the simplest answer. Like sometimes tech is great. Tech gets us out of a lot of problems, but praying that tech escapes us from every problem is a dangerous path. Where like Occam's razor, if you look at the simplest solutions in front of you, like don't want somebody to just chop down the rainforest, give them a reason not to, like paying them in carbon credits for how much carbon they're sequestering. Like you don't want somebody to use cars, think about how do you make incentives for how you get better public transit, or don't want to have a ton of forest fires, maintain your electrical lines so they don't cause forest fires. It's a lot of proactive thinking that you can save pennies now, can save dollars later, and even more importantly, you can save lives. You can save quality of life for future generations as well.
100%. That's really what I wanted to hammer home too. We've also seen that a lot of this really stems from organic growth, both in communities but also in nature. You know, the world has had the best chance and ability to contain the troubles of carbon even before that. We've got giant methane pockets from the ice age. You know, the world provides, and that's one of the sayings that kind of goes along with Burning Man, or like the plier, or you know, what you need can be provided to you, and technology is kind of us injecting additional problems sometimes. But yeah, I think using the technology and flipping it to help support is like how we get to this better future.
Well, it was nice talking to you.
Thank you so much, Chaz. Wonderful talking to you too.
Yeah, have a great day and good luck with the rest of the sessions.
Ciao. And climb on down. Do you guys have oh, he's gone. No worries. Hey Joe, welcome back. Orgo.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going wonderful. We have the panel coming up next. So I believe Heward and Milk Money is coming up, and also Tommy is joining us. Tommy's gonna be the host. So let me ping and see where Tommy is. I think Tommy's backstage. Yeah. So how you doing today, Joe?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you guys? How are you? Good to be back. Happy Friday.
Thank you. Happy Friday. Yeah, things are going really good. I've been, having a lot of great talks about refi, and specifically, we're talking about carbon offsets and how to use some of the DeFi Legos to help empower communities. Yeah, I think we got on a great conversation there. But yeah, so we're gonna have a panel now that Tommy leads that hopefully will carry us through some more great conversations about regenerative economy and supporting growth through the environment. Welcome, Tommy. How's it going?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You hear him, Joe?
Yes.
How's it going, Joe?
Good. How's it going, Tommy? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. Does Nova speak?
Nova is our camera. Don't talk to us.
Don't talk to cameras. Happy Friday. And Trace is backstage, putting some powder on. And
for getting together a lot of the refi day today. It's been a great community that are thinking globally, a lot of interesting opportunities to talk about how we can improve the global impact. And I think that's kind of the focus that we have with crypto, is that we have the ability to take back tools and use tools to directly influence and impact local communities and markets, and harness audiences from all over the world to care about causes that they might not have the opportunity to know about or to support otherwise. Do you have some topics you'd like to lead us through, Tommy?
sure, Trace is kind of here, but all I'm hearing is the static. Is that what you're catching too?
Yeah, I'm not hearing or seeing Trace currently.
Hello, can you hear me?
I hear you now. Yes.
There you are.
Hello. Hi. How are you all?
Welcome. Doing
Thank you.
great.
How are you?
Joining us.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry I'm a little late.
No worries. I think we should probably go around and introduce ourselves and tell a little bit about where we represent and the projects that we're working on. Joe, would you like to get us started?
Sure. I'll hop in. So if you happen to catch me like 90 minutes ago, I was chatting earlier today, but my name is Joe Nisbet, and I'm the founder of Orgo. We're Orgo_Earth on Twitter, Orgo.Earth, the website, and we are building an app to gamify the regenerative impacts that you can do in your local community. And so my background is in sustainable landscape architecture and city planning, and I'm jumping headfirst into the whole blockchain space as soon as I had a glimpse of the potential for, not just recreating the economic system with a new token backend infrastructure, but what are we going to do that's actually going to make a big difference to the world, the impacts that we need to make, and how can we kind of close the loop on some of these really big practices and stuff like that. So I'm involved with some grassroots communities that do permaculture education. Involved with a few nonprofits in New York and the Northeast United States area. And I am so excited to sit here today with you guys and share more about Orgo and our perspective on refi. So thanks for having me.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Trace, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Thank you for having me on. My name's Trace. I am the creator and founder of CO2 Cult. We are a nouns fork that's aiming to offset the historic emissions of ETH. So that's the little elevator pitch. But how that looks is, nouns, if you're not familiar with it, has a daily NFT auction, and 100% of those proceeds go to a shared community treasury that noun holders vote on ways to use. And it's taking that same principle, working that mechanic, and adding a twist for refi. So instead of 100% going to the shared treasury, it'll be 50%, and the other 50% goes to a custom carbon offsetting contract. And that's going to do a couple of kind of fancy things, but it's going to buy and stake Klima, and then the rebases on that every month half of those will be turned into NCT, the Toucan Nature Carbon Ton, and offset through the Klima offset aggregator. And this will all happen automatically behind the scenes. So the idea and the goal is to create a constantly growing on-chain carbon entity that's continuing to offset more and more carbon every month and increasing that impact. And like I said, the goal is to ultimately offset all of Ethereum's historic emissions, which are estimated around 15 million tons at the moment.
Well, thank you so much. Yeah, I think when we discuss emissions, Ethereum emissions and proof of work is top of mind for a lot of people. I know that the government in these reports are definitely trying to claim environmental impact and destructiveness of NFTs or some other things. So definitely interested to dive into that later and have us talk a little bit about that more. Tommy, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi, I'm Tommy. Sorry, I'm having some issues with video today, so I'm this snazzy photo. I'm Tommy. I'm co-founder of Revesture. We were recently in the ReFi DAO hackathon with both of you guys, which was great fun and a good community. We're approaching carbon credits also, but we're doing it from the niche of metaverse NFT marketplace. So we're teaming up with projects like Moloch Digital and other 3D builders in Neos and other metaverses, and creating avatars, wearables, and complete worlds that are carbon offset. Right now, we've been working with Toucan Protocol as well with the auto offset. With the recent news from Vera, though, we've been reaching our hands out, trying to see where else we can go. We're looking to team up with Carbon Blocks, who was on earlier speaking a little bit, who's looking to work with Patch, and just exploring the options of that. And the idea is that we want to create a gateway, kind of a fun way to engage people, get just another outlet for carbon offsets to exist, kind of in the same line as your Golem game that you were speaking of earlier, Joe, where we could do things such as have models of geodesic domes and templates for different say eco-village setups that have the well on this side and the river on this side, the sun rising over there versus the sun rising over there, and you can drag and drop and test out the physics of what your build might be, mint that as an NFT that already is offset, and be able to offer it to other people to use in their building processes. So we're looking to not only offer people carbon offsets, but offer people ways to plan virtually across the globe before needing to gather the supplies and kind of know what they're doing before they get on the ground.
Wonderful. Thanks, Tommy. Yeah, my name is Penguin. A little bit about some of the projects that I'm working on that are relevant. I'm working on a NFT marketplace, Dropper, which is a chain agnostic NFT marketplace, but we also offset all of our NFTs with carbon credits. We work with Materium and offer real world assets that are offset with carbon credits as well. And I've done a project called Never Touch Fiat Again, where we offset our credits. And then also did another project, Rainbow Rolls, where I was a technical lead. And we donated 70% of the money to charity. Specifically, we were able to donate 20 Ethereum to Gitcoin, 20 Ethereum to Giveth, and we wiped away $7 million in medical debt to families in need. So using the power of NFTs to directly impact the lives of families and buy up their medical debt and wipe it away. So yeah, thank you very much, Tommy. I've got a few topics that I'd like to discuss, but if you wouldn't mind carrying us through the first part, I think that would be great.
Yeah, no problem. So yeah, like I mentioned before, the three of us were all in ReFi DAO hackathon around Earth Day and a little bit extended beyond. And it was super exciting to see the community kind of come together and really one of the most collaborative experiences that I've had in Web3. So the fact that a lot of us are still talking and trying to collaborate and see how to mix our projects together. So have there been anything that came out of ReFi DAO that has really interested you to connect with, or some aspect to your project that could develop into something more that you weren't thinking of before you got to ReFi DAO?
I think for me, it's hard to think of a specific thing that's happened because of that, but it's more just the energy that I came away with, and this
Absolutely.
new kind of, it's almost like a new cohort, right? It's like our classmates, we're all like students of the same, we're startup classmates almost, and that feeling of like camaraderie and realizing, oh wow, there's a bunch of people trying to solve this problem, NFTs and ReFi, and there's a bunch of different kind of ways that we're doing it. And being here, like, this is a great kind of example of how those connections have continued, and this event that y'all are putting on is really interesting. Like, and then it kind of sparked that y'all are doing this, it sparked an idea for us of, oh, well, that's really cool. Like an all day kind of y'all are doing it for weeks or one whole
Yes.
week.
2 weeks.
Like the ambition of that was like definitely stuck. Oh, nice. 3. It stuck with me, and I was like, wow, that's really a great idea. Bring a bunch of projects together, showcase them, have that networking, mingling happening. So we're doing like a big event for Gitcoin, the GR14, to showcase all the projects there. So yeah, I think it's just this like energy bouncing, and it's not anything in particular like, oh, I partnered with this project to do that, but it's all these new connections, all these new potential collaborations that are kind of playing out.
I totally agree with that. Like a cohort, like you're saying, or coterie, like a mini ecosystem that we're working in, the ReGen kind of sidetrack of like, okay, well, we're all coming out the gate more or less at the same time. So why compete when we can share and strengthen each other right out the gate? So how about for you, Joe?
Yeah, I was trying to sit here and think of the specifics too. It is tough. It was such a cool event. I think for us, like a lot of other teams, what we presented was a lot of brand new stuff, like our venture into metaverse gaming and a Golem, this concept proposal for what what is it going to mean in the virtual world for what impacts are happening in the real world? I think is such a really interesting question, and that hackathon was a really cool space to get feedback from other people who are tossing around the same ideas in their own circle. So that was really, really cool. I think I still got to do some following up, like the CO2 cold. I think was amazing and well deserved, and I think that there are definitely more collaborations that are possible within our cohort. So yeah, I think that's super cool. Something we were talking about earlier today when I was presenting with Penguin was about, we have this app for positive impact tracking and verification, but what about the negative side of who's doing the worst? And I really think in carbon, there's a lot of data out there on who's the worst. So I'm not sure what that collaboration might look like, but I think I think it was like offsety or something like that. Like you can calculate your personal wallet carbon offset. So I think it's really cool that you're trying to offset the whole entire chain. And anyways, I'm just brainstorming, but I feel like there's a lot of collaboration there that could still happen when it comes to the more on the individual scale of who did what and who's trying to kind of make their impacts more known and maybe try to make a difference on an individual level. I think that we could do something really cool with the way you're creating a treasury to support that very specific action. I think all of the Orgo tasks that we're proposing could have a treasury that has some portion going to a clean stake and some portion going towards something else. So anyways, yeah, it was a really great event. I think there's still a lot of fruit to be harvested.
Absolutely, yeah. And like you said, Trace, you guys won first place, and Joe, you guys got second. And we almost had Diago on here right now, and then we would have had third place here as well. Or Magenta from Bloom actually won third place, Penguin. They did some journal, agroforestry DAO journals that allow you to keep track of your participation in a project and offer knowledge to be passed on and added on and edited. It's a really cool idea, and we'll get to hear some more from Diago tomorrow. He's actually going to speak at, let me double check the calendar, 6 p.m. UTC. So, and you mentioned the whole chain being carbon negative. For us, it's exciting. Right now, we're working with Polygon mostly. We're looking to be more cross-chain compatible as well. But Polygon did make an announcement to be carbon negative for all transactions on chain by this year, by the end of this year. So they have a $20 million pledge out right now to make that possible. So that's super exciting to be working on a chain that's already pledging to be carbon negative, and then on top of that, adding more options for people. So I think we're in the right place at the right time, more or less.
Is that a pledge or a donation?
Well, they maybe both. I don't know.
No, I'm messing.
Hey, we have Michael joining us.
Yeah, I wanted to touch a little bit on what you guys both said too about hackathons and the kind of cohort process of people working together under kind of really tight deadlines to build MVPs, and it really bodes well towards finding people that are aligned and have strong passions. So yeah, I'd say like one of the best parts about in a hackathon is finding people that are willing to make some impact. And the reason I usually do hackathons is, to challenge myself and work with new people rather than kind of work with the same teams. I'll try and find new people that I haven't worked with and kind of push them, see what they're about, make something cool, and kind of connect them as well. So yeah, I'm really happy to see a reunion of people from the hackathon, and to see you guys are still talking and following up.
Yeah, definitely, it's exciting. Michael from Lower Labs is trying to pop in and out of stage right now, but he was also there with us. The boys are back in town. For Orgo, Joe, do you do you see integration with things such as like the journal project that Diallo was working on, where you have a sort of like a living document of the projects that people are documenting with your app?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a great question. Diogo is one of the people who's been popping in the Orgo Discord and coming to office hours, trying to figure out, what is this integration or collaboration possibly look like. And I think, if I recall correctly, it's called like the Earth Regenerators or something, some group like that. I believe Joe Brewer is working on in South America, and some of the projects that the Agroforestry Journal NFTs are related to those other projects in that network. And basically, what Orgo app, what we're focused on doing is delivering a mobile device user experience to capture this field data. And we absolutely want to make it as composable and interoperable as possible for any other experience or dApp or whatever to further process that data or something like that. I actually met with Magenta earlier this week on another pilot project of Orgo called Lala Gardens in Colorado, and the possibility of the impacts getting generated on the Bloom network. Similarly, how does that interoperate with Orgo? So basically, what we're trying to do is create this mobile experience that you could capture the data. Photo and text is supported right now in the Alpha app, and we're currently building other options. And I think the primary way that another kind of network's impact tracking, whatever they're building, is through like a file upload. So this is also something you could do, like a drone survey, get your drone data, get it over to your phone somehow, or even upload from desktop and upload a file as part of your, I did this impact, here's my evidence, that you can do on the Orgo app. So what me and Magenta were kind of talking about was exporting data, uploading it as a file to Orgo. Similarly with the NFT agroforestry journals, either, revealing Orgo data that are specific to that task, that someone is taking the time to create a journal entry using the Orgo app, that then gets fed and, read. They can call the API or whatever, read the actual blockchain credential when we actually have the evidence submitted, on chain, and then that agroforestry journal NFT project could just call that data and show it, or vice versa. So I think that all those integrations are there, and I just still see a gap in the refi space of this like layperson friendly mobile experience for how you could get involved with a carbon credit. It still seems like it's very difficult to get involved, and like these projects are far away. They're thousands of acres. They're like, you don't know where they are. Some of them are. I think the best projects have great storytelling about who they are, where they are, why they're this specific habitat that they're regenerating, and this is a more impactful place to do work, and that there is a community. Sometimes it's an indigenous community or some other community on the ground that's doing this work that you're supporting by purchasing this offset or this NFT or something like that. So we really see Orgo as developing infrastructure, and we seek to be as interoperable and composable as possible and allow other teams to get access to the data. And one thing on our product roadmap right now is white labeling the Orgo app. So something in the future that you could do is take your name and logo and have your own deployment of the Orgo app with your name and logo all over it. So it looks like the Agroforestry Journal NFT project, and everything that's like building, like the way that it's built is basically a clone of the Orgo app, and it will still at the end of the day issue Orgo credentials and create an Orgo account so that you are interoperable with these other things that we're building. But yeah, that's absolutely the idea, and I think it's the development is slow and hard. I think if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, go together. So it takes a long time to build that out. And final thing, I know I'm chatting long on this answer, but final thing is we're in the Demeter group, and we're going to hoping to exhibit at the ReFi DAO MRV showcase, so we can showcase our technology. But those two groups I really see are trying to foster this interoperability and create these standards for how do ReFi projects claim impacts are happening, how do they collect this data and then transform it and make it available to other projects. so that data is composable and can be verified, by multiple different parties, comparing apples to apples. So that is not the strong suit of Orgo, to know what the science is for how to create and calculate a carbon offset credit. And what we're focused on is just that mobile experience, so that we could be as plug and play as possible with these other teams.
Awesome. Yeah, I know of a few projects here in Central America that are GPS tracking every tree that they're planting, or every plant that they're doing in syntropic farming. They're GPS tagging it right as they put it in. So I see maybe cool integrations with Orgo with things like that, right? Where I don't know necessarily how your verification process works. I think you say you have like a community on ground manager that kind of verifies things, right? So yeah, I see that being a really cool thing. They've been tracking for a few years, GPS tracking, so that they can show the local municipalities the impact of what they're doing, and be able to branch out and do more local city work and plant trees here and there, and say, well, we're doing it because of this, and if we plant these many of this type of tree or this kind of flower, it's going to bring these pollinators, or it's going to bring these migratory birds, and here's the data to prove it. And it's helping them get in the right room with the right local governments to actually make like strong impacts faster, I guess. And Michael's gone again. And he's back.
Oh yeah, that's awesome. That's totally, like, that's the coolest thing that I think that you could do as an individual. That's a huge part of what I think part of the issue is, why so many young people today have this climate anxiety. It feels like there's nothing you can do to make a difference, even though there's so much science saying that, if we put the resources together and we have a plan of action, that we really can make a difference, that all of the mess that we're in is possible to get out from. So I love sharing my optimism when I can, because I'm a very optimistic person. But I just really think that we can make a difference, and if people knew what to do, and if we had the right tracking and verification, that we could have this economic model where we get the appropriate number of trees planted for what society needs. If that's to fix carbon or whatever the next challenge will be after carbon, I'm sure we'll have a whole lot more work to do, even once the planet is carbon neutral. So yeah, I think that is going to be a really cool thing. One question that I have, I guess, for the panel, if anyone else has experience with this, maybe, Klima with the Toucan, like, onboarding the Vera credits and other credits, like, how do you not double count? And because this is not my background or expertise, but how do you not double count impact? One thing that we're trying to do as we interoperate with other protocols that measure and verify impact is, if they can take their impact, like for example the Bloom Network or these agroforestry journal NFTs, if you can take your impact and you're selling an NFT to create this impact and you're verifying it and you know that it's happening, if we bring it into Orgo and then give you an Orgo credential that you can then sell and say, oh, I made this same impact, like what do we do for that? I know it's like a basic question. I can't get my mind around it. How does like someone like Vera or these other people who are doing other types of offsets, how do they not double count the same carbon?
Yeah, so one of the actually, go ahead, Trace. You can answer first.
I was going to say I'm not an expert in this in any way, but from my basic understanding, when let's just say Toucan's example, when a credit comes on chain from the Vera registry, it changes status in the Vera's registry, and this is actually being changed right now as we speak. That's why they paused bridging, but the way it was working was, in Vera you can change that specific credit to retired, I think was the status that it would be in. So you retire it off chain and then bring it on chain. And so that ensures that credit isn't still floating around in the regular Vera registry. And then once that credit is bridged though, and Toucan's holding it and say someone buys it, that doesn't mean that they can then claim that they have that offset. If you're holding tin NCT, that doesn't mean you can claim that offset because you could just sell it. So you'd have to use, Toucan has a tool, I believe, and Klima has a tool, an offsetting tool that you go to, and it does some kind of more complex technical thing in the background than just burning it, like sending it to a burn address. But for our purposes, that's kind of what's happening. It's burning that token, and then that's where you're able to claim that. So if you would want to bring an asset in, you'd have to say, bring in the tokenized carbon and then offset it. And then you can let your users kind of claim that offset.
Yeah. So my answer would be that it's all about kind of setting up a system of recording. I think tokenization is a great way to capture the moment that and actually record a lot of the data. But if we're considering like standards, I know that Nori is kind of one of the models and marketplaces that I've seen, and so they kind of rely on like 6 different things and like real, quantifiable, permanent, additional, verified, and unique kind of standards, and basically that means that they are going to track that the carbon was actually removed and record all the stages of removal, so that it's indexed and you can see this is when it was removed, this is the place, and so that it ends up tagged so that you can't double spend it. And I think adopting standards so that we're all sharing data, we all kind of know the format that things will be in, will make it so information's not siloed. It's not going to be, oh, this registry has this one, this registry has that one. Kind of adopting things that no one owns, but we all own, and building that into the common narrative of how we talk about recording data and sharing data goes a long way. So I think that's really how we get to accountability and traceability of offsets and pretty much any kind of impact.
Yeah, thank you for that. If someone wants to drop the link to Nori on Discord or YouTube, that'd be great. I think that going back to the Vera and Toucan example, Orgo is not bridging any credits at the time. It would be, we're originating these impacts ourselves, so we're more Vera in that example. So how does Vera not, double issue carbon on their registry? And I think when we talk about interoperability with someone else, planting a tree and then trying to bring that evidence that they planted a tree to Orgo, that's where I get a question mark in my head. On the Orgo app, you have to use real-time data. So you have to take a photo in the moment and you have to get real-time location data in the moment. You can't upload from your reel, your photo reel or something like that. So we can verify uniqueness and all of these different things. And then as Tommy mentioned, we use a community organizer. So the person on the ground that's owning the land or running the nonprofit or whatever the organization structure is that's trying to plant trees, for example, or whatever this impact is, that person has to verify that your individual user account was involved to create this impact. And they say, yes, this is true. And then that's the ultimate authority that we use to issue the credential from, that this is a true credential coming from this community. So one thing in our pipeline is how do we decentralize and crowdsource different aspects of that, from creating a task methodology, verifying that it's been done, and that evidence is good. But yeah, I guess I was just still, maybe we can chat more offline about it, about how we could actually take someone else's claim of an impact and bring it into and recreate an Orgo credential without, creating a, I don't know, without doubling up on the fact that they made that impact one time.
It's really been boggling my mind too on like how, right? Because it's kind of the most important missing piece to get it scalable and to get people really utilizing these tools is to, know that it's trusting, know that it's trustworthy, and know that it's real, and that it's not just people throwing around numbers to make their organization look good, that they bought some carbon credits and they're just shuffling them around, or all these, what ifs that could occur. I think it's super important for us to figure out the traceability aspect. And I think you're one of the closer projects that I've seen that I've been working on it, actually, Orgo and Joe. With the metadata of your photos, and it's kind of the closest you get. There's going to always be somebody that tries to cheat the system, right? And then I guess we make adjustments then and figure out how to avoid that. Michael, are you actually here?
Hey, gang. Yep, late to the party.
No
Vibing
problem.
on what you're talking about.
You want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, thanks a lot. See where we can help out.
Awesome. And do you want to give maybe the elevator pitch of what Loa Labs is about? You're muted. Nope. Okay. The post for the link for Nori is in the main stage chat, Joe, if you didn't see it. And we tried to get Imogen Heap to come perform. She's actually one of the sponsors there of Nori, or she's a artist that gave 10% of all of her income from music goes through Nori for carbon offsets. So it'd be cool to see more things like that happening as we kind of take some of these tools and allow them to go more into the coming mass adoption of things, right? How can we offer, for on the Revestor side of things, we've been thinking a lot about event spaces and being able to have a virtual experience, kind of like you were saying, Joe, with Gollum and the game, have a virtual experience that you can also participate in, maybe for music or for, like I was saying, eco-village building or construction, like finding these larger industries that need to show carbon offsets just based on what they're doing. They need to offset their carbon, One recent approach that we were looking at was there's a huge digital nomad movement, right? So you got people traveling all over the world, flying planes, blowing all kinds of carbon to go work in whatever jungle they want. That's wonderful, but are you offsetting your carbon? And how can you do this, right? So I've been looking at ways to integrate with hostels directly in co-working spaces so that you can buy packages and offset your carbon to maybe not just be popping your digital nomad Instagram pictures everywhere, but actually, doing some other good. There you are, Michael. Good to see you. Nope, and you're gone again.
Yeah, I think that's interesting. That brings up a question for me, I guess for Revestor, CO2 Cold, Loa Labs, Penguin, if you want to answer, is like, there's something that we've been dealing with at Orgo. We just placed in another hackathon recently, and the whole concept was about consumer carbon footprint. What can the consumer do to choose a more sustainable soap brand or something like that? So do you guys position yourselves and your work for like a retail consumer that they're doing better? Or are you really going after those bigger impact investors and philanthropists who are possibly, maybe pointing a bigger finger at these large corporations who are doing the majority of the carbon emissions and other types of negative impacts, whereas our individual footprint is smaller than that? I think Orgo's interesting, and
how we go down that path is a tough choice. So I'm curious how you guys handle that.
Kind of been having the same conversations lately, like which way to go and how can we do both at the same time. You know, obviously the individual is important to concentrate on, but like you're saying, the mass of this impact is coming from these larger corporations and these larger industries, and it seems like a better approach to catch them at the root, you know, and if it's a promotion agency for artists or something, like get the promotion agency to take care of it for all the artists on it. If it's a co-working chain that's in 25 locations and around the world, have it come from them rather than each individual digital nomad, right? That's kind of the approach that we've been talking about in the last week even. How about you, Trace?
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting kind of thing to think about, right? So, you know, to in our case specifically, with the goal of offsetting ETH, it's going to require some significant capital. So to be kind of, you know, the NFTs have to end up being sold for a certain price. But you know, depending on seeing how the market is and depending on how, you know, the next few months play out, we kind of expect that we might not have, you know, a ton of hype and huge prices at the beginning there. So the way I'm thinking of it is there'll probably be a solid window at the beginning for kind of consumers and individuals to get in and participate in that way. But hopefully over time, you know, if we're going to reach towards that goal of offsetting ETH, it's going to become more and more like, you know, I'm envisioning, I would love to see other refi projects buying an orb and taking part in the governance and all of that. And, you know, other Web3 projects just kind of showing solidarity. And then, of course, like another big potential collector base would be the generative artist enthusiast or generative art enthusiasts, people that buy art blocks specifically and you know, on-chain generative art, because we're trying to introduce, you know, some nature-based parameters and kind of innovate a little bit in that arena, and hopefully they find value in it. And in that case, you know, those pieces are typically going to a collector that's pretty liquid in ETH, probably people that have been holding ETH for a long time and got in earlier. So when they see 10 ETH, they don't think, you know, 20, 30,000, they think a few hundred is what they paid for it ultimately. But that's kind of our ultimate goal, is to get to that kind of crypto native almost community and break through into that if we're really going to achieve this.
Yeah, absolutely. The solidarity, I think, is the important part there.
Yeah, we also are working on a NFT project, and have, you know, questioned who.
I think we lost you.
Yeah. You're having some mic issues, I think, Michael.
Can you hear me okay now?
Yep.
My apologies for my
there you are.
technological hiccups.
Wouldn't be a
It seems like I'm in
virtual...
trouble. I'm going to step back and just listen. I really appreciate y'all.
Oh, no problem. It wouldn't be a virtual meetup without at least saying you're muted once, right?
Yeah, I think one of the things that I want to talk about, we kind of hinted at it before. I'm not sure how much you guys know about it, but we were talking about Vera registration, right? And especially changes that happen to it. People watching this might not have any idea what that means or how things have changed. Do you think we could talk a little bit about it? I did a little bit of research about it, and it basically changed the requirements to reporting every 10 years to reporting every 4 to 6 years, and it is kind of my understanding, and really stepping up the requirements that a country has to do to maintain their records, to be compliant and stay in the club, so to speak. So that's obviously kind of an exclusionary practice, right? They're trying to push, if you don't meet these standards, then we don't want your data. You can't participate in this system of carbon offsets. So can we, obviously that's kind of at odds with Web3. So can we just talk a little bit more about the changes in Vera and how that impacts carbon and what that means to people?
Yeah, for sure. I just dropped a link in the main stage chat too. That is Toucan's response to Vera's announcement, and there is a little more information in there if people wanna click through as well. But maybe somebody else wants to take the lead on the answer to this.
So, is this the same one that's saying that they're no longer going to allow the tokenization to continue happening in the same way, and they're going to kind of define that, or is it a different announcement?
It's that announcement.
Okay, cool. Because I wasn't aware of that part about changing the vintage requirement. The main part that I was focused on was that it's led to pausing of all bridging on chain, and they're kind of, the way I see it is it's a reaction to what's happened over the past 6 months with Klima and Toucan. It's really kind of affected them, and it came out of left field for them. They didn't really see us coming, and the way that it was being bridged before was just kind of not a workaround, but it was the method was kind of come up with playing within the current rules, I guess. And since there's no definition of how tokenization should work, and it's never been done before, it seems like Vera has come out and said, we want to kind of analyze this new market and come up with, if there needs to be a new status for a carbon credit, we need to define that and create that. So again, I'm not an expert at all in that, but in terms of changing the vintage requirements, it sounds like, again, I haven't read that part of it, so I would need to check, but I would support that, because the more kind of strenuous we can be in making sure that these are legitimate offsets, better. We kind of got into trouble with the BCT, and some mainstream articles came out saying that, it's using credits from this defunct project in China that's a hydro project, and so there was questions about the legitimacy. So I think having really kind of strong standards for verifying is important. Another thing I would say is, I think that there's strong potential that there could be a decentralized solution that is better than Vera that comes out, that no longer needs this bureaucracy and the way that the old VCM worked. So I'm kind of interested to see how that develops, and if a decentralized solution kind of takes control, on-chain solution takes over.
Yeah, me too. I was also unaware of the changes in verification, but I'm excited to hear that, because it is kind of really important. And usually the first question that somebody asks, well, how do you know that they're real? Well, I'm trusting this organization. That's what they're about. So hopefully they're doing their job. But as you just said, there's been some discrepancies. So I'm hoping that people like CO2 Coal and Carbon Blocks are the ones that are going to come up with a solution. That we create this carbon market on chain, and that we can find ways to verify things without that middle necessary organization. But that, like, how do we do that? And figuring out the traceability for things, I think, will extend to so many different industries. But how do we become those verifying organizations?
Well, I think it actually kind of helps that they are not accepting the tokens, right? Because if they are kind of being resistant to change, it promotes and requires us to kind of step up and build these standards that they're not going to and don't have an incentive to build. So yeah, I think that's pretty much one of the crazy parts. Like, is I've mentioned before, like exclusionary practices and trying to make sure that people don't join is counter to the culture that we're building. We're building a culture that empowers more people to participate, and regulation isn't the issue, as we can all agree. Like having people verify that they're doing what they're saying they're doing is part of contributing, right? We want to support people that are making solid impacts. So I think that we building those standards ourselves will ensure that we will build in methods that check and verify people are doing what they say they're doing, rather than kind of checking in every couple of years. We want much better progress, as we saw with Orgo, like a direct picture rather than verifiable proof in real time is kind of where we're at now, and looking forward and making sure that in 10 years what the project we're doing is still going to be there, rather than they promised something and then 5 years they're no longer sustainable either, and then they disappear. So I think that's definitely where a lot of the growth needs to be, is more cooperation and breaking down barriers rather than putting up new ones.
Such a
Completely
cool
agree.
topic. I'm glad you brought it up. I just want to give a shout out to Avano on Twitter. TR from Avano is doing an amazing work to create Demeter, Demeter, which is all about decentralized standards for this data and this interoperability. I think he has a really cool vision, and if you like this topic, you should definitely come to the ReFi DAO MRV exhibition next Friday on the 24th. But this is absolutely what Orgo is. It's really near and dear to my heart. So please support Orgo and go to gitcoin.co and search for Orgo and help support our grant to build the Orgo app. But I think what a big problem like that Vera has is that their work is supporting all of these middlemen. And the higher that you make the cost to report, that's the higher transaction cost for someone to purchase a carbon offset. You're going to get less of those offsets. I think we do need good credits. We don't want to have bad credits flood the market. We want to have good, strict reporting that makes sense. But the more that it just looks more and more like a power grab, that they don't want this market out of their control, and they're going to do what they can to keep the credits, on their balance sheet as much as possible. But ultimately, I think it's just a huge sign of the success of Toucan and Klima to promote what we can do with these new tokens to offer a new credit that people previously had no access to. Or for me, I felt like I didn't have any access to. Maybe I did. But I think it's a really amazing democratizing effort that blockchain is going to bring. And for me at Orgo, I hope it's not just carbon. I hope it extends beyond carbon to these other types of benefits that we can verify. And my belief is that the cheaper and quicker and easier that we can make valid impact verification, then we're going to have more access to give to the market to these credits. So the lower that we make those transaction costs, the more actual impacts that are going to start to get being made. And we're really trying to remove the middleman from that whole process so that you can directly see in your blockchain identity the impacts that you've made, and you get supported for the work that you've done without a huge, international corporation or, all the different red tape that goes on involved, where all of those different people take money and administrative costs out of your profit for your impact that you created. So yeah, really great topic. Thanks for bringing it up. And shout out to Avano for the amazing work he's doing with Demeter. I think it's just AVANO on Twitter. Mono Marketplace. TR is doing a great job to create these decentralized standards, and we need more help to do that at the meter.
Awesome.
Trace,
Yeah.
any
I'm gonna drop
finishing lines?
drop the link in the main stage chat, maybe, Joe.
Will do.
I'm sorry, Penguin, you were leading us away.
Oh, I was just asking if Trace had any words of wisdom that he'd like to close with.
Just thank you so much for having me on. I really love what y'all are doing, having a whole ReGen day, or is it 2 days? Or just one? Yeah, one day.
It kind
2 days
of
next
it kind of developed into 2 days. Tomorrow we have Project Dark, Doing Good, Refi NFT Coalition, Hextera. So there's some more coming up tomorrow.
Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, I love this kind of event. I mean, I love the idea of, bring us all together. Let's all talk and showcase what we're doing and collaborate, and hopefully we can all meet some new people and feel energized for our work continuing forward. And yeah, I love Refi, I love the space. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, be sure to share some links for what you're doing with the Gitcoin grant. They're doing the Refi hackathon right now, so that'd be great to share. And Owaki will be speaking next week as well, about green pilling in the future. And so yeah, we do have some more ReGen local on the ground DAOs talking on Monday and Tuesday of next week as well.
Very cool. Yeah. So yeah, we have a Gitcoin grant. As you know, quadratic funding, $1 does a lot. So highly encourage people to go through all the projects that are presenting here today. And there's a climate round in Gitcoin with 500,000 matching. So there's quite a lot of impact you can make. I think our project is at like $1 matches $55. So it's pretty mind blowing. So go find a bunch of climate projects that you like. Avano's on there. Orgo, y'all are on there, right?
Yes, search for Orgo. We're in there.
Yeah.
Let's throw a cart together.
Let's all donate to each other.
Joe, are you guys signed up for the Giveathon on Monday with us?
Not currently, I don't believe.
Okay, cool.
I'd love to start that.
Yeah, let's get you. We only have a few spots left, so that's perfect. And anybody else is welcome to. I think we have like 4 or 5 spots left, but I have a big collection with all of those projects, and happy to add y'all to it as well and share that if you want.
Thank you.
Wonderful,
Appreciate
awesome.
it. Yeah, we'll retweet and tweet. We're posting a list. I can't remember if it's Sunday or Monday, just of grants and partners and collaborators that we're trying to support. I'll be sure to add you guys. Is Low Labs on there, or Penguin, any of your projects on there?
No, my projects are not on there. Yeah, so NFT Dropper is our Twitter, and it's DROPPR. So yeah, we were finalists at the AVAX hackathon in January, and since then we've been heads down working from MVP to getting the production site ready. So we'll be live next month, I believe. So stay tuned there. We don't have a Gitcoin grant or anything. I am representing Metagame though, and Metagame has some Gitcoin grants that will go to support what we're doing here, as well as all of our interoperable and InterDAO functionality. So yeah, I definitely recommend someone to donate to Metagame to help support the stuff that we're doing here and the entire ecosystem. So thank you.
Well, thanks so much for having me, and thanks for hosting this event today. I think it's really cool to see everyone in the whole ecosystem have time to shine. So yeah, keep on keeping on the good work, and we'll hype up whatever links you have to share with us. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Next up, we have Tommy with Musashi. Musashi, are you there?
I am. How are we doing today?
We're doing great. We're talking all about rebuilding the world in a better way.
It's a good day.
It's a good day. Do you have slides, or are one of you going to be on camera?
Yeah, I'm gonna show a screen share, at least of our website here.
Okay, I can see it. Yeah,
Let me
please make
just,
sure to introduce yourself, let people know who you are, and feel free to jump into Revesture.
All right, Tommy, you want to start us off?
Yeah, I just sent you a nice image you can make your profile pic as if you want. So Revesture was born out of the Refi DAO hackathon that started on Earth Day. That's where we met the lovely people that we were just speaking with. We participated in a challenge that had to do with NFTs and carbon credits. And so ideally, or as you might expect, our first solution was, oh, well, let's make a marketplace, an NFT marketplace for carbon offsets. And then you notice, well, that's what everyone's going to try to do. Okay, so how can we maybe branch out from that? We looked around at the people we had working on the project and realized a lot of us were working already in building different metaverses and 3D environments. And that if we kind of chose that niche, maybe we could expand and kind of create a fun doorway for people to engage with carbon offsets. So Musashi here works with Moloch Digital, and maybe you can pick up from there.
Yeah. So Moloch Digital is a build group. We started off in Neos, and now we're branching out to other metaverses. We're building something called Moloch Cloudship, which is kind of a connection space for DAOs and other organizations to collaborate, work together in. And Moloch Digital is teaming up with Revesture to make sure that everything we do on our Cloudship, everything that we build within all of these metaverses, the metaverses that we build are themselves, and including even the blockchains or the contracts that we might be using, all of our assets, all of our transactions are covered ecologically. So we're covering our carbon footprint from the use of the blockchain, the energy that we require to do the transactions that we do, and we're utilizing regenerative projects at the same time.
Yeah, and so part of our roadmap is to integrate with things such as Giveth and be able to have splits within the NFTs go directly to regenerative projects. So not only are we bundling carbon credits as we all figure out the best way to do that, as we discussed just a little bit ago, but we're also looking to donate directly to projects that are making the impact, that are on the ground doing the things already. So the more that we can immediately, with or without someone saying, hey, this is a carbon credit that's doing this, the more that we can immediately give it to the projects that are doing it, the faster we see the impact happening. And by making it a little more gamified and playful, maybe we can gather more interest and reach out to those larger corporations and the larger players that are creating the impact, that are creating maybe some of the largest negative impact, to buy something or to engage with the carbon market, the carbon credit market, in a fun way for their whole organization. So I don't know, some examples could be, we're having on Sunday here, we're having a streamed global dance party from Life Live DAO. And, if it's streaming actual people, but if we had a metaverse counterpart of it, and we made a bunch of MetaFest2 sunglasses that we gifted out to you, and you could throw on your avatar as you come in, all of those sunglasses could already be carbon offsets. So the the organization could buy this bundle pack and then be able to engage their employees or their organization into a new world, into playing with more things, kind of, yeah, creating a new bridge that's not just, I need to buy carbon offsets, let me click here and calculate what I owe. Okay, here's my card number. Okay, thanks. I'm clear. I've done my part as a human. But actually kind of play with it some more and make it so it's just kind of happening with what you're already doing and what you're already having fun doing. Take the dryness out of it a little bit. On our website here, we have some voxels that were created by some various metagamers and Moloch Digital crew that are attached to carbon offsets originally through Toucan Protocol. We were using the auto offset helper, similar to what Trace was talking about, and also looking for new solutions as things are on pause with Vera. The tech side of things will be, ideally, we'll have a really clean interface that allows you to choose from a couple of curated projects on something similar to Giveth or such as Giveth, that you can set your splits to on your revenue and royalty splits to right at the time of minting. We would like to create a curated marketplace, so encouraging more communities that want to do things, as I mentioned in the panel, like planning eco villages. Say you want to model a geodesic dome, you want to model a solar panel, you want to model a windmill, a turbine, something like this, right? And you want to showcase how you would put it onto your plot of land. Each one of these models could already have carbon offsets, can already be donating to regenerative projects, and in the future even we could team up with people like Moloch Digital and do training exercises. So say you want to teach a volunteer crew how to put together a geodesic dome before they arrive on site. It's not going to be exactly the same, but it's very helpful to know that you have 3 sets of bars, they hinge together this way, et cetera. First tighten these ones, next tighten those ones. And knowing all the information before you get there just saves time, saves resources, saves labor. And so expanding into things like that, where we are just we're just a doorway. We're just a doorway for people to work on their projects and to know that they're already doing good just by being there. Maybe you have more to touch on that, Musashi.
Yep. So something we're doing in Moloch Digital is we're building this cloud chip that connects a bunch of communities together, but it's built in such a way that we see a lot of guilds sprouting up that will serve DAOs. There already are guilds that serve DAOs, but we see it kind of becoming more of a thing in the future, kind of DAO, service DAOs, serving all the other communities, businesses in their niche skill set. So, we've kind of built the infrastructure for that on Moloch Cloud Chip, both kind of physically in world, and also kind of like the tech stack and the flow. And part of that is, I'm big on permaculture, just like Tommy is, just like Penguin is, just like a lot of people that you're seeing today. It's how a lot of us connected together, not just through Web3 technology, but our passions, what our morals and our ethos kind of line up together. And, I do a lot of permaculture design. I do a lot of permaculture design implementation on lands all over the US and some in Haiti. a little bit in Mexico. And, if you really want to design something properly that's going to, permaculture is agriculture, it's gardening, but, with a permanent mindset. So the idea is if I do something right the first time, hopefully I will not have to touch it or have minimal inputs after that. And so we take a lot of our structures from nature, building out food forests and basically just mimicking what nature does because nature does it best. But a part of that is, it takes time to really see the flow of things on a land, to know what to do, to know the seasonal rains and where the water flows in a heavy flood year. That might take me years to figure these things out. And so, we're now able to take some of these models, like I've been experimenting with using NASA geospatial data and satellite mappings from like Google and things like that, and applying them to meshes in Blender and basically getting an exact terrain of a specific coordinates on Earth. And it actually be the real, I've managed the third layer of that now is I've managed to add the oceanographic data. So we've got the seafloor data, we've got the physical geological terrain data all applied to this mesh. So we can bring it into Neos, take, say Penguin, if you bought a piece of land and, say it's a 300-acre property and you're really wanting to design a self-sustainable eco-village. And a part of that is, you need to know where your buildings need to go. You need to know where your food and your trees and things need to go that you're not going to want to ever change again, hopefully for generations. And so what we would do is we would take your coordinates, we would apply all that data, get your exact terrain, drop it into a world like in Neos. That's where I've been experimenting in. And then we can run simulations on your land that we wouldn't be able to normally. It might not be perfect, but we would be able to simulate things that we wouldn't be able to observe unless we spent a great deal of time. And that includes generations worth of data, large events that maybe happened, earthquakes, tornadoes, hurricanes, flooding events, all these things that happen like once every so many hundred or even thousands of years. We can simulate that and we can decide, hey, is this a smart move? What we're doing here with our design.
Yeah, absolutely. I hope that toaster didn't just hit you. It sounded like someone threw something across the room, but yeah, I completely agree with that. I think that expanding in, and you talked about doing some drone coverage too, right? And being able to map out lands. I remember when we were talking with when we were talking on the podcast interview, we talked about, well, what happens if you're simulating that build and a rattlesnake comes up? Like, how do you prepare for that? And I remember we mentioned that, in Neos right now, there's certain things that you've created that you can pick up this coffee cup and drink it, and it'll change your avatar. It'll change your avatar into somebody else. It kind of reminds me of the old Snickers commercial where there's a linebacker, or Betty White actually is driving a car, and then it's all filled with linebackers from football, and then they hand her a Snickers bar and she eats it and she turns back into the linebacker. And I always think about that with the Neos and like the coffee. So if you had certain things, you had this rattlesnake there and it bit you, maybe your vision goes blurry and stuff for a second. And so finding ways to engage with that, I think is really cool. Or tomorrow there's a digital fashion show from RawDAO, And, you know, if we could make some of their digiphysical fashion also into carbon offset wearables, or into wearables that are donating to regenerative projects, maybe things that are going to textile industry, you know, which has a lot of problems with it, and produces a lot of carbon. So, you know, it's great to have a digital version of this clothing, but when you step into physical things and you're printing clothes across the globe and you're shipping them on boats, and then you get your fancy T-shirt for your DevCon or whatever, it's like we need to find better solutions for that too, right? And if we don't have better solutions for that yet, then we should at least be covering our carbon for all these things that we do. You know, it could be event tickets that are something that you can engage with in the metaverse. You know, a lot of us are traveling across the world now to meet each other in person, all these ETH conferences and all these different things. And how do we deal with that impact that we're causing, and whose responsibility is it, and how can we all work together to make it as easy and transparent as possible to show that we're aware, you know. I think that's one of the gaps that we're trying to fill. But we also, as Joe was saying and as Trace was saying in the panel, like, it's really exciting to have all these projects being birthed in similar times and being able to kind of work together and stack all the Lego pieces, and being able to not have to reinvent every wheel, but say, oh, if we take this part and this part and this part and we put it together, okay, we have something cool. We can work with this. We can offer our thing to this project, and we can expand ideas here to here. And it's really exciting to see the collaborative aspect of that, really making everyone excel really, really fast, in my opinion, for a lot of these newer projects. So. Yes, for artists in the process. So this is where we were wrestling. You know, we were birthed out of a hackathon project. So during a hackathon, as you may know, you don't have a very long period of time to come up with what you're doing, and to work out all the what ifs and the kinks, and to get a somewhat MVP up in time to show people. So we came to the question of, well, how do we curate this marketplace? How do we keep it to the vision and mission that we want? And we decided maybe one route would be to have a community-owned marketplace that is a DAO, so that artists could invite each other in by already being there, by some of the artists that we already have on our team that created the voxels floating around in the background there, and some other ones as well. And being able to kind of bring on a project or an artist one by one, and keeping a certain feel to the overall project, rather than making kind of an open profile, anyone signs up and goes, but with the idea that we all own the marketplace too. So within every NFT, within the splits that are going to carbon credits and regenerative projects, there could be splits to the artist or the DAO as well. It kind of also came up in a way where, when we were looking to donate to something directly through, say, Giveth, it wasn't yet compatible with us, but we're working on the Polygon. Right now, Giveth doesn't allow Polygon. So we were trying to come up with a alternative, and one of the alternatives was to possibly take a cut from the NFT that goes to a fund within the DAO, and then the DAO can, from there, bridge funds to, say, Gnosis, and donate from there, do one big bridge, and then be able to delegate through a Gnosis multisig and donate to Giveth projects, or directly from the Polygon, just directly donate to projects if we can manage that through voting within the DAO, rather than leaving it on the user that's purchasing the NFT to choose the project that it's donating to leave it up to the creators and choose collectively, and maybe do larger sums for fewer projects rather than just $5 spread everywhere, which is great too if we're doing things like hit going grant and quadratic funding. So there's a lot of options out there of how we can shuffle around the money and make the impact in the strongest way or the easiest way. Musashi, are you there?
I am. Sorry about that. I had quite a bit of noise. I'm in a communal space right now to have better internet connection. So sometimes I have kids running in and out.
It's like you're living what we're talking about.
Sometimes. Yeah, so some of the things I'm most excited about, you kind of mentioned training and education. Really love the opportunities right now and the abilities that we have within some of these metaverses that we've already touched on. But one of those being like the drone guild, which I think is going to be a huge career for people, is to be a drone operator in the future. I mean, it's already a great niche career to get into right now, but obviously going to be an exploding market in the future. And so working with people like Blockchain Relics with Terry Kilby, and they're going into places like lower income neighborhoods of more more of the niche type of groups, and helping them to educate them how to run a drone, how to operate a drone, teaching them how to get a job, how to build their portfolio as a drone operator, whether that's photography, videography, mapping. There's all sorts of things, or especially the really cool thing that Terry does with Blockchain Relics is he travels all over the world and in high fidelity 3D scans, basically historical monuments or historical settings that may be destroyed in the future. And especially he's, honing in on those places and those monuments that are more at risk of disappearing in this very moment. And so it's taking those, scanning them, and then putting them on the blockchain forever and making them available to the public, not only to be able to see forever, but to be able to even interact with it. And he's doing a lot of fun stuff with AR and even doing some interesting social activities, social experiments with placing some controversial historical monuments that have been destroyed in controversial places. And it's kind of making some really interesting artistic statements. I really love what they're doing, but especially I'm especially interested on the educational side of it. I see these drone operators, this drone guild being able to do scouting for finding more high impacted environmental locations. So finding places that are becoming desertified, not just using like satellite imagery or boots on the ground, walking around on the ground, but having that kind of in between layer with the drones to get that the better detail of what's going on in our environment, and also utilizing the drones to do like environmental impact validation. There's a lot of things that you can validate from aerial photography and videography that you can't really verify with numbers. But I can clearly see from even satellite imagery how, one island of Dominica was treated one way on one side and one way on another. And one side is, mud flowing out into the ocean, and the other is very green and doesn't have anything flowing out in the ocean. So being able to utilize those guilds to identify these regions and the impact we're having on the environment, and especially when we're talking about making that change, Revesture kind of added this layer where, Clima, kind of stopped double spending and different things that were happening in the carbon industry, helped to have a better verifiable on-chain experience for that. And Toucan kind of helped, add value to that. So they're beginning to see the rise in the value of good energy or good offsets or regenerative projects. But we wanted to see this further. The last step was not being incentivized enough to actually burn those NCTO or TCO2 tokens and actually initiate the change in the world. The trees actually get planted, the pasture get restored. So we wanted to incentivize that last step.
Yeah, and this is kind of a good segue for a question that Grace asked in the YouTube chat of not sure understanding what retirement means and the connection between what you do on chain and what happens in the real world for the carbon asset. So I don't know, maybe you can try to explain that simply and clearly, Musashi, of the whole burning, retiring. I know sometimes retirement and burning seems to be interchanged between the nature carbon ton credits to the TCO2s to the actual certificate of carbon sequestration.
Yeah, so like ClimaDAO has base carbon tons and they have nature carbon tons. They have other types of carbon tokens coming out. And basically, the protocol, you're able to mint these tokens. What they represent are actual carbon tokens in the real world environment that have been sequestered somehow, some way. People buy them. And then they are able to farm them, or they were able to sell them. But the nature carbon tons can be basically burned into an NFT, which are called TCO2 tokens. And these can be further burned to actually make that action happen, that last step. I could probably get further into the actual mechanics of the protocols, but that would probably be a lot longer conversation and probably better for the actual protocols to explain.
Yeah, and I think people like Trace will touch on it in a little bit with his presentation for CO2 Cult as well. As far as Revesture and what does Revesture even mean, on our screen share there, vesture is a bit of an old English word for a garment or something like a garment, like a vest, for example, or a vesture of a cloud or fog, caressing a hillside. It's also in law, it's everything except for trees that grow on land, a product of the land, such as grass, wheat, etc. So for us, we're kind of combining all these concepts together, and we wanted to surprise you today with a nice gift, but we might have to collect some addresses or ping you afterwards and give you a nice NFT safety vest. A Revesture safety vest is on its way. We were unable to finish it today, but we can hopefully get it out to you by the end of the festival. Musashi, I think we're at wrapping ends here, / possibly covering some
Michael
space.
has not had a chance to check back in with us.
Gotcha.
So after his technical difficulties before, we're having trouble reaching him. So if you have a little bit more you'd like to go into, you're welcome to. Otherwise, we might take a small break.
Do we have any questions?
I'm looking at main stage chat. I did see in YouTube, it doesn't look like there's anything new coming in. No, mostly just keep an eye on us. You can visit us on our website here at revestor.earth. We are expanding quickly after this hackathon and figuring out how to put together all these Lego pieces, and are excited to start working with projects like Blockchain Relics and some eco-village projects throughout the East Coast and Central America, and see how we can keep this thing going. If anyone has any ideas or wants to contribute, if you're a 3D model artist and you have some cool, you're a voxel builder, or you work with Blender, or you're familiar with Neos, then tap on our shoulder. We would love to incorporate you into what we're doing and have some fun with it. We're hoping to, in the future, work with projects such as MetaFactory and RawDAO, and do some digiphysical aspects of our projects as well. And shout out to Luxumbra for building this beautiful website.
I was actually going to ask about the website. I love the design. It reminds me, parts of it remind me a lot of like Katamari with how playful it is.
Yeah, there's an Easter egg hidden in there, and also all of those floating logos, which shout out to Bogey for doing some Blender Genie magic, who's also our stream master right now. If you click on those floating links, they also send you some places. Or don't click on ours, because that'll send you right back here, I think. We threw a Lego in there because we used the Lego word. I think the Lego one just goes to a disclaimer saying we have no association to Lego. And also it goes to a VR builder actually that Lego came out with. So you can do VR building with Lego now, which is pretty cool. Just a little side bit in there. I guess we can also mention Third Web. So Third Web was really useful for us in putting together some of our smart contracts, and it was easy to integrate with Toucan Protocol and their auto offset helper, and we were able to come up with the marketplace in a relatively short period of time. So if you haven't checked out Third Web, it's a very useful up and coming, easy to use UI collection of Lego contracts to work with. Yeah,
definitely reach out if you're about that Earth you live on.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys. I love the how playful this is. I know I said that it reminds me of Katamari, but I think having fun and engaging artists for the cause and engaging these new tools like crypto voxels and Neos are different ways that we can actually have fun with some of these experiences.
exactly.
So thanks so much for building new ways that people can engage and learn about helping the environment and reinvesting in the future.
Absolutely. If we can't have fun doing it, then it's just work.
Yeah, that's that's what we always say at Metagame, right? It's about having fun together. It's about common purpose and accomplishing stuff. So yeah, getting together for things like MetaFest and having a chance to share our opinions and work together is one of the reasons that I enjoy coming to work every day, talking to all of you, talking to you, and working Taco DAO all the way, man.
Taco DAO. Yeah.
Taco DAO.
We actually created a taco stand with Moloch Digital. And you may have seen the taco cart within the promo video. Taco DAO's infiltrated a little bit. We'll get some taco NFTs out here pretty soon.
Sweet. Well, thanks again. Unfortunately, as I said, our next guest is not here, so I think we're going to take a small break, and then we'll be back in 20 minutes. So thanks so much for watching.
Yeah, be back from Moon Jelly, right? Moon Jelly and Refi for the Ocean.
That's right. Stretch. Oh, I need to stretch.
Me too.
Self-care break, y'all.
Yeah, throw on that self-care commercial.
Hi, welcome back. It seems that we are having a little bit of technical difficulty with some of our guests, so we're going to head over to Revestor Island and take a look at what's going on in some of the crypto voxels builds. Tim Finney, are you there?
Yeah, I just need to shut off my audio on the other channels.
Sure, no problem. Yep, so Tim's gonna take us around some interesting crypto voxels builds over on an island dedicated to refi, and yeah, interested to see what we find over there.
Okay, so I'm going to start out over here in voxels, and then over in our hub that I've explained several times. That's on the main road. If you spawn right in the middle of the map and you just travel east, eventually you'll get to this Web3 skills parcel, and this is the hub. We have like a directory here, and so we set up some stuff for Revestor down in here in Dow Depot number 20. So if I just click that hyperlink, it's going to take us into this room where we put up some of the assets for Revestor. What's neat about voxels is that it can be also like a staging area for projects, so you can kind of have an idea about the different assets that you have to work with, and then you can even hyperlink them. I don't know if these things actually got hyperlinked. Revestor.earth, what looks like this one is. So once you get a little bit comfortable with voxels, you'll realize that these areas are really just like a waypoint to the assets that are in here. So we've got the Revestor marketplace here. Looks like we've got the GitHub right here. And then in Dow Depot, there's some links over to some historical DAOs. This is probably about a year old, but maybe I think most of these are still around. And then over here, this was the brainstorming session, the genesis of Revestor. So Tommy could probably speak to that one day.
Yeah, that was a bit fun. That was part of the Refi DAO hackathon. They had a Miro board with nice islands, and everyone had their own island, and you had to set up camp. And so we threw some nice voxels and stuff on there.
And here's Lux's cool little animation for carbon offsets. It is still a work in process, I assume. And then we'll go over here. Remember this? I did this like dumb little like assigned to every one of the ranked players in metagame. They all got 3 little auto-generated emojis based on either their Web3 key, their UUID in our database, or a combination of the two. So from what I remember, my auto-generated ones with that little white-haired guy with sunglasses, that pink Rasta looking guy, and that orange haired dude. So one day we'll go in there and we'll look at the 3 that got assigned to everybody. I don't know where you're at, Tommy, but if you go in there, you would probably be able to find your name on the left-hand side, or any metagame player. And then you just follow that line to where your 3 are. So it's kind of fun. Okay, so let's go find Revestor Island right now. Or not Revestor Island, ReGen Island. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to look for one of my little
I was like,
circular...
what? We have an island?
There's a whole island. Yeah. So these little things are hyperlinked. So we're going to hyperlink back to the hub. And then I think I'm just going to fly up into space by pushing my F key. And I'm just going to fly up. Give us a little bit of an aerial view of where we're at. Okay, so that's back towards the center. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the super large map, and we'll try to find the island that Penguin is on. And the island, what was the island called again, Penguin, that you're on?
Scarcity Island.
Scarcity Island. So we'll start there. We
neighborhood, gold or silver or bronze, you'll find it.
Yeah, it's down here. So we're going to consider that, since it deals with minerals and you can dig things up. Maybe there's some
Yeah, they have the cult of the gnomes. So depending on which parcels you're at, they have different properties of air and water, fire, gnomes that kind of govern the minerals that are on your
So we'll
land.
start on. So we'll start on the west side over here. And it looks like there's one long road that goes all the way across. So why don't we walk across that, and then we'll go head down towards where you're at, which it looks over here like off of Ruby Street, if I remember. You're down in here somewhere, I think.
Yeah, so the cool part are actually the underground. So we'll walk around here, but then the entire city has got a unifying theme underneath. So we'll try and see that while we're here.
Cool. Take me through it. I've never been over here, so I just landed in this parcel. Hopefully, I can make it out. Some people build things and you're like trapped from the beginning. So I'll try to like get my way through there. I think when it comes to this, I'm just going to change my north-south coordinates up here and just try to reposition myself. So that's 1115. I'll go 1118 and see where this puts me. And what's neat about voxels is if you look in your browser, it's really not like it just stuck me somewhere else in here. So it went the wrong way.
Oh, listen, you can go up the middle. And
ooh, okay. You think I can fly out of there? Let's see if I can fly straight up. Oh, I'm out. Okay, cool. Oh, look, the Enterprise. Okay, so we got some flying voxels, but we're trying to go down this street. Okay, so you guide me. I'm going to go east, and then if you tell me to stop or start looking for gold or get in underground, just tell me what you think I should do.
yeah, I haven't actually had a chance to explore the neighborhood that much over here
There's
yet.
Lux. Hey, let's go cruise with Lux. Oh, you just disappeared. You don't want to be
Each one
followed.
of these places also has a basement, and so when I was describing the underground, a lot of the travel that I do is not actually with flying, surprisingly. And
Yeah,
this,
yeah, it looks like there's some pits right there.
yep. So let's go into the pit.
Okay.
Maybe not that one. Let's see one that has an entrance to the underground. Usually they have signs. So let's drop down and let's sprint. Let's run around the ground.
This one that I'm pointing at. Ah, there's a gnome.
Yeah, and so as you find these, they start digging up different NFTs. So my wallets that are parcels here, they've been digging up sacred artifacts for me. So
Just
I
automatically? You just put them into action?
Yep, I almost have all of the sacred artifacts just kind of passively.
Okay, I'm headed to your place. I want to see these guys at work. I know this probably has nothing to do with regenerative that we're talking about today, but it's still kind of fun. I mean, we don't know where all this stuff's going. Oh, look at all these people hanging out
It's
down
on
here.
Scarcity Island.
Let's turn to the left. Let's look at. Oh yeah, we got a party here.
Let's go bomb the party.
Yeah, so you can see Scarcity Island is definitely got a lot of stuff still going on. Pretty new island, but yeah, it looks like there's an
Can
event.
you go chat with the party members and drop the MetaFest link?
Yeah, I just my computer got frozen right here, so I'm gonna have to let it regen real quick. Sometimes when I travel fast, it doesn't know really where I'm going, so I think it's trying to recenter me up right now.
They had a secret party fence.
Yeah, they're gonna have to
Got
gate
too
that
close
up.
to the barrier.
All right, let's see who's in here. Nugget, brand new name, Buck Marshall, Stashbox 20 is doing a little dance. We got
Ask if one of them want to come speak at MetaFest right now.
yeah, that was funny.
Yeah,
Okay,
we'll
I'll
have a fashion show tomorrow for Raw DAO. Is that going to be in Neos? It's going to be kind of in a few different platforms. Is that right?
It's gonna be in Neos. Yeah, they built out their spot in Neos. And yeah, they'll be having a scavenger hunt while it's going on too. They're interwoven together, so that should be fun to see how that happens. I'm excited. We've had a lot of voxels fun, a little bit of Neos too, but
I know why my thing's so laggy. I got to get out of IPFS and get out of Discord.
Yeah, I think let's try and make it to the underground before we have to head out.
Yeah. I'm out of here once it regens right now. So I want to get over to your area. I want to see these little guys at work.
Yeah, it's one of the most cohesive projects that I've seen for crypto voxels, because it tells the story and has an entire almost transportation system around the city. So just like how you normally fly, and I say on scarcity, I always take the underground.
Yeah, I'm a little envious of what you guys have over on that island. We don't have anything like that on Origin City.
And I remember Musashi was saying that there's a base water layer underneath everything, right? And some people have played around with connecting those together.
Yeah, and our treasure hunt actually takes you right under the parcel, the game parcel that I set up for us. If you get underground, you're underwater, and that's where I have clues posted right underneath the parcel. Next week I'll take us through all that.
How's the treasure hunt coming? Has there been?
I don't think anybody's finished it yet. So once I do a walkthrough, I'm sure people will, be able to win very easily. Okay, so I'm going to go back to the map real quick. I know we're probably running out of time.
Yeah, we've got 4 more minutes officially.
Okay, so let's just get over to your parcel directly. And I'm just going to drop us right. I think you're in the silver zone, right? You're in
I see. I'm on the right hand side. At least that's where the underground is. Yeah, somewhere right there.
Yeah. I'll teleport here and see where we're at. Does any of those look familiar to you?
Everything changes so fast.
Okay. I know you say you walk underground, but I think from what I remember, you're over in this general area. Red cat.
Oh, I see the underground part to the left. Oh, actually, it's right there. Go straight
ahead.
Yep, straight into the right.
Down to this little underground sort of crypt area.
Yep.
Cool. Okay, I'll fast fly down in there. One of these.
So no, not that one specifically. It'll say the underground. It'll have lanterns. So behind you, I believe. Yeah. So there's more of the gnomes.
So that's cool. I'm glad they're starting to gamify this a little bit more. Am I supposed to go in?
Yeah, so I believe right over here to the left, this dirt hill, you see this one that loaded? I think that one's going to be the underground. Wow, the gnomes are really building stuff up these days.
So these are autonomous builders, basically? You send them to work and they do stuff?
So you see that old gold? Go in there. That's the underground.
Follow these guys, go down here?
No, go inside
This is where they hide their underpants.
Go into the gold.
Ah, okay.
So drop down, go in there. So this is where the underground is. And so this is like a real underground world that connects everything. This is the real way to get around.
I know this. Let's love the eye, the cult of the eye.
So yeah, so this is the true heart of the city is underground here. Most people don't see this, but yeah, you can get all around the city much faster down here, and even kind of dig through and share your basement as part of that experience. So,
And these are probably hyperlinks, huh?
Yeah.
These, that's love. Okay, well, it looks like we're almost out of time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm going to click one, see where this takes me. That one doesn't go. Well, it looks like this is a closed room. Is there somewhere out? There's probably like teleports, right? To get you to the next place? Or do you believe there is like a one tunnel you can just continue to follow? I just haven't found it yet.
So there's some of them that have really deep tunnels. I know that the silver line is pretty vast. I thought the gold connected to the silver, so go back up here. But
Well, it looks like there's it looks like there's a little. I maybe fell too far. Maybe it's right in here somewhere. Yeah, this is cool. And over time, it's like the difference between like Minecraft or something like this is we're really building what we want, and it can be sort of real world assets, real world protocols, real world applications. You know, as long as it's Web3 connected and we build it in voxels, this is kind of like maybe a really neat area to half gaming, half practical information.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you see that kind of golden arch right where it said "Old Gold," there's the bronze, the silver, and that's the gold. So yeah, each one of them kind of tells different parts of the city, and as it's the silver one is pretty extensive.
And so once again, you believe that these things have been programmed to change the landscape, or they're just like little bots walking around. They're not really changing the landscape.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're just walking around. They're not changing the landscape.
Okay, well, cool. Well, maybe that would be the next step. All right, cool. Well, that was fun.
Yeah, thanks so much, Ten. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Do I need to jump right now, or should I just keep flying around until you cut me?
Trace is backstage, so I think he's gonna jump up here soon. So I think I'm gonna remind people again to jump into Gitcoin and support organizations that you believe are doing the right thing. Today has been all about refinance and regenerative thought to make the world a better place. We've dealt a lot with DAO structure, DAO tooling, and conflict resolution, being more inclusive. But big structure is all about having fun. So thanks so much, Ten, for showing us some of the fun that's happening. There's no shortage of things to do online or in your local community to help support people in need, and people are doing really cool things. So yeah, hop in, participate, and that's the best way that you can build a better tomorrow is by making positive change and lobbying for change at higher levels, and using our collective voice and ways that really affect change by big players, and lobbying for productive refinance and regrowth. Trace, welcome back. Thank you so much for joining us.
Okay, thanks, guys. That was fun.
So now we're going to be talking all about the CO2 cult. Is that right?
Yeah. Oh wow, you must be pretty tired out, huh?
No, I feel like the Energizer Bunny. I'm not usually allowed to sleep. They just put a different battery in me.
Penguin's a robot.
Yeah.
Trooper.
Basically, I take time, and my family helps me regenerate. So I definitely do a lot of self-care in between. But yeah, it's 7 to 8 hours most days that we're filming during this. Yeah. But it's a great chance for me to talk to amazing people, and a lot of the people are my friends, and afterwards I have even more friends, people that I got to meet. So it's a great time. I love doing it.
Oh, that's so great. So great.
So I know we met you briefly for the panel. You got to introduce yourself, but could you also remind people that might not have seen the panel who you are, and please tell us a little bit more about the CO2 call.
Sure, yeah. My name is Trace. I'm the creator, co-founder of CO2 Cult, and kind of like the creative director. I have a background in entrepreneurship, UX design, music production. I'm kind of consider myself an all-around creative, like dipping my toes in a bunch of different things. And CO2 Cult is kind of a result of me going down the refi rabbit hole back in November. And I was interested in NFTs back then, but not quite fully bought in. And then just been researching more about refi and more about NFTs over the past 6 months, learning more and realizing that there's this big opportunity for a narrative shift and a narrative reversal, even regarding blockchain and its climate impact. There's a lot of kind of overblown articles and stuff out there, and various numbers thrown around, and there's a very large group of very intensely anti-crypto people that are, from my perception, mainly because of the climate part. So we really want to, put an end to that and just kind of come out with something that says, hey, look, like, we hear what you're saying, and we also want to show you that this technology can be kind of, you can bend it to do good things in the world and utilize this new tool. It's not like we have to throw it all out because, it has a bad environmental impact. We can fix that, and we can figure out ways to actually improve the environment with this technology. So that's kind of the synthesis and how this all started. And I'm happy to go more in depth and share my screen. I got a couple slides here for you. So can we see this all right, the mission?
Yes.
Cool. So it's going to be a little weird. I'm going to be kind of floating around. It's Adobe XD here, but yeah, let's just go straight into it. So the mission, and we wanted, to have a mission that's showing that we are going to kind of make up, or not make up, but go back and fix our past mistakes, so to speak, and really kind of start crypto back on a footing of being carbon negative, and then multiples carbon negative, hopefully eventually, where we're 2x, 3x, 5x carbon negative what our actual output has been. So ETH is moving to proof of stake, and the emissions will be reducing quite a lot, but we think going back and fixing the carbon footprint of the historic chain activity is going to be really good for that narrative. So yeah, I kind of already spoke about this. NFTs specifically have a narrative problem. There's a lot of headlines around it because they're the hot new thing, and people jump on, oh, well, they're bad for the environment. But as we also know, refi offers some pretty compelling solutions to that. And if you learn kind of about tokenized carbon and what's going on with that, you realize, okay, this is actually opening up permission from what used to be a very small pool of people that could access this to offset mostly corporate entities because of the fees and the bureaucracy involved. Now it's kind of opening up that potential to retail and to anybody to offset their own individual carbon footprint. So another thing I mentioned a little bit ago is there's this ripe opportunity right now that hasn't really been explored a ton, and this is something that since we've started, we've found there are 50 or maybe 100 other projects working on this kind of thing right now. And we've just found them as we've explored it more, but we really want to establish this niche of NFTs. They're called green chips. And all that means is, a blue chip is, an NFT that is, again, is equating it to a blue chip stock, kind of not really an equal equation, I think, because it's such a young industry and you don't know what's going to be around. But it's the top, the luxury NFTs, so to speak, that are kind of sought after by those that have more liquid ETH to be trading and investing, and the hardcore collectors that are high net worth. So we think that's a really big opportunity, and we also kind of ask ourselves, what qualities will that first green chip collection have? So I'm going to kind of dive into what we've concluded and why we're going the way we are in a little bit. But some of the things we think are, we're really big proponents and advocates of the CCO model. So if you're unfamiliar with that, it's basically, I like to describe it as open source for IP. So imagine if Walt Disney back in whatever the 30s or the 40s was, came out and made Mickey and then said, okay, anybody can do anything they want with this and monetize it. Go crazy. I have no ownership over this IP. That was kind of a crazy concept back then and up until probably very recently, and still now even. But we've seen with, many collections like CryptoPunks and Nouns, Cryptodes, Tubby Cats, I mean, there's endless. There's so many. Goblin Town most recently, that when you come into the space with that kind of open source ethos and that thinking, it really does wonders, because it's not that you don't own it because you own it equally to everybody else, but it's that everybody else owns it. That's the differentiating, that's the game-changing factor, I think. And we're going to really see that play out over the next few years as that gets explored more. So CCO, we also, have settled on forking the Nouns model. And that's, again, thinking back to what qualities will this have. We've observed the Nouns project over the past almost year now, and it's crazy how they've, first of all, bootstrapped a really large community treasury. But second of all, that I didn't expect was the amount of people that don't actually hold the NFT, because there's only about, how many, 300 of them at the moment. And there's hundreds or maybe thousands of people that are actively building in this ecosystem that don't hold a noun because of that CCO. That's what makes that possible. And because with their treasury model, anybody can come in, and if they're, a creative, or they have, if they have something to offer that they want to do, that's a nounish project is what they call it, they can come in, detail what it is they want to do, probably show examples of their past work showing that they can execute on whatever level of project it is that they're proposing, and they can get funds to go do that. It's all very it's not permissionless because they vote on it, the noun holders, but it's this very kind of fluid, and it's not, like your typical come in and maybe like a corporation that's looking for a creative to do some kind of marketing project for them. They're going to go very top down and go find a short list of people that they want and go interview them and then offer the job. It's very much like, come bring your ideas and we have funds. And if you are genuine and you have the skills and you have, you can back up what you're saying you're going to do, then we'll give you the funds for it. So the CCO, the Nouns model, and another thing that we're thinking about is, the art, obviously. So I'm a big fan of like the art blocks, generative art, NFT, on-chain art, because I'll talk about one or two projects, but Gazers by Matt Kane was one that really stood out to me and kind of made me a big fan of this genre. And it, again, I'm not really sure. It's a very complex thing. He's been doing generative art like that for like 20 years, I think. And it's really just top-notch work. But it integrates moon cycles somehow into the art and pulls that data. So when you're looking at your piece, it's kind of updating based on what the moon's doing in the lunar cycles. And so it's this evolving piece that's only made possible through blockchain tech, and he uses it in such a unique new way. So that's the kind of thing we're thinking about in terms of the art. I am not a coder, so like creative coding is something new to me, and I've been exploring that a little bit. So, you know, at this point, we're kind of exploring it on our own. We have a dev that is also never been working in like P5.js, which is what we're working in. But you know, she's a lifelong coder that has built a bunch of stuff. So we're gonna try to make it work with her, and we're also open to talking to other generative artists that, you know, have some in-depth experience of the limitations and parameters that you can really pull from using on-chain data, and how we can introduce some unique new things that haven't been done before. So that kind of brings us to CO2 orbs, which are the art for this project. They will be auctioned off 2 times a day, every 12 hours. And again, this is all still very much in a concept phase. We're building out the art as we speak and over the next few months. We plan to launch in August, early August, around the 1-year anniversary of Nouns. But yeah, so CO2 orbs are a tribute to the ReFi orb. And if you haven't seen that around, it's I'm not sure actually who originally came up with it, but somebody in the ReFi community designed this, and you know, a lot of projects use it. ReFi DAO uses it in their logo. I think maybe someone from there is the one that came up with it. But what it's mainly used for is people use it in their profile picture as the background. So we saw that, and you know, we love that trend, and it's a great way to just spot other regions on Twitter. So we wanted to kind of expand on that and extrapolate on that. And yeah, so we're just playing around with, you know, what if they're different colors, and what if they have some nature-based parameters like I might have mentioned before. So here's a quick little graphic I've come up with for how, you know, we've envisioned the algorithm working. So perhaps there's some location points that are maybe from, you know, on the ground carbon removal or carbon offsetting projects. And, you know, these are pulled in to determine kind of placements of color on the orb itself. And then, you know, once that happens, maybe pulling some weather data. We know DClimate is an interesting platform that we're looking into using their decentralized climate database to pull some information. So maybe the wind speed that day, the average wind speed determines the kind of noise level effect, and then the temperature can determine some of the base color maybe, and then precipitation can determine some complementary colors that are in the orb. So then what you're left with, the result is, you know, a brand new CO2 orb that's generated based on those nature-based parameters. And there's a lot of kind of ways we can explore and extrapolate on that again, because Nouns has this thing called FOMO Nouns, where every day when the new noun is created, there's a cool site called FOMO Nouns, and you go there, and a bunch of people hang out in a Twitter space, and you can upvote or downvote these new potential nouns. And it's a little game, and you know, if everybody says no, then it just goes away, doesn't ever get created. And you go through maybe a dozen or 2 dozen of them, and then when you know you get a consensus, the auction settles, and then boom, you've all created this new noun together. So we love that kind of community, you know, bring people together, and then they're part of the art creation. We love that. So, you know, maybe there's various different offset projects on the ground that it could be that day, and it's circling between, and people can vote in the same kind of way. But we're really interested in exploring that. And then, like I said, every 12 hours, one will be auctioned off, and the winner will receive it. And yeah, 50% will be used to offset carbon. And I feel like I'm running out of time a little bit here, but I could go into depth more on how that's going to work. We're building a custom offsetting contract that's going to use Klima and NCT from Toucan in a kind of unique way to help it be a continuously growing carbon sink, almost, if you will. And actually, that contract and that offsetting mechanic will potentially keep living on, for as long as Klima and Toucan exist and work in this way. That could potentially live on for decades and decades, and we could offset ETH and then some, and it'll just keep going. So that's kind of what we're aiming for as the end result, is this big, huge pool of carbon in a contract that's just continuously offsetting more and more. And then the other 50% from the auction proceeds go, just like Nouns, to the community treasury, and are used to fund creative projects that are focused on positive environmental externalities. So we're keeping that pretty wide open because we want to support artists who have some unique, project ideas, maybe with NFTs or maybe without NFTs, on the ground efforts. We're open to, what if a proposal comes up and says, buy, this 500-acre plot of land and reforest it, or any kind of good action for the planet. So we want it to be this pool of capital that's meant to help the planet. And yeah, let's see. I think I had a couple more slides, but we love memes. We love memeing the orb and spreading that out there and letting people kind of keep seeing orbs everywhere, and start questioning what's all this orb stuff about, and find us. And yeah, just want to say thanks to MetaFest for having me. I appreciate it, and happy to chat more and answer any questions you guys might have.
Great, thanks so much, Trace. I love the orbs and how they change color over time to represent different things. I think that's one of the key things, is that we're not stuck and static in one place. Things are going to kind of change over time, so it's nice to see the representation in color to kind of model that change as well. One of the things that I wanted to talk about is what kind of is the environmental impact? What are some of the numbers that we're talking about when we talk about the impact of Ethereum? How large is it?
Yeah, so there's a bunch of estimates out there. The one that I've seen the most, that people seem to say is the most accurate, is 15 million or 16 million tons. So, I mean, at current prices of on-chain carbon, that would be like around 50 million USD. So it's definitely a long-term endeavor, and like I said, with that 50% that's going to go to the custom offsetting, it's kind of a unique way, and it's a very long-term way to view this, instead of just buying and offsetting every single day with that 50%. That would probably be better in the short term, but this is long-term, kind of growing that offsetting power. And yeah, we're really envisioning, 10, 20 years from now, that it can be this really huge thing that's just offsetting insane amounts every month. But yeah, so for reference, like the Nouns project has been super successful. And I mean, it's sparked a whole ecosystem of forks and stuff, but in their case, it's been about a year and they have 26,000 ETH in their treasury. So an insane amount of ETH. So that's kind of what sparked it. This is a really strong bootstrapping mechanism to get community and buy-in and pool community funds for a cause. I mean, in their case, it's to proliferate that Nouns IP, so to speak, the Nouns brand, which is great, but we want to use it for, let's do some really cool climate action and like make a big difference in the world. Oh, you're muted.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's one of the cool things that is available that we probably don't do enough of. Is we talk a lot about cooperation with technology and sharing information, but even sharing something is valuable as a character. You know, like as you say, like the CCO principles that nouns or some of these projects share means that you can build something on top of it that does promote other lines that can support the community and other interests. So it's one of the best ways that people can kind of engage. And I know that I do games too. So like I'm always looking for ways to kind of provide utility to other projects rather than just kind of be my own wall. It's all about providing utility to other people. And so, yeah, what kind of ways do you find integrating the circles and what you're doing to other projects? And yeah, what kind of other integrations are you looking for?
Absolutely, yeah. So, back to the treasury model and this way that you can bootstrap this capital. That's really why it's so compelling to us, is because it leaves the door open for some really interesting collaboration and cooperation and refi. Like, one thing that we're talking about, just very basic, is we've met a bunch of other refi NFT projects and that have upcoming mints, right? So one idea is to use some of the treasury funds, create a proposal and say, hey, let's mint, if there's, say we're 100 days in or 50 days into the orbs and there's 100 orbs, 2 a day, mint 100 of these solar Sasquatches. That's one example that we really love. So mint 100 of these, give them the mint price from the treasury, and then airdrop these 100 to all of our orb holders. So it's kind of support another refi project, boost their profile, give them some some solid numbers on their mints, hopefully push them towards selling out their mint, and yeah, build bridges, and we're all kind of growing and sharing together. And that's the point of those funds in the treasury, right? It's to support projects. So it's so open-ended. It can be other NFT projects. It can be, we could say, hey, we want to give out 20 ETH for this next Gitcoin round, when a new round is coming up. And we can have this fund that then we can go in and vote on as a community which ones to fund. And there's a lot of opportunities for it. Just in terms of Web3 collaboration, but then also in terms of, we want to help onboard artists in the Web3 and NFTs, because personally, I haven't changed my life or anything financially with NFTs because, I haven't released many as an artist. And also I was kind of late to the trading game, but I have just witnessed on Twitter for the past almost year now, so many people saying, oh my gosh, this sale just now changed my life. People will get, a 15, 20 ETH sale on one of their pieces, and it completely changes their life. Not to mention the power of, secondary royalties, and you keep ownership of your work over time. You don't give it up, you don't make it once and then it's gone. It finally gives artists kind of that same leverage that a lot of, that maybe content creators have had the since YouTube and all the influencer stuff started happening with Web 2, that kind of leverage where you can make one piece of content and keep getting paid on that over and over again. It's kind of giving that to artists that, you make one piece of art and then get paid on that over and over again. So I am excited about that. And I think once you get an artist to see that, they can and show them, hey, look, this is a safe way into the NFT space because it's good for the environment.
Yeah, I think as you say earlier on one of the slides about green chip NFTs, and I think I mentioned that earlier, like getting projects that have that kind of ethics from the start and they build it in from the start are able to do a lot more good than trying to get the DAO afterwards to vote to do some good. So yeah, I definitely resonate with a lot of the messages that you're saying. Can you tell everyone again where they can reach CO2 Cult and follow up with any conversations with you?
Sure, yeah. So our website, co2cult.wtf, and then on Twitter at CO2cultNFT, all one word. And I'm on Twitter, web3_altruist, ALTRUIST. So yeah, hit me up if you're building in refi, or you're just interested in refi, or you just want to connect. I'm always open. I'm meeting like 10 new people a day and I love it. So please reach out.
Well, thanks so much, Trace. I really appreciate the time and learning more about what you're doing.
Thank you so much for having me. Yeah, this has been a great experience.
Great. I'm going to sign us off for the day. It's been a long, wonderful day, and we're going to be back again tomorrow. We don't stop on the weekends. We have some more refi stuff tomorrow. So, come back, make sure you stretch, get a good evening, get some good rest in. And yeah, on behalf of Metagame, my name is Penguin. I've been your host today. Unipuff has been instrumental backstage, getting everyone lined up and set up and ready. Big thanks to Luxembra, Tommy too for hosting, also for Peeth for arranging a lot of the guests and helping make sure everyone was set up. So yeah, join us again, and thank you so much for watching MetaFest. This is Penguin out.